So I could take you at least like once or twice. They
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned. Just
I tried to the top, I've been out of shape, thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I'm blasted off a planet, rocking cause catastrophe in that matters more because I had it now. I had a part of my ranking, had to go on an opposition, kinda shocking. They run static with precision, I'm automatic, quarterback.
Death Star. What is good, Raider Nation? Welcome back to yet another episode of Raiders Live News Talk. I'm joined by my friends Dustin, Cortez, Sergio, Ray, Eric, and Al's Ghost. Say what's up, everybody.
Salute Raider Nation.
What's up? Salute Raider
What's
Nation.
good?
Salute.
Salute Raider
Al
Nation.
Ghost.
Salute to the chat. Salute to Robert and everybody and all the mods. I appreciate all of you guys showing up every day or every time we go live, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, exactly.
And as we speak right now, I'm
You on the wave? Tell them hi. Tell them hi. Tell them hi. Hurry
Hey,
up.
Savannah.
Tell them hi.
I'm sorry, we also have another member of this panel
Hey, Savannah.
joining us.
Heck yeah.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Number one.
Number one fan. So as Dustin said, salute to everyone. Thank you to the members of this panel as always for showing up. Thank you to the mods in the chat for holding it down. We wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. And last but not least, thank you to our viewers for commenting and watching along with us as we begin our episode. We have another great one for you guys as always. Just a quick reminder, as always, before we get started, if you haven't already, our friend Cortez currently is posting all the links to our various platforms. If you guys would when you get a chance, if you could look at those, and as far as the platforms that we're currently broadcasting to, if you could like this video, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for all three of those platforms. That's the DSR Aftermath YouTube channel, the Death Star Report YouTube channel, and the Death Star Report Twitch channel. We also, Cortez also put in the link to our Instagram. Go check that as well. Give us a follow and some likes as well. Tap in with us there. And he also, I believe, put in the link to our Discord. And our Discord is something we'd love for anyone and everyone to join as well. It's a great community. We have
It's
a whole
already in there, Jeff. That's the first one.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So like Cortez said, the link to Discord is also there. Whole bunch of stuff going on in there. It's a great community. We have a Raiders chat. We have a general chat where we talk about just everyday life in general. We talk about the NBA, NHL, MLB, all different kinds of sports. Talk about the NFL at large. We have fantasy leagues in there. We have free giveaways. We have movie nights. We have links to all kinds of YouTube videos. So like I said, just a whole bunch of things going on in there. It's a great community. We'd love to have you there as well. So like I said, for the three platforms that we're broadcasting to, if you could like this video, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, as well as if you could join our Discord and tap in with us on Instagram. The links to all of those should be in the comments section as Cortez just posted them. So if you could tap in with us with all those platforms, that would be great. It would be much appreciated as always. So with that out of the way, without further ado, Let's get started on our first topic. So, obviously, today, one of the biggest piece of news probably to hit Raider Nation as far as players still
You
on
have your other water, don't
um,
you? Well,
that the Raiders had elected to earlier today placed a franchise tag on running back Josh Jacobs. So as we were talking about last weekend, given that this was a likely scenario for this to happen, as the franchise tag deadline was fast approaching, there are many different ways in which the Raiders can handle this. Some are speculating that they're going to trade him. Some are speculating that they're just going to use the franchise tag to buy more time to work out a long-term deal, especially after the draft to see how the draft goes before they make a decision on him. So there's a whole bunch of possibilities that could happen with this franchise tag um, now that they have placed it on him. So Sergio, this is your topic. If you want to get us started on how you think this will play out or what you think this means for the franchise at large, as well as what it means for Josh Jacobs as an individual.
Yeah, so
Sweet
with the
Melky.
franchise tag with like Josh Jacobs, now it's like
Salute.
because obviously like we talked about this like a
Um,
lot now,
Mel.
Mark like
and
now
it's like
breezy.
now it's like everyone's wondering if like we are gonna trade him or if
Salute Robert Pena.
Ziegler's still gonna try to convince him to stay long term because McDaniels has come out and say like, yeah, I really want this dude, and who wouldn't? Because now like he's gonna be your cowbell when you need him, or if you need to gain like an extra 5 yards on third down.
Right.
And especially now, a lot of Raider fans are like freaking out because Josh Jacobs is like no longer following the Raiders on social media now. So like now everyone's freaking out like, oh, he's mad that he's franchise tagged now. And I mean, Jacobs said himself, it's got to make sense. Like the price has got to make sense. And the plan's got to make sense, obviously. If the plan doesn't make sense to him, then just trade Jacobs to another team, get more picks out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it could be a win for him, could be a win for us, either way. What I do hope, personally, though, is that I do hope that the plan that they're going to tell Josh Jacobs, obviously, and that what plan that they're going to do with Jacobs, I hope it's good enough to convince Jacobs to stay where he can play on the franchise tag, or if they are going to give him a contract extension to where it's like not like $13 million a year or more than that, or even $12 million if that's not how much they want to pay him.
You were talking about that, right?
That's what I got on that. If any of you guys want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, there are a whole bunch of different ways in which, the Raiders can go about this. I mean, first of all, obviously, at first glance, the fact that Josh Jacobs has unfollowed the Raiders on social media is cause for concern when you think about it. But, historically, especially in recent history, you have players like Kyler Murray and Deebo Samuel who have unfollowed their respective teams on social media when they were sort of in contract disputes or, the two sides had not yet agreed on some kind of a deal at that point in time. So, like I said, I mean, there is precedence for players, after a while getting over themselves or getting over the fact that, they might be upset at a certain point in time with their franchise, and then they'll sort of come around after, cooler heads prevail. So I personally wouldn't worry about that. I mean, like I said, right now, it gives us a sort of uneasy feeling because it feels like he's, pissed off at the franchise, which right now he could very well be, because obviously talks haven't gone south, but they haven't, gotten to a point where, Josh Jacobs has been extended or given a big money deal like he probably wants. So I would just say
He unfollowed because he knows they're probably planning on trading him here soon.
Yeah, I mean, I
said in the beginning of the season, man, I would have traded him then, because I said when they were talking about not picking up the fifth-year options, I said the whole time that he carried the most draft value out of all of them by miles. Imagine what he carries now. So, and you got Sincere, you got multiple people, you got other people you can pick up in this year's draft. If you get one first, dude, I mean, and you're trying to go up and get Stroud, like, that dude's going to be phenomenal. I would use it. I'd use it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, when you think, like, if you just think about why the motivation for doing that, it would be cause for alarm. But like I said, in the recent past, we've had athletes, do that with their teams, and it had, ultimately the teams, the two parties, the two sides, come to an agreement. So, like I said, there's precedence for this idea that it's just a temporary thing. Maybe he feels like a free agent right now, which means like he's weighing other options. So, but that doesn't mean they won't come to an agreement. I mean, the whole point of the franchise tag is that he is technically under contract, so that means that he's no longer technically speaking a free agent, and the Raiders have control over his future, whether that's they bring him back, they extend him, or they trade him and they decide to get some value out of him.
Yeah, because he said in his last deal here, he said that he wants to be paid like if somebody's going to lead the team, and he said that he was going to take the cut because he wanted them to go get Rodgers and them. Like he said he would take the cut as long as they were taking the money and putting it somewhere else to benefit the team. And then when you see him get franchise tag and then he unfollows, tells you right away, he was the one that proposed it. I mean, I can show 10 clips of him saying it right inside the deal that he'll play on the tag. And then he gets tagged and then he gets all mad. Like, it's only one thing he can tell you is like they probably have different plans for him, because why would he get upset if he told everybody publicly in an interview that he would play on the tag as long as the money was put towards, making the team better?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, as far as being willing to be placed under the franchise tag goes, I mean, financially, that would make sense, sort of trying to clear the runway or clear some cap space for, a big money name like Aaron Rodgers, and that would be consistent with what Josh was saying about, allowing the team wanting to still play for this team if they, surround him with, other pieces that could play at a high level. So that could be in the works. I mean, as we always say, we never know what goes on behind closed doors. So we'll have to see. But I think the two big parts of it are free agency and the draft. I mean, because the deadline to make a decision now that they've tagged him, which I think is not until like June or July, so after the draft, they could figure out a whole bunch of things between now and then. And if things still go south, then they trade him. But if not, they could extend him if they draft a cheaper option like rookie, or they pursue like a veteran free agent who wouldn't command the salary that Rodgers is. So there's a whole bunch of different ways in which this could go.
Rodgers $58 million. The article came out, said that the biggest reason people ain't even trying to trade for him is because Green Bay don't want to eat any of that $58 million. So I feel like that fool's either staying the fuck there and getting paid, or he gonna retire, because they're gonna have to eat like $20-some-odd million or more. Like, nobody's gonna pay him that much money to sit over there. So, and they're not gonna take on $58 million. If we just tag Jacobs, if we can't sell Jacobs, like we don't get to double his price and sell him, so you're still only at $43 million, and he's $58 million. Like, I would just count that one out. Like even at 40, then you don't have no money to fix your team. Like, I don't think that's happening. So I'd count that one out the window by a mile.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's a whole bunch of different ways in which they can approach this. So no cause for alarm yet, because he still is under contract. So we'll see what happens in the coming months. Cortez, you want to?
I just looked him up. I think he unfollowed the Raiders.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yeah, that's what's giving some people,
Debo did the same crap last year,
and Kyler did the same thing with the car.
All of them do the same thing.
It's kind of like it's.
I think Jacob's done this before. He took the Raiders out of his bio.
Oh no,
he wants the contract, man. He just wants the contract. He just wants the contract. Guarantee. He don't want to be tagged. He wants contract.
Dustin's been saying if they really want to, they could trade him and get that extra two first.
I would fucking trade that fool in a heartbeat. Like I said, I'd trade him in a heartbeat.
We have 3 running backs that we got
People said in the beginning of the year they were questioning about him being a first round. You can't question it now. Like, he's getting first round pick now. So who wants him? Who wants that motherfucker? That's what I'd do, straight up. he doesn't hurt us. The way they're going to run their system, dude, they've proven over their time span in their system, their backs are going to get the yardage. So I think, like you said, is going to be at his highest ceiling right now, dude. Like, and he even said, well, if they want me to go back out there and perform again, like, they don't want you to do that, dude. Like, football gets too one-sided when two players have 3,500 yards. You got 26 touchdowns and 6 fucking wins between two players. Like that, it's way too one-sided, dude. Like you still have tight ends, you still have other fucking halfback, other wide receivers. Like people need to get the ball so you don't become so fucking honed in on what the fuck you're doing. Like I would rather have dudes with even numbers than guys that are just one
but I just wanna
halfback
ask-
got more yards than fucking damn near 3/4, 7/8 of the offense.
Yeah. I feel the same way as Dustin on this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's probably, like I said, there's no cause for alarm right now. It's just what it does is it gives the Raiders options, right? Because the tag just sort of, extends the deadline, kicks the can down the road. Because from the Raiders side too, they have other decisions to make outside of just who's going to be their RB1. There's all different roster concerns that they have to address. So,
Hey, I mean,
like
I'm
said,
excited for Sincere McCormick. I'm excited for him.
Damn right. I
Yeah,
said that
yeah.
fool's gonna be a beast. I said it the whole time. That dude's gonna be fire,
Like
bro.
this dude has been saying like he's ready.
he's ready.
Like if you look at like his like
Salute, souls.
he's been posting like every single week now. He's like, I'm ready to go out there because
That's
obviously he
how
got
that's how you
injured,
know he's ready.
but he's been working.
He's been
He's
active
been like,
on social media.
yeah, he's been active.
All right.
Hey, I said that fool went back to back 1,400 yards. He's a machine. I said that fool reminds me of Work Done. The way that dude plays, how hard he plays, dude. Like that guy's gonna be a machine. I said it in the beginning of the year. Go watch the videos, dude. Like I've said it the whole time. I said tag Jacobs, ship that fool, and roll with Sincere. I said it the whole time. Like I would trade that fool right now. Don't put 10 million over there. I'd give him 10 million to hold him right now, but I wouldn't pay 10 million to him. There's guys in the draft you can go get right now that are going to be pretty damn good later in the round too. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
wouldn't
not
be putting so much
for the
money into
Jacobs
Jacobs, man.
situation. I'm not that worried because they have until July to figure this out. Unless
Man,
you hear
2,000
nothing.
yard backs, dude, ain't doing shit. They got the yardage, dude. They ain't winning anything. Like Henry ain't going anywhere right now. He on the trade block. We ain't going nowhere. Jacobs over here got 6 fucking wins. I mean, what did fucking Christian McCaffrey have? Like, he probably had pretty good. Still ain't. I mean, he made it the farthest, the NFC Championship. I'm just saying, like, where people say, like, halfbacks are fucking replaceable, like, I 100% agree, dude. If you're
Hey,
picking
and
up
this
4 or
is
5
this is a
yards, why are
stat
you
that I
putting that much
found.
money in one person? Like, I
This,
don't
this is
think
a
it's
stat
worth
I
it to me.
found, Dustin, is the past Super Bowl, like Super Bowl winners, a lot of their running backs were like not even paid more than 2 million. Like a lot of them were just cheap running backs. The Super Bowl winners. Meanwhile, the Super Bowl losers had like a bunch of like $10 million, $8 million, even more paid running backs. So in today's NFL, running back isn't as needed as much as a receiver
I mean, the
nowadays.
Chiefs in Philadelphia should show you. One paid hell of money for their team, the other didn't. Like, straight up, dude. And still, they didn't have the defense that this team had, and they still won, you know? Like, they had all these offensive powerhouse, dude. These dudes had people like Juju, fucking Codwell Tony, like fucking Sky Moore, which I talked up hella big. Like, that, you know what I mean? Like, this guy had pieces that weren't even. This motherfucker had every dude he can get over there. So I don't know. I just think if the team's assembled right player wise, which I speak on all the time, chemistry player wise is more crucial than just a player's name, man. So I think I think if it was me, I would 100% look to trade Jacobs, dude. Look, I think we need Stroud, like 100%, dude. Like I think we need Stroud, and if it was me, I would get rid of Jacobs and get 2 firsts right now. So we're
You know
only
what I
giving
would
us
do?
one
You
or
know what
two
I
more
would do,
firsts later
Dustin? I
on.
just thought of this right now.
Yes,
So
back there on the deal.
say the Saints need a running back, right? They got a late first. You can
Hey,
ship
man.
Jacobs over there. He can hang out with Derek Carr.
Oh yeah.
They
Hey,
have a
first round 29th pick.
They have a pick?
Yeah,
They have the
29th
first
pick.
round
Because
29th
the Sean
pick.
Payton trade. The Sean Payton
Oh
trade.
yeah. Forgot. Because I remember they traded last year with that with the Philly to get Olave.
Yeah.
Hey guys, actually, if I could jump in here real quick, going
go
back
for
to the Josh Jacobs discussion. By the way, salute everyone.
Salute, man.
This may be an unpopular opinion, but I completely agree with Dustin on this one. I don't think that we should give him a long-term contract. We should try to trade him, get some draft assets for him. And I step back and think about this. Number one, the running back position, you could find a guy who I think could fill that role adequately without paying him a boatload of money. But then number two, and this is, something that I feel pretty strongly about, you step back and look at JJ's career. He's been a solid running back for us. He's been really, really good. But last year was like an aberration in terms of like how great he was, right? Like that's not what he was like the first 3 years of his career.
And we had no offense, dude.
That
Like it
offense,
really
he
was
couldn't run on that
Devontae
Our
and
offense.
offense,
Jacob.
His
yeah.
yards per carry was
Right.
worse, even in his
Yeah,
rookie year.
Right, but and then you step back, and analyze, the number of players that we've extended in recent years who get paid, and then they don't perform. Last year Renfro was injured; he didn't really perform. He got paid. Darren Waller got paid. He didn't really perform. We could go back and cite a bunch of free agent signings who we paid a boatload of money, and then these fuckers don't perform, right? Corey Littleton, Trent Brown, LaMarcus Joyner, who I think was playing maybe a little bit out of position. But my point is,
Jalen Brown even this last year too. Fucking Averett, fucking garbage ass motherfucker.
So my point is, fellas,
Blythe Nichols, fucking garbage.
Yeah, like my point is, guys, like it's very, very rare to
What are you
pay
doing,
a guy and then still have that guy perform like Max Crosby or even exceed what he did previous to getting paid. And it's human nature, right? Like imagine, you get paid. I'm not talking about anyone specifically here on the panel, but you get paid. There's a natural inclination to chill, to hang out, right? I think it was, I don't know if you guys ever follow boxing or the history of boxing. There was this fighter, Marvelous Marvin Hagler, who famously said, it's hard to get up in the morning when you're sleeping with silk sheets, right? And I think that's what ends up happening with a lot of players. It's just human nature. Like you want to chill out and hang out, So my point is, guys, there's always a gamble with paying someone. There's always a gamble. Hopefully not. JJ, obviously, he has like a very, a crazy ass upbringing. He was homeless. Like, I think that dude's, he has special, I think he's a special human being. So maybe he does get paid and continues to perform. But I think you're always taking
I just think it's tough to have him perform when you're sitting here going like, okay, last year you were like Devontae and Mac Hollins. This next year you could be liable to have 4 receivers on the line that are working and 2 tight ends. You know what I mean? Like Jacobs at 2,000 yards you don't need that. And that's all I'm saying is when he's up at his peak right now with his draft value, I think that's where you need to shift. I think for us going forward, if the offense works like as Josh wants it to work, you're going to see halfbacks around 900 to 1,100 yards. Like, that's going to be great for them, dude. Like, their receivers are going to be 900 to 1,100 yards. Like, and they're going to have multiple, 2 of them, one around 700, 600. You know what I mean? Like, he's balanced, dude. And when you're sitting here looking at 2 players, like I said, 2 players carried 3,500 yards and 26 touchdowns between 2 fucking people. So I think you become way more dangerous and way more unpredictable when you got actual players that can play all the way across from receiver 2, 3, 4, 5. Like you become a better team by a mile. So, and where Jacobs goes, I don't really care. And like I said, the Saints probably not, but the Bills, I've said it all the time. I said it in the beginning of the year. I think the Bills would be a great pick. I don't give a shit if it's first round 32nd pick or not. It's still first round. So, and you're going to get more picks anyways and tied with Jacobs with that. pick anyways, and I think that's where he'd make the most sense. I think he would be lethal there, but again, any team can look at Jacobs and say like, hey, this dude's a power back. He'll give us his all for the next 3 to 4 years. We just give him $15 million. He's going to run the ball down their throat. That's pretty much what Jacobs said when he was sitting right there in that deal. He wants to be that guy. Like, you don't want to be a dude that's not going to be doing the work, because then you don't want to be playing on that team. So, like, he wants to do the work. He wants to be that guy. So.
Yeah. I mean,
He
obviously,
said it
like,
had to be that.
there's certainly value when it comes to trading him. That's the whole point of the franchise tag, is it gives you options. So, I mean, the one thing I will say is that Josh McDaniels did say at the combine that their intent is to retain Josh Jacobs. So, and you know, with most of these guys, you know, you can trust their word as far as you can throw it. But if he's speaking the truth, then you know, like I said, I mean, extending him is also an option. Or I mean, technically, assuming that he's willing to play under the tag, they just have him on another cheap deal, or a relatively short-term deal, so a non-committal sort of contract. So because of that, I mean, like I said, it's there. I think the Raiders themselves aren't even completely sure what they're going to do with him, and they don't need to worry about it, because that's the beauty of the franchise tag, is they can kick the can down the road. But having said that, I mean, as you pointed out, Dustin, I mean, if the move is to trade up, to really
Dude, I can take him. Reading this comment that Rudy said, I've said this before in the past, dude. I mean, when you're taking your first round pick in Josh Jacobs and going to Chicago or going to Arizona, like, it's intriguing. Like, what's his name? Monty fucking was the dude over there. He was hurt quite often, and if you paired him up with Jacobs, man, probably be pretty lethal there. You have Connor over in Arizona, which can be very lethal with Jacobs there. I mean, they have the money. Both teams have the money for him. So when you're trying to do that, and then you will move off a player, dude. Like, when you're looking at Connor and you're looking at Jacobs, dude, there's a big difference from there. So you can move off the player. It's not like they can't move off a player, and it's not like it ain't been done before. I just say it makes our job a lot easier getting up there with players like him sitting on the deal, and it's just coincidence that you don't have to rework that deal with no trade clause, because he doesn't have that until fucking July. So in July, you have to have it, but in April, you're going through the draft. So like I said, I think he becomes a very high commodity, dude, because I believe, like, I swear to God, like, I don't want to trade the one with Chicago, but if we had to, I would in a heartbeat. Like, I'm not even
And
gonna
get
lie, I
CJ
would.
Stroud out
Would
of
you
it.
think?
Yeah,
Would
in a
you think
heartbeat.
switching 7-1 Jacobs and maybe like a third would be enough to get the number 1 pick, or no?
I think you're gonna, from 7-1, I think you're gonna be giving up like 4 first-round picks. Where I feel like, where I think 2 of them can come out right here, right now, would be Jacobs and our 7th overall pick. So that would make it convenient to trade out. So that's why I think Jacobs is intriguing, because he's going to get a first pick. Wherever you value that, that's up to you. That could be next year's first, the fucking third year first, or fourth year first, whatever you want to look at. I don't care about that. But the value of him is a first round pick. So if you were to put him in, you would really only owe 2 more first round picks, and you can put that out the following next 2 years. And especially if you're getting somebody like Stroud, that I feel is by far the best quarterback in that fucking combine right now, and on that draft team by a mile, I would do it. I would do it in a heartbeat, dude. If they told me I can go to the first pick, dude, with giving up Jacobs in our first, and get Stroud right now and give 2 more for, I'd do it right in the, not even a fucking debate. I'd be like, fuck, pack your bags, boy, you're out of here. Like, in a heartbeat, dude. So this is the biggest fear I keep having, and I keep telling people, because people ask me on my Instagram, they'll say like, well, you put out a post that you would go for Caleb Will. Yeah, but that's a scenario, okay? That's just a scenario base being put out there. That's like, if we build the defense this year, can we look to be there next year for Caleb? Yeah, but the idea is like, our team really ain't that far off offensively as a unit, period. Like, the team's there. They got the fucking, as long as they're healthy, and you had a few more pieces receiver wise, like I keep hearing people tell us like, oh, they're gonna put the offensive line. They have the 10th best offensive line, dude. They'll figure out how they want to rotate in their players. But to see them go first overall pick to the offensive line, why? And to go into free agency and spend $20 million on Brown, stupid. So they're not going to do that. They already know they have the players. They still have Harron. They still have dude from the Broncos sitting over there. They still have plenty of dudes sitting in this backfield. So I don't think they're just going to be focused in there. I think, like I said, if you're going defense and you fix the defense, you're going to win 7-8 games again. And then you go in there. That's implying that Chicago is on the number 1 pick again, that they're not needing a quarterback. Like I've said, if you've got number 1 and number 2 next year that are offensive teams that need quarterbacks, you're not giving them shit for those players. Like, you're not getting off of them, dude. And this is the other argument I have about Richard AR. People are like, well, let's get AR and let's sit and wait on him for the next year or 2 or even 3. Motherfucker, you got Archie Manning coming out in the next fucking 2 years. You're going to have fucking Drake Mays and fucking Caleb, dude. Like, you got fucking dude from Tennessee that'll be coming out at the same time as Archie. Like, you don't need to pick up motherfucker and hope on him in fucking few years. If you're shit, then you're going to get a badass quarterback then too. So I don't think that's the approach. I think the approach is give up the draft picks and go for motherfucking Stroud in a heartbeat.
So
Yeah.
do you guys want to move to the next topic then, which is also my topic, the Stroud versus Richardson?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if a couple guys wanted to add anything, because I don't think they've spoken yet. Noah, did you want to add anything to this topic really quickly?
There's not much I need to add. You guys pretty much mentioned everything. I'm not exactly an optimist when it comes to discussing organizational drama or contract negotiations. But I think that the way that things are turning out, I believe that the Raiders organization is going to try and get a new deal done with Josh Jacobs. And I think that's all dependent on what they do and what they accomplish in free agency. Because if they don't really do anything and Jacobs is stuck on that deal, he might demand a trade out of Vegas just because he would feel, I guess, lied to, and it would provide no benefit for the Raiders to keep him on. Sort of similar to what happened with Le'Veon Bell in Pittsburgh, like 6-7 years ago now at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a waste of time to keep a player on your roster that doesn't want to be there.
Right.
But I do think that they're going to try and get a long-term deal figured out first.
Do you need your
and, you know,
jacket or
if they
anything?
do
you want mine?
accomplish things in free agency that Jacobs would find adequate, then I think he'll be content playing on the tag, at least for this
If you
time
get cold,
period.
let me know. I'll
But,
turn the heater up.
that's kind of what my thoughts on it.
Yeah, it's a really good point you bring up about, Le'Veon Bell. I mean, ultimately, the way it went with the Steelers was he just didn't want to be there. He wanted to be paid more. They already had James Conner waiting in the wings. So for the Steelers, it's pretty much pointless to continue that go-around with, trying to convince him to stay. So, I mean, obviously, the next man up thing is always a possibility, and it's a mentality that a lot of teams embrace. But sometimes, you don't have that next man up. I mean, if anyone's going to play at Josh Jacobs' level, that'd be great, but we can't be too confident in that. But we'll have to see what they do moving forward. Eric, was there anything you wanted to add to this topic?
You guys basically kind of hit everything on the nail. It's just option of weighing out. He's tagged. Like, I just gotta trade him. This and that. But we don't know, man. We're not the ones in the office. I mean, we'll find out come April.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's all like I said. I mean, with April, the draft. I personally believe the draft is going to be a really big factor in deciding what they're going to do with him. Because, like I said, as I said before, they could draft a running back at some point. And if the one that they really like falls to them, or if they trade up to get to a position where they could draft one, then the Josh Jacobs situation would be moot, and they'd probably trade him. So like I said, it's probably just a matter of weighing options from here between now and when they have to reassess his situation. Ray, was there anything you want to add really quickly before we move on to the next topic?
Nothing really. You guys like how everybody else said. You guys kind of hit on everything. But I guess the only thing I guess I can say is that like I think what Noah said is that you can't really do anything. It's kind of a a coach or GM decision. I mean, at the end of the day, I know people don't agree that they don't want to keep Jacobs and stuff like that. Like he's true raw dog talent. I understand
Right.
that. And just overall as a player, like I really like he's good. He kind of helps the team out. And like nobody will agree with me, or maybe people might, but his first 3 years in the league, he's averaged what, like 3 or 4 yards per carry, and everybody called him an overrated running back, or his
Right.
offensive line sucked. This year, he had a top 10 offensive line and put up 1,600 yards on a what everybody thought this was going to be a bad offensive line, and he somehow was somehow a top
Fair
10
point.
line and put up 1,600 yards. And the first 3 years, he had what, pretty like good names. Like he had Hudson, he had Gabe Jackson, Trent Brown, Cole Miller, and the yards per carry weren't there. And like he barely edged 1,000 yards his second year,
Mhm.
800 his third. He could have got 1,000 that year, but injuries. But I'm
Yeah,
just
plus they
saying,
had
like,
better receivers over there too, because they had Nelson Aguilar and Zay and all kinds of different people. They weren't just throwing it to one fucking receiver.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, football's a team sport. I mean, as you mentioned, right? I mean, you have a good O line, then your production as a running back is going to go up. If you have receivers, as you mentioned, Dustin, your production as a quarterback is going to go up. So, and that's sort of my point as well, that building a team around Josh Jacobs is very important too, because that's only going to lead to his success. So, like I said, I mean, depending on how they fill the team around him, um, whether they like Josh Jacobs in the picture moving forward, whether Josh Jacobs likes himself in the picture moving forward. We'll have to see.
I think there's one factual truth in the story. You have to have a quarterback. You don't need to have a halfback, like straight up. So figure out which one you're getting.
Right,
Because
exactly.
you can't go out and sign everybody and fix your team and do all these things if you're signing Jimmy or Aaron and him and not, like, you can't have all of it. You can't have it all, man. Like, I know everybody would love to, but can't do that, man.
There's a
I've said it
salary
from
cap
day
for a
one.
reason.
Damn right. I've said it from day one. I'm going to stick to it because I know the salary cap very well. And that's why I keep saying time and time and time and time again that it's going to be somebody like Stenham and a motherfucking drafted quarterback, dude. Like, it's the only way the money works if you're trying to fix the team and as a whole. Like, you can't go out there and be like, we need to fix the defense in 10 spots and we got to pay it. Even if we draft 11 people, you still got to designate like $17 million, like, to the draft. So, like, what is it? On 7 people inside the top 5 is somewhere around like 16 million. We got 11 picks and we're at the 7th overall. So I think it's going to be like 17 to 20 million. So that's why I think they're going to trade some of those picks for sure.
Hey, but don't they take the amount for the draft picks out before
the draft? But that comes out of the money right now. That money comes out right now.
Yeah. Did they already take that money out?
No, it's going to be taken out here. It ain't been taken out. When has it been taken out? You had 8 million, you got 40, and you're going to be slacking down like 14 million. Like, if you ask me, they're going to try to trade picks, dude, and try to get more up in the top 5, top 4, so they go from like 11 picks to like 8 picks. So then their cap space goes from, like, say that, because you got to think Andy Reid was drafting in the later rounds. We're drafting at 7. Like, your value's way higher up when you're paying those players.
Yeah. I mean, well, I'll have to see. I mean, as you say, you can't put the cart before the horse. But this is a great segue into our next topic. It's going to be Cortez. I mean, a bunch of you guys have had variations on this very topic. But the way Cortez phrased this topic is the most general. So I think his is the best way to approach this issue, which is.
So I'll tell you my options at rookie quarterback. So my first one, C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, and then in the later, that's all in like the first round. So like the second round would be Hendon Hooker. Then after the 3rd to the 7th would be Spencer Bennett, Max Duggan,
I wouldn't take a shot on Max Duggan. He looked horrible.
or before
I
Max
agree.
Duggan, I say, Jake Hayner
I'd take Dorian Thompson over
Dre.
Max
and Dorian
Duggan.
Thompson too in there before Duggar. That's how I see them.
I got Duggan at last.
Yeah, last two. And I don't even throw in Bryce because I don't think you.
Dude, I
Bryce
think
isn't
Bryce
really
is
an
about.
I don't care what
that's why I
anyone
keep
says.
saying why we need to go to one. I think that's why I
I
keep
don't.
saying we need to
I
go to
don't care
one
what.
because Bryce ain't gonna be the first off the board measuring at
No,
five
like
foot
I
10
said
three
this. I said
quarter.
this.
Like
I
that
said
fool ain't
before the
going first off
combine.
the
I
board.
said before the combine, his draft stock is going to plummet, and he knows
It
it.
is.
And I don't care what anyone says. I would rather lose the next 17 games to get Caleb Williams than getting freaking Bryce Young.
Yeah,
Because
I
the
don't
dude
like
is
Bryce Young.
smaller than Kyler Murray.
I do
Yeah, I'm
not
not
like
going
Bryce.
Bryce.
He wore
I've said the
high
whole time.
I
Fuck
do
heels
not
at
Bryce.
the
like Bryce.
combine. Did you not see the shoes he was wearing?
Yeah. He's trying to wear them goth fucking shoes,
So
dude,
give
so
me
he can
all
get up
into
there
your
and
guys'
fucking look like he's
opinion
high.
on the quarterbacks. How
Bro,
you
he
rate
stood
them?
next to CJ Stroud. I'm like, CJ Stroud's like 6'2". Ain't no way this
He's
dude is like
6'3", 214, bro. He's
Yeah.
fucking. He's 5'10". Hey, like I said, Sauce Gardner, Meek Robinson. Like, oh, get out of here, bro. Like,
Definitely. Hey,
I'm good
so
on that shit.
so
I'm
Nah,
not
yeah,
going
Bryce Young is
Bryce. I'm not
literally the
going
Amik
Bryce.
Robertson of QBs.
Yeah,
Sergio,
dude, I'm
who's
not
your
rolling that way.
quarterback?
I'm not rolling that way.
Who's your
I mean,
quarterback?
I
Go
mean,
with
my
yours.
top two, Cortez, it's CJ Stroud.
No. Just go in order the way that you want.
Oh, well, it's just CJ, AR, Will Levis, Hooker, Bryce Young, Duggan, Bryce Young. Bryce Young is at the bottom. And then, like, anything, if Bryce Young is like the final option, I would rather lose the next 17 games.
Oh shit!
For Caleb? Thanks for
Hey,
Caleb.
listen. I would take Spencer Bennett
Before
over
Dude,
fucking
Stenson Bennett. People want to give him
Hey,
shit,
Ray.
but he
Bennett.
Hey, Ray,
Listen,
do
I would
yours
take
next.
Spencer Bennett over AR,
Okay.
dude. Like the thing about AR, people are not understanding. Like,
Hey, let's get
one,
into
the
that
guy,
topic
he's
then with
not the first
Richardson.
guy to measure at his deals in those type of tangibles, dude. He's fucking got good throw down the field. He has shit flow or throws short, dude. Like, I'm not trying to. Bennett got a chance to come out and play right now, better chance than he does. And then you're hoping that the developmental goes the right way. You're hoping that his progress goes the right way. You're
Dustin.
hoping on hellish shit.
But
Like,
here's
you're
the
hoping
here's
on
the
Hey,
thing
hellish
though.
Dustin.
shit, dude.
Hey,
I
And
don't
then
I
that's
don't
to
want to
say if
follow.
he even
I don't
has
want to
it
Is that
follow.
Ray?
mentally. That's even say if he has it mentally. Like,
Let me
I would
jump in
take
on this real quick.
I would take Bennett over that fool right this second if we're looking
Who
at
over
trying to win
Richardson?
games
Let me
right
jump in
now.
on that, Ray. Just let me jump in on that real quick, dude, and then you could go, dude. Yeah. So as I was watching, guys, the combine highlights for AR-15, obviously the guy could run fucking fast. He jumps really high. His long jump was really impressive. All the measurables are off
Every
the charts,
stat he
right?
had was ranked generational talent.
Right. Everything is off the charts, right? And I agree with you, Ray. But this is the thing. When I saw the guy throw, his mechanics are fucking out of whack, dude.
He
His
played in
feet.
the regular football already, so it's not like I can't sit here and say, "Whoa, we don't have no game tape." The motherfucker already played. He got a 53%
Dude, to that
ratio. Like, that dude
to that
garbage. Like,
to
I'm
that
not.
to
They
that
said
to
this shit
that
about
point.
Malik Willis a year ago at Liberty, bro. They said the same shit about Willis at Liberty that they're trying to say at this motherfucker right now, 1 year later. Literally
So,
1 year. Where's Willis
so
at?
guys,
Sitting on the bench behind Tannehill in fucking Tennessee. Like, come on.
so guys, when you go back and I encourage everyone to go back and rewatch AR-15's combine throws. His feet are completely out of whack. His throwing mechanics are completely out of whack. The guy's incredibly inaccurate. Now, question: could he, develop over time into a confident passer? Maybe, maybe not. But that's too much of a gamble for our franchise to take on that guy. We don't have the luxury to spend a
This fan
valuable
base
draft
doesn't have the
pick,
patience.
especially
And look at it like this: Lamar
to do
Jackson.
that.
How long's he been over there? 3 years playing. He's been playing for 3 years, and he just had a good, let's just say, good accurate season this year. Like, he's been playing the whole time. This fucking guy got to sit on the bench, gonna sit for a year or two. Like, I'm not trying to go down that road with that fool, dude. Like, Stroud is 100% flawless as fuck, bro. That fool's effortless. He's on beat, dude. He don't look like it takes some shit. He sees shit like better than anybody. Like, I think
Dude,
like they were showing the Tom Brady
dude,
throw
the thing
to
with
the,
Lamar, I'm
the
not
out
gonna.
to the slant to the outside. He fucking dots that shit every time. Bat, 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 right in dude's hands. I mean, how many people said that was the best fucking quarterback throwing that they've ever seen at the combine, period, by any quarterback ever to play in there by Stroud, dude? Like, Stroud's the fucking truth, bro. And like I said, I would be calling up Chicago and just trying to figure out
So
what it
like,
is they do
here's
want,
why
because
here's why with like AR, I'm very very cautious when it comes to passing mechanics for me. So I found like this stat that I put on earlier. When it comes to deep throws downfield, he's completed 42% of them, which is like average for a college QB.
yeah, but he has trash
Short
ass short
passes,
passing, dude.
short passes. He is dead last in accuracy of short passes. He's completed
Yeah, 'cause he's
4% of his
garbage.
short passes. When it comes to
And that's Hunter
intermediate,
Renfro type shit, dude. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna drop it and take off. That's fucking Devontae Adams busting 5 yards, 7 yards on a guy and then go into the house. But you know what he's gonna do? He ain't gonna throw it to him. He's just gonna take off. Then why do you
yeah,
retain
so
Adams? And why you have Josh Jacobs? Like, you got Josh Jacobs. You surely are not getting Anthony Richardson. Like, you can't do that. Why would you have him? He's gonna negligate your two best players on the
that's
field
why that's
instantly.
why I argue when it
Stats.
comes to his passing mechanics. That's why I'm so afraid, because it's like,
So
yeah,
He
but
got
the
a
dude has
53,
bad
bro.
accuracy.
So
Yeah, he's garbage.
Stats. I'll put it to you guys this way, fellas. AR-15, if he's drafted, and you guys can mark this comment here, in a couple years he'll probably be playing wide receiver or tight end. He'll probably be
Yeah,
doing that
he's
He'll
gonna be a
probably be like the
Taysom
next
Hill. He's
Taysom
gonna be
Hill.
like a
Yeah, or
Taysom
he'll be
Hill,
like a
bro.
Taysom Hill, exactly. Yeah, he'll be
Yeah,
like a gadget
he'll be like a
player.
Taysom Hill.
Man.
Dude, Stroud is it, dude. It's go big or go home. Like, I say go big with Stroud all the way. Like I've said, I don't even know if I want to go 3, because I feel like when Bryce goes out for this pro day, I feel like when Bryce goes for his pro day, that he's gonna it's just gonna look bad on him. When Stroud and all them competed against each other in the combine, dude, like I think it's gonna go against I think it goes against them, and that's why I'm saying, like, I would be hitting up Chicago and trying to move to that number 1, because I really believe the way that Stroud showed on TV, it's just the effortless, bro. He just snap. I mean, just boom, right on him. I mean, every time, just lock on him, dude. Over the shoulder pass, just beautiful, right? That's Devontae Adams all day long. That's his fucking catch all day long, right over the front of him like that.
Hey, and I mean, Stroud said he wants to throw the ball to Devontae.
Dude, he threw that shit all the way to the 26-yard line like nothing, bro. Just fucking.
And I bet you Devontae is like, if you're gonna get a rookie, this kid wants to throw it to me, and he looks like he can throw the ball. So I'm good if you draft this guy.
Dude, and the thing about him is, it's not about the deep passes. It's about that Stroud has that fucking meteor short and mid accuracy like a fucking legend, bro. Like, he's accurate as fuck, man.
So question for you guys. What would you be willing to give up to move up to that spot?
I'd give him 4 first-round picks and fucking 2 other. I'd give him like 6 total picks. I give a fuck. I don't care. Like, okay, listen. In your last 4 picks, right? If Jacobs is one of them, you're only giving up 3 total over 3 years. So you're not really giving up 4. You're really only giving up 3. You don't have Jacobs under contract. He's about to leave anyway. So that's a free first-round pick. Like, that's free. Like, that's like Pasco, pick up $500 or some shit. You know, like, it's just free fucking money, dude.
But
so
what's happening? What happens if we're not staying loyal to the rebuild? How are we gonna set up for the future?
Jacobs ain't gonna be your future. It's gonna be.
I'm
Stroud,
saying if you're
100%.
gonna trade 4 first-round picks, you're obviously gonna trade.
You're not
this
giving
year,
up 4. You're giving up 3, and any quarterback is gonna listen. Look at it like this, okay? This is why I think too many people get hung up on the first round picks because we're garbage at it. So what would it matter if we gave them up anyways? We ain't got shit
Sure.
out of them to begin with.
And I mean, hey,
And here's the
Ziegler's
other
like, this
thing.
team sucks at
Here's the
first
other
round picks.
thing.
Might as well
Look at
give
the
it
Niners,
away.
for instance. The Niners gave up fucking 3 for Trey Lance. They're about to ship that fool. They about
Yep,
to
they're
ship that
about to ship his
motherfucker.
ass
Like,
out of there.
so obviously, if your team's built right, those 3 first-round picks ain't gonna matter to them, dude. Like they ship those out, they got their players and shit. We get our quarterback. That's what matters. It's about what those picks at that position. How else are you gonna get it? You got to be first or second. So that's saying in the next 2-3 years, you're gonna have to be the first or second pick in each draft because you're gonna give up a first-round pick regardless, dude. Like if you're in the 5th, you're giving up first round. You're probably giving up 2. Like. Nobody's just going to give up the first round pick for one first round pick. It's not going to happen. Like they're going to get 2 or 3. I mean, just look
Hey,
at it.
Jeff,
Miami
put up
got 3
Rudy's
from the
comment on
Niners
this.
and going from 7 to 4, you know, or 7 to 3. So
What was that, Osgos?
Oh, put up Rudy's comment at 7:49 p.m. It's an interesting comment. The one about Ziegler and the Patriot way.
Man, it ain't.
Yeah, if Ziegler was all about the Patriot way, he wouldn't have traded a first and second for Adams.
Yeah, for Devontae, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah,
It's
if we get
his
Chandler
way that
Jones
he wants to.
again, it's not
again,
very
like they
good.
can say he's going to take their model, dude. Like I don't know why people
Hey,
keep doing this.
just
Look,
bring up
when
this
people
other
are
comment
great,
again
right?
without.
When they're great, Bill Belichick used Parcells, but created his own. Like great coaches use people's models and create their own model. Like that's what they do. You got to have a fucking stepping starting stone somewhere. So that's all they're doing. Like Ziegler
Plus,
is
with how
not.
much, and Ziegler has like how Dustin's been preaching the past few months. I have not seen any other GM scout a QB like Ziegler. Ziegler
Ziegler's been scouting him.
wants Stroud more than anything.
Yes.
I'm telling you, he's gonna pull the trigger on it, dude. And I've said it the whole time, and I've talked about it fucking 50 times. The Chicago Bears, they have Champ Kelly and multiple personnel that have a really good insight with them. So we would probably have over a lot of people at that position. Then you're looking in Arizona, that's a fucking New England personnel that took the GM. We would have probably another insight there between Ziegler and Josh. Like, I think we've been set up for this move the whole entire time. I've said from
Even
day
pick
one
2, we can
that
move
we
up
should
to
go
pick
to
2.
3. I've said we should go to 3 with Arizona as long as nobody trades with Chicago. But after watching the combine, I could 100% watch fucking the Texans draft Stroud #1 overall. So to me, I don't want Bryce. I've never wanted Bryce. I've never brought him up. I've never posted one post on him. I said my piece on that fool one fucking time, and I'm not speaking on that fool again. I said that dude comes from a 5-star recruit fucking deal. He comes from some of the best players that's been drafted through the fucking NFL over the last few years. This dude fucking is not going to pan out over here, dude. Like, I just don't believe it. I don't see it. Is he ready? Yes. Can he do it? Yes. I just don't see him doing it. I've said it the whole time. I think Levis and Stroud are like the 2 dudes, like straight up.
You don't.
Young's gonna die. Bryce Young's gonna die.
And Josh McDaniels, he doesn't really need a legit running back. He could do it with multiple.
But listen. So look, even to say this, right? He's right. DC was the second leading rusher too. But again, Matt Collins was our second leading fucking receiver too. So I mean, we're just talking about mediocre people that are backing up people. Like they're not going to do that. That's why I'm saying Josh is going to probably be traded because his value puts more draft picks that value the organization. They don't need dudes that run like
backs, Rudy.
They don't need guys that run 2,000 yards. Why do you need your other players?
Yeah. He showed this in New England that he could go without a legit
Listen, Jacobs is getting 2,000 all-purpose yards on over 300-400 snaps.
He made Ramondre Stevenson.
What did Devontae Adams get? Let's look at Devontae. This is why Devontae's more feasible than Jacobs. Devontae hit 1,500 or 1,400 yards, and what did he do it on? 130 receptions, 120 receptions. Like fuck, this fool had fucking 400, 300 fucking snaps given to him. They got fucking 30. He got 130 receptions to him.
Replace Jacobs if we get rid of Jacobs.
Let's not forget they drafted Damian Harris and Stevenson back-to-back, and he used both of them to beat the Bills. Mac Jones only threw the ball 3 times.
Yeah,
And they're
poor
still
man.
doing it right now this last year too. They still did it this last year too. I said Sincere McCormick, Britton Brown, and Abdul Amir are going to be the people, I believe. Like, I strongly believe it with fucking Jacob Johnson, dude, because I think with those four people, you don't need to go get nobody in the draft. You don't need to get, you already have the fucking players right here. And people, I don't care if people ain't educated on Sincere McCormick. That ain't my fucking fault. Sincere's a beast. That dude's going to wreck motherfucking people's lives. And in this system, with the line in the play, that they open up a hole, that fool's going to hit it, dude, and be gone. Like, I don't care. Sincere McCormick's a beast, dude. That fool's a
He is
beast.
a
I watched
beast.
him play for multiple years. That dude don't fuck around. And I'll take him all day long, all day, right this second.
Heck
I
yeah.
said it in the off season before we got to this season on our own channel. I said I'd trade that fool and go with Sincere right
Listen, you don't need a win with an elite running back. You
Yeah,
just
you
need
don't.
now. Again, we
sustainable running
need
back
in this. Listen, when we talk about the Raiders, right, as a Raiders team, you have to have elite quarterback, halfback, tight end, wide receiver, O-line, defensive line, middle linebacker, D-ends, D-tackles, middle linebackers, cornerback, and safety. You got to have elite at every single position the way that some of these people talk about teams
But
or
you
our
don't
team,
a
period.
running back.
Like,
Justin, we could all agree on this panel. You don't need an elite running back.
he
And
just made a
Cortez, real
valid
quick on
point.
that.
He just said they had Harrison and fucking Stevenson and fucking
Drafted
went and
back to
punched
back.
people in their mouth, bro. So again, the people can think what they want, dude. They know if the talent's there, they're gonna go get it. Like straight, plain and simple.
Guys, and just remember, flashback to last season, before the start of last season, what happened with JJ during the preseason? That signals where Ziegler's head is at. They played his ass throughout the preseason, and especially in that Hall of Fame game, if you guys remember, because they understood we don't need a top-notch running back in order to build this thing the right way, right? Like Ziegler already showed his cards in that instance, and I don't think anyone actually believed that JJ was going to have the year that he was going to have.
Nah,
I mean, he's
'cause in
always
my
been a
head-
solid guy.
Yeah, because even in my
And
head,
it's
when he
not
drafted
even. I
two
don't think
running
it comes.
backs, when he drafted two running backs, in my head is thinking, oh, he's probably thinking what we're thinking. Jacobs
Right.
gets injured, so if Jacobs is out, we got two running backs that are
He's
going to play for him.
expendable. JJ is expendable. He had a remarkable year last year, and once a Raider, always a Raider. And hopefully he's tagged and he stays on. But maybe if he's traded, he's traded. But I mean, he's expendable, and it's not like he's ran for 1,600 yards, 2,000 scrimmage yards.
Dude, they were ready to move on from him last year. What makes you think they wouldn't this
exactly? No,
Yeah,
exactly.
who wouldn't
Like
think?
what?
And
That's
then,
the whole thing
and
I'm
then
not
going to
understanding
this
about
last
people's
comment,
conversation. Like they were ready to move on from him last year. They were going to ship that fool last year, and people think now they're like, no, they're going to hold on. What? Why? This is what I don't understand about people when they talk about our team. In the end of the day, we've all agreed that they're obviously in the rebuild. It doesn't matter what they've said in the beginning of the year. No, they're in rebuild, straight up. So they got to rebuild the defense. They shipped out our quarterback. They want to go get Rodgers, which would exceed our cap money. Well, Rodgers would exceed our cap money. So we need to do a history lesson real quick here because Rodgers exceeds the cap money. Jimmy Garoppolo cuts half the cap in there, dude. How do you fix the defense? How do you pay the players? How do you bring them back? How do you pay for all these things when you want to better those deals? You can't do it. If you go out and you go spend them $5 to $7 million, say $7.5 million, $15 million, 2 years, and he's over there, you draft Stroud. Best case scenario is Stroud comes out, he performs at a very high level, starts this year. Worst case scenario is he sits behind Stenham, goes into the following year, and you're able to build your defense and build either way. Stenham knows it. Chase Garbers knows it. I've said let Chase Garbers and let fucking Stenham go at it. Like, I like Chase Garbers, dude. Like, he has a really good arm. He's accurate as fuck. He sees really good. He's got good mobility. Like, I would just see Chase and fucking Stenham go at it, dude.
Hey,
like,
Justin.
it doesn't hurt us, dude. What hurts us is, and when people talk about we need to build defense and we need to build it up, what hurts us is if you go get a quarterback. It hurts you right away. $25 million to one player. That's why Deron Payne don't make sense. That's why Ramsey don't make sense. Good conversation, good shit to get going, but logic doesn't stand behind it, dude. Like fucking going for Edmonds, dude, probably going to be fucking $18-20 million. Don't make sense. Like that's a lot of money dedicated to one section, dude, on $43 million sitting.
Hey, Dustin, was Derek Carr wasn't it just for us to get the money? That's why we moved on from him.
I've said it the whole time, dude. It
Look.
wasn't nothing personal against him. It wasn't nothing against how he played or not. I'll sit here. You can go back and watch
They didn't
live
think
after
Derek
live.
Carr was
if
gonna.
anyone
Here's the
thinks
thing.
they
I've
made it worse
argued
Nobody
that.
thought Derek
I
Carr was gonna
argued
digress
that.
after the year, bro. He had
I
last
said
year.
Carr
Rudy
didn't
thinks
digress.
because
I said Carr didn't digress, and I can prove it. Carr threw for 4,800 yards. How many touchdowns
How
did
did
he
he
have?
do? How did he?
How
How does
many
he do less
touchdowns did
with
he have? Can
He
you
had
look that up
24.
real
23
quick?
last year. He had 23.
He had
Wasn't it
24.
24 that he had
This
this
24,
year,
23,
this year,
24. Oh, this year he
24.
had 24.
this year
Last
he had
year,
24 on 3,500 yards. He had 23 last year on 4,800. And they say he digressed. Like he had 800 more yards
But here's the
with
thing,
no
Dustin.
more
How does he do
touchdowns.
more
This
with?
fool
How does
had
he?
800 yards less, and he had one more touchdown. Like I don't
How does
know
he?
how
But here's the
motherfuckers
thing,
are
though.
saying
How does
that.
he? How does he do more with less? How does he put up more yards with less talent?
That's up to him. I don't. You have to ask him. I don't fucking know the answer.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. We talk about how Jacobs is, replaceable in this and that, and how last year he didn't do so well. But we get
What was
Devontae
it?
Adams. He's force fed the ball, and then Matt Collins has 700 yards, but nobody else progresses.
Matt Collins ain't had 700 yards in his whole career, and probably didn't have 700 yards
And
combined
that's the thing,
in
though.
multiple
They had
years.
no choice.
I
They
actually
had to
checked.
play
That
him.
is true, Dustin.
What?
That he never had, before this season, Matt Collins never had 700 combined yards in his whole career.
Facts. That's facts. That's my point. We're over here saying that Derek Carr digressed. It wasn't about it. I've said the whole time. I've argued it on this show. You can watch them all this season. I've said straight up, the stats backed up that Carr did legitimate, dude. He compared to fucking people like fucking Allen, fucking Mahomes, multiple different people, dude. Dak Prescott didn't even play first 5 fucking games, had a fucking horrible record, but
And
we ain't
in
over
the
there
first
talking
year
about
of this
him.
offense. Don't
But
forget, guys,
the
the
long
first year of
story
this
short
offense.
is this is why I've said it was never about Carr having a good season or not. They cut one player and got $40 million back. Let's say you keep Carr, right? And let's say you need $40 million after keeping Carr. How many players on our team are you cutting to get $40 million? Probably like what, 8? Because who else has? You're not getting rid of Max, so his contract, and Polton ain't getting rid of. So somebody's contracts are going up that are big contracts. Well, that's right. We don't have players on there that are big contracts. Like I said, Carr's contract
Not
just
only
worked out
that,
perfect for them,
we've
man.
only
It worked out
cut
perfect.
one player.
Stupid, then.
Not only that, we've only cut one player, and half of this fan base is saying we're only going to win 2 games next season.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We're not. What did you say again? Say that
I
part
said
again.
we've only cut one player. No matter who he is, we only cut one player, and and half of this fan base is assuming that we're only going to win 2 games next season.
Listen, Stenham's going to win 6 games regardless if the defense is fixed, because Jimmy would. So why wouldn't Stenham? Like, that's what people aren't understanding. It's not going to come down to the quarterback anymore. This team ain't going to be based off the quarterback no more. This team's it's an additive to have Devontae and a quarterback like it's going to be. This team's going to be diverted defensively. They're going to try to run it where they can run it through the defense, control games better. They just have better control of the game. They're not looking for a Derek Carr quarterback here, I don't think, dude. That's why I say the whole time,
Yeah,
I don't
and
care.
QB does
Rodgers
matter,
is not real.
but they want a QB that's built in this system. They don't want a QB that's like never played in this system before, and they're like, here you go, try to figure it out.
And
I know, I heard it. I did hear it.
And stats, actually, to that point, I'd go even a step further. I'd say they want players up and down the
Salute, Raider
roster that fit
Ben.
the system.
Hey, Dustin Ben.
I know what it is.
Hey,
I know
Ben,
what
what's
it
up,
is.
man?
Ben, what's good, bro?
Luke, Ben.
So my points.
Babe, it's probably
is,
down here, and I'm probably going to have to look for it here and there.
Just talking Raiders.
You were saying, Al?
My bad.
Yeah.
Man.
Yes. So my point is, you were talking about how they're going to get a system quarterback or a quarterback that fits the system. I'd go a step further and say it's up and down the roster. They're trying to find players that fit this system, right? There's very particular characteristics that they want out of, for instance, a middle linebacker, out of their D tackles, out of their defensive ends, Out of their wide receivers, their offensive tackles, their offensive guards, etc. Like this system is just very, very specific when it comes to the skill set. And not sure if you guys actually saw like one of the Ziegler interviews in the past week or so, but he talked about how, the scouts in the
Hey,
building,
give us
they
that.
had to get used
Give
to
us
a
that.
new
Hey, but the
grading
Good job.
scouts
system
are
to
already on
grade.
to next year's.
No,
Our
I
scouts,
totally
they're
get that.
already
But for
moving
this
on
year,
to
they had to
next
scout
season's.
very particularly according to their system, right? And you even heard it with Ziegler with Bussin' with the Boys, in which he talked about how
I love
specific
that
they get on.
interview. I loved
Yeah,
it.
in which how specific they get when analyzing players. Like, hey, this linebacker is going to come in on fucking 3rd and longs, and that's going to be his role, and he's also going to play special teams in these situations, et cetera, et cetera. Like this scheme, this this general manager Ziegler is just very specific when it comes to every player, which is why I've
And
said
they
on multiple lives, if you give me Ziegler, McDaniels, who I have more faith in, I have more faith in Ziegler than I do in McDaniels. That being said, McDaniels needs time to put this system in place to see if he succeeds, because as I've mentioned several times, guys, we change head coaches like we change underwear. It's fucking crazy. We need stability.
That's facts. Like, we need to have that stability. We can't be switching each year. Let's get a new coach, because that's not going to work.
Well, in order to do that, you have to hire a good head coach. That's the
Look at it like this. Freaking
Wait, Al, I got a
when you
question
go
really
out
quick.
there, if you go out there and you say you would hire Jimmy right now, right? There's facts about Jimmy. Maybe people don't know who Jimmy is as a quarterback. Maybe they just see that he's over here on the Niners and they're like, man, Jimmy's this great quarterback. No, he's not. No, the fuck he's not. This fool's fucking got a 51 and 21 record or 24 record. Like his stats are padded big time, dude. He was with the fucking Patriots, dude, with the flawless fucking line, dude. Had a great fucking defense. He's got a lot of his wins come from there. He goes to the Niners, top fucking 5, top 10 offensive line, dude. Fucking number 1 defense, top 5 defense the whole entire time. Like, this dude's going to come to the Raiders as a shit-ass 30-second defense. This fool has a record that has 10-2 with no touchdowns thrown. That's 10-2 with no touchdowns thrown. Carr's had 3 games in 9 years without a touchdown. Motherfuckers hanging them. This fool got 12 games, and we're like, yep, we can win it with him. Like, they talk about bridge quarterbacks. Stenham is just as bridge as any of them, dude. If they're talking about Brissett been over here on other teams for a long time. Stenham been with the same team for 5 years. He knows the system probably just as well as any one of them by far. So you got fucking Gabbert that's been there for a year. He knows the fucking system. So I don't think I'm gonna go out and give Jimmy $35 million, dude, when I just cut Carr for 34 and the Saints just signed him for 150. Like, it's not happening. Like, that's not, dude, you would get laughed at. You would get laughed at. You'd get laughed at, dude. Like, Jimmy better be taking like $15 million, like 10, like straight up, because at the end of the day, regardless of how much you want to say you're fan, they buy the tickets. They're the ones that support your fucking team. And when you're going to go make some stupid ass fucking move like that, dude, where you just shipped off Carr that does score touchdowns for a motherfucker that doesn't, and only has 1 or 2 per game his whole career. I think he had 1 4 touchdown game this year and ain't done it in multiple years. Like, Jimmy is not the way to go about it. There's no way in hell. Like, no way. I don't even see how it can be a liable option, dude.
Plus,
I mean, unless that fool's taking $10 million, you got to take like $10 million.
What's wrong with Stidham starting half of the season? And since he'll be a super cheaper option, you can build the team. Even when you have a rookie QB, either way, you're going to have Stidham, who's probably not going to get more than 5 or 7 million. And then you got a rookie QB. That way you can build your entire defense. Maybe if you want to upgrade the O-line a little bit.
Dude, if you're telling me we can get Stroud, trade up and get Stroud, have Stenham and Chase go into camp battling each other for the number 1 spot, I'd take that in a heartbeat right this second. Like, I'd take it right now.
What's wrong with that option? Like, why is that option so scary?
The team's going to get built either way. Up the name. They want to put up the name. They want to say, like, whoa, it's Aaron Rodgers. Like, fuck, anybody can win if the defense is set. If you're sitting here saying Jimmy can win if the defense is set, why can't Stenham? If the defense is set up, He just showed you can put up 4 points against the Niners. Why can't Stidham get the fucking wins if the defense is switched? It's not like the guy can't fucking get points or run or fucking do it all. The motherfucker do it all. So why, if the defense is fixed, how come he can't win 6 games? And why would you even think, dude, if you, man, you would lose your home if you bet that the Raiders were only going to get 2 wins. Like, you'd lose everything you had. So I wouldn't go out making no bets on that shit. I'll tell you that right
I'm already
now.
predicting we're going to get 7 to 8 wins.
Dude, I'll bet $1,000 right here on this channel right now, dude. With Stidham starting, if the defense gets changed, like, we're getting 6 wins. Like, I'll put it right here on this channel, right here, $1,000.
You win
like,
more
we are getting
games
6
if your
fucking
defense
wins.
is getting more stops,
But
and not more stops, more turnovers.
But guys, what we need to also remind ourselves is this. Yes, I agree we could get a 6 or 7 wins if the defense is fixed, but then ask yourself, who the hell's running the defense? He's a guy I don't really have a lot of faith in, Patrick Graham.
Hey, if you tell me in 1 year that you flipped your transcript from the offense base to defense, where we were 32nd and 22nd for fucking 10 years, and we end up top 15, I'm going to go with him all day.
Let's not forget.
If we
let's
go
not
out
forget,
next year
before
and
the
he's
season
32nd
started,
again, I'll ship him off out of here
before the
right
season
now.
There was
started,
injuries.
before the season started, I was noticing this. We were the 30th. So, like, that's the 3rd least spending on defense. So we spent no money on defense. Meanwhile, we were top 10 in spending the money on offense. So on
53 million, I
paper,
think,
you
so,
are
defense.
already guaranteed a bad defense if you're spending no money on it.
Def facts.
Right, but you're also not set up for a successful defense when you hire a guy in Patrick Graham and you analyze his defenses over the years. He's not a proven defensive wizard, dude. That's
I ain't gonna argue that.
I'm not gonna argue with you about that.
That's why it was. But this is the only argument we can have, okay? This is the only argument we can have because he's our defensive coordinator now.
Yep.
So if they give him the fucking deal and he goes out and has a 32nd ranked defense again, he's got to go. Done. Like, no matter what.
Dude,
but
even
if he comes out and
20,
he goes,
he's got to go.
Fuck, if he goes out and goes to 20 or 15, that's better than any of our guys for a minute.
John Gruden.
That's
John
better than all
Gruden
of our
gave
guys
Paul
for a
Gunther
minute.
like what, 3 seasons?
Yeah, 3 seasons.
I think if he gets up to 15 or 20, he ain't going anywhere. There's no way. Because that's a massive stride, and then your team is playing good.
If John Gruden fired Paul Gunther after the first season, that defense would have definitely been way better.
Yeah,
especially during 2020.
Dude. I agree. I think Paulie didn't know what the fuck he was doing, but he just hung around. It was weird.
Yeah, but the thing I always keep arguing about that time is like you have Gruden and Mayock where you don't know who's making the picks. You know here, and this is the thing I've even debated on here is that it's Dave Ziegler's people. So even if Graham don't work, it was never Graham's guys. It's Dave Ziegler's guys. Dave was the one that built them. He's the one scout them. He's the one that picks them. He asks him if he's going to work good in his system, if he gets this guy. At the end of the day, it ain't about Patrick Graham being it. It's about Ziegler built that team to his players. So if Graham leaves, the next guy that comes in, they're not going to be like, well, we need to go with different players. They're going to be like, no, those are my players. You're going to coach them or you're not going to fucking be hired here. Like, that's exactly how he's going to do it. So, and I think that's how he should do it because he's very good at doing it.
I'm getting tired of everyone's like, oh, I'm thinking of like, what does Josh McDaniels? It's not what Josh McDaniels wants. Josh McDaniels is going to want certain players, but Ziegler's the guy that pushes the button.
Ziegler says the final say if he wants that player or not.
Because Ziegler said it in interviews. He's like, listen, I'm the scout. So sure, you're the coach and you know what you see, but I've been hanging around with all these players the entire time.
Yeah.
And he said we're going to have arguments and so on, but at the end of the day, the last thing comes through my desk. That's exactly what he said. So, like I said, it doesn't matter like what people – if he takes and flips our team defensively and we have a successful defense in the top 15, top 20, and the first year they made their full change, like that's got to be massively different because you're talking about full linebackers, safety, fucking cornerbacks, dude. Like you're talking about multiple positions over there, dude. You're talking about a Chandler Jones fucking agent dude over here that ain't doing – there's a lot of shit that's going to be changed defensively. It's not like you're going in there and saying like, oh, we got to get a captain at linebacker. We've had a lot of pieces around and people were arguing the whole time. We need a captain at the linebacker. We need a captain at the linebacker.
All right,
but we had a lot of other pieces otherwise. So
next topic.
I wanted to ask one question just before we leave this topic. So, if we go with the plan that you identified, Sergio, of embracing Stidham for at least this year as the bridge quarterback, building the defense, and let's say we get somewhere between 6 and 8 wins next year, what is the long-term plan for a quarterback? Because
You would have Stroud if you did that. You're gonna have Stroud if you did that. Your long term is
here's
Stroud.
basically like I'm not gonna say like basically just use Stidham the entire time. Basically, yes, you're still gonna want to try to win. Like, see what you can do with Stidham and in a built defense. But once you get to the point, if like you have at best a 5% chance of making the playoffs, that's when I believe throw in Stroud. See what he can do in a big time game.
Ziegler is planning the Patrick Mahomes plan. Did you guys hear his conference? Like, did you hear what he talked about? He said having a quarterback that you can fucking sit on for a year and fucking develop, like the Patriots or like Andy Reid did fucking Patrick Mahomes. Like he said, that's what ideal would be, is what you want to do.
About Herbert too, not just Patrick Mahomes though.
He talked on multiple of them.
Yeah.
Okay, but the all right. So first of all, okay, so you answered my question, Sergio. I thought what you meant is that don't draft a quarterback this year. Wait next year.
No, like basically, I would wait until like you feel like maybe it's the final 4 games of the season, and you're like, all right, let's see what Stroud can
activate him.
Yeah, and then if he does good final 4 games, then that's where like maybe try to get the fan base more excited. Like, hey, even though we had a tough season, look who the future is.
Right.
Yeah, and we're just implying like Stidham's not going to win if the defense has changed. The offense is there. He put up fucking 153 yards, 2 touchdowns with Devontae on 7 receptions. Dude, like, he's going to move on the offense. The defense wasn't in there to get the stops. So when you're putting up 37 points and 34 points, the defense is irrelevant. Dude, it's not even defensive game in any means at that point. It's just who's scoring touchdowns at that point. So if he's doing that with there, and you can say you have a defense, like who's to say if you don't go out and win 10 games? Like if you go get Stroud, you're just hoping, like that's all people are implying is like he's going to get 6 games. There's nothing saying that guy can't go out and win 10 games, dude, if they have a good team put behind them defensively. The offense is here already besides fucking maybe 2 receivers. So, like I said, I don't see it being that big of a fucking drastic. Oh, we're going into the dark ages. Like, fuck, you still got 90% of your team, bro.
Yeah, we just cut one player.
It's into the world.
One player who can't even win a playoff game.
I think Rudy brings up an interesting point. His latest comment about Jarrett Stidham not playing 17 games,
right?
Because I do have, and I think he's probably talking about maybe durability here. He's saying that he's extremely brittle. So there is that question, right? Hopefully,
I bet they said that about fucking Purdy when he was the last player picked in the draft too. I bet you if you went and looked up his scouting report, you'll probably see a lot of those fucking things said the same thing about him too.
No,
this motherfucker just comes out here and fucking balls. This guy get play 2 games and is like, well, fuck, he don't even have nowhere close to the defense as Purdy. Nowhere even close.
Yeah, but all right, we need to have a little bit of a reality check, and then after that we'll move on to the next topic. But first of all, the key component of the whole draft a quarterback and sit behind somebody plan. The key component that the Raiders are missing right now is a quarterback to sit behind that's actually, worth anything. I mean, Stidham, you can't compare Stidham to guys like Alex Smith, who Patrick Mahomes sat behind, Brett Favre, who Aaron Rodgers sat behind.
And nobody ever compared that. They don't even need Stidham to sit there. People are implying that if they get Stroud that he has to sit. Stroud can come in and play right now. He's going to be better than Stidham instantly. That's an assumption that they're making, that if Josh and Ziegler want to sit him on a bench for a year. Stroud's going to come out better than Stidham. There's not even a debate about it.
Stidham, like the situations like Stidham's at the same level as Smith. I just think for Stroud, if we get him,
he just knows the system. He knows the system. He can go out and play. Stroud can learn it and not have to get punished. Like
that way, Stroud knows the system by the time you throw him in there.
That.
And he knows what plays to call. He knows like if he has to improvise, he knows what to do when he needs to improvise. This is literally Josh. This is the difference between a West Coast offense and Josh's offense. West Coast offense relies on pre-snap. You know where everything's going before the ball is snapped. Josh's system is post-snap. So if the plan falls apart, you have to improvise. That's where Carr was struggling because he couldn't improvise post-snap because he was so used to like knowing what the defense is pre-snap before the
He always
defense
used to
switches.
step up in the pocket, try to find somebody.
And like I said, when Carr had all the receivers healthy, Renfro, Waller, Adams, Jacobs, when they were all healthy, guess what he did? He threw 3 picks because he had way too many options. He didn't know who to throw the ball to.
Well, I mean,
Overload.
that's not
When
a
he
good
has
excuse.
one receiver, like last year, when he threw it to only Hunter Renfro, the year before that, when he only had Waller, threw it to him. Before that, only threw it to Crabtree, only threw it to Cooper. It was easy for him.
Well, stats, it also doesn't help when, you have 19, 20, 21 different offensive line combinations. Like that shit was a bitch. We got to go back and think about, especially those first 6, 7, 8 games when they were still plugging in guys in different spots on the O-line. You can't have that much change on the O-line and then expect success, Anytime there's instability anywhere, usually what follows is lack of success. So I know that, that we were ranked like a top 10 O-line. Personally, dude, I don't think we were a top 10 O-line, but, the stats are what they are, right? Men lie, women lie, but numbers don't lie. So I'm not going to dispute it. But based on my fucking viewing of the games, that shit did not look like a top 10 O-line to me. It is what it is.
What parts do you think the offensive line struggled at?
Definitely right tackle. I mean, Illuminor was doing pretty good at blocking, but, you got to hold your breath in fucking third quarter, fourth quarter for that guy to commit a penalty. Not just one, maybe
Right.
2, 3 critical penalties.
The penalties, I won't argue with you. And
Yeah, but
penalties,
that
you
said,
guys need to
he
work on.
graded out as one of the better fucking right tackles at the whole entire end of the year. You
And
can
I
look
think
it
we
up.
should
That's
actually keep
fact.
him. Yeah, and I think we should actually
And
keep
look,
him.
you
But he needs to
have
bring that shit up,
4
though.
players that are gonna fight in that spot massively. You're gonna have dude from fucking so you'll have dude from fucking Denver that's gonna be putting in at that right
Mookie.
guard. You'll have Illuminor. You're gonna have fucking Haran and fucking
Munford.
and Munford over there battling for that right tackle, right guard position. So I don't think it's a big deal. I already know they're solidified at Colton, Parham, and Andre James. So he spoke on Andre James at that deal when people kept talking about, oh, he's going to restructure. He said, hey, I'll keep him right where he's at. He's a great asset. He's done great for this team. We got to know him really well. So I think they'll probably ask to restructure, but I don't think it's going to be a big issue if he doesn't, because like they said, it's a big deal when the player knows that spot already. So like I said, people can go on and on about the quarterback all they want. I mean, we're getting another quarterback regardless. So again, if you just have that much disbelief in your fucking franchise and your quarterback, then why are you a Raider fan? Because you're having to get another quarterback regardless. So somebody's going to have to take over that spot again. Somebody has to go out and win again. So if I'm sitting here saying, like, where people have been arguing this argument the whole time, they say, why would we sit and wait on Devontae to sit a few years? Why would we go sign Waller? Why would we have all these dudes? Well, why wouldn't you go get Stroud and win right now then? Because Stroud does not have to sit on the bench, bro. Stroud can probably go out and drop bombs right in Waller's lap, no problem. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I've already said he's already played this system, dude. I say he is the most systematic quarterback for Josh by a mile. He knows the system. He already knows how it's ran. He'll just have to know terminology, dude. Like, the guy knows how it is. And then Josh is going to teach it. I said him sitting on the bench, when something happens, Josh can visually tell him, like, this is why it didn't work, versus having to get after him when he's in the game and shit's all over. Some people can break under that pressure, and other people will thrive under it. So to me, I think you would want to wait Stroud a year if you had the opportunity. But that's why I say Benham would be the best quarterback. It's not about the wins, and it's not about Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre and all them, because I don't think they were teaching them no more than they're teaching anybody right now. Anybody on this panel think that Kyle Trask is the next fucking be all over there? I'd love to hear somebody say yes. Please tell me yes. Like, the guy is garbage, and it's facts. Like, it's straight facts. And Tom Brady didn't fucking teach him shit. So when people keep using this narrative, fucking Jordan Love's garbage. It's not him. It's not Aaron Rodgers teaching him. It wasn't Alex Smith teaching motherfucking Patrick Mahomes. It was motherfucking Andy Reid. Andy Reid the one that did that. Andy Reid's the one that made that transition. He's the one that made all that shit, dude. Like, he's not relying on stingy ass Aaron Rodgers that don't talk to nobody to develop his fucking quarterback. Like, that, he didn't sign contracts to Aaron Rodgers. You're gonna develop a quarterback, bro, if we fucking see it. Like, all Devontae, all
Heck, and
Jordan
from what
Love
it
gets
looks
is
like,
visual. He
from
gets
what it looks
visual.
like,
Like,
Rodgers
he gets
admitted
visual.
himself he doesn't talk to anyone.
Facts. He gets visual, dude. So it's a misconception to even sit here and say, oh, quarterbacks fucking teach. No, they don't. They just get a visual aspect of how they're running the system. That's what they get.
How?
They get
Hey,
a visual,
let
dude.
me
Like,
ask.
And Cortez,
Hey, how did
just real quick.
How is Stidham garbage if he almost beat the top defense in the NFL
On his
last
own.
year?
Yeah,
By
I
his
don't think anyone is saying that he's
with
garbage.
that line, 363 yards,
Rudy's
fucking
saying that he's
4
garbage.
touchdowns. Like,
How is Stidham garbage? You must
he
not
put
know
up-
what you're watching, Rudy.
If
He don't
anyone
put up
says
yards.
the
Carr
Chiefs
didn't
game,
even put up that but
congratulations,
one
use the
time.
Super Bowl winner as an example.
And Stidham had everybody playing.
What we do need though,
And somehow managed to spread the
Yeah, we can
love.
leave soon, babe.
so
Real
guys,
quick.
actually, what we do need though is a larger sample size, because even Ziegler said that in his most recent interview about Stidham. When he was asked about Stidham, he said, "Hey, at the end of the day, it's only 2 games." I'm not gonna say that the guy is trash. I think he performed really well against the Niners, and obviously he came back down to earth a little bit more against the Chiefs. It was a short week. I could tell he was banged up a little bit. He wasn't
Yeah,
used to playing
especially
back-to-back
after
games.
he I'm not gonna say he's trash. I'm not saying he's great, but the Niner game, what made it stand out to me was he was intimidating the linebackers. He literally tried to run through Fred Warner.
Dude, I will say this. Like, obviously, we can't say that Stidham's a great quarterback at this
He
point.
just
We
needs
can't.
to bulk up, dude, because the
I'm not
Chiefs
saying
game
he's great.
showed
I'm not
that he
saying
was
he's
hurt.
trash.
Like, the Chiefs game,
I'm
he
not saying that
was.
you're saying that.
And like he said, brittle. That's probably a good deal because he is. He hasn't played. He's not a starter. He's not in shape like Derek Carr and them. Like, that's what people don't give Carr the credit on, is that he's never showing up to games fucking struggling, like, condition wise, dude. So I think
Stidham
if
probably
Stidham
didn't
went
even
out
know
in
he was going to be a
condition,
starter.
yeah, and I mean, if he goes into this year knowing that he has a chance to start, dude, I think he's going to be in a lot more better shape than what he was. He's got Max, all these dudes over here. Like, I feel like he's going to 100% work with them to be a better player. So, and like I said, if we get Stroud, I can give a fuck if I'm playing or not. Like, you guys can talk about that all you want. I just care we got the guy I wanted. Like, Stroud is the truth, man. Like, we need Stroud, dude. Like, I feel if we get Stroud with Devontae, man, we're gonna kill it, bro. Look what he did with fucking wasn't it Marvin Harrison Jr. over there, wasn't it? I mean, fuck, he's gonna kill it, bro. He's gonna kill it with Devontae, man.
Okay,
I
so
just don't.
yeah,
I
so
just my just only problem is I don't understand how everyone's just going to think that. Are we just not? Is everyone think that we're just not going to build the team with the cheaper QB? Is like everyone actually
This
thinking
is
that?
the people in the Rudy doesn't think so. I think we can.
You have the third most cap. You have the second best draft capital. You like what? You're not going to build the team all of a sudden just because you got
Yeah,
rid
but
of one player?
people are negating that whole entire conversation. They just look at where we're at right now. They don't look at that we're 2 weeks away from free agent, and they don't look at that we're not less than a month away from fucking
the draft.
well, no, we're a little over a month from the draft. Like, they're just looking at how a team is right now. I mean, let's be real. The Chiefs went with 11 players, dude, won the Super Bowl. Like, they drafted 11 players, won Super Bowl, and got rid of Tyreek. And but I heard multiple people on this deal. Oh, he's not gonna get more than they're gonna be third and fourth in the division. Like, I'm gonna start pulling clips. Like, I swear to God, I'm gonna go edit clips in our fucking videos, and I'm gonna pop that shit up on this motherfucker when we're going. So when people sit here and say, I'm gonna be like, bullshit. I remember clear as day when motherfuckers were sitting right here saying the Chiefs weren't no better in third or fourth, and I said, Tyreek ain't gonna matter. They got more offensive weapons to throw to, and Andy Reid ain't no slouch. He ain't gonna be no motherfuckers. And what did I say on the show?
Oh
I
my
said,
God.
you want to beat
Rudy,
the champ, you got to knock out the champ. Like,
stop
that's such
thinking
a
Josh
narrative.
McDaniels. Dave Ziegler's the one drafting.
Yeah,
Josh
Dave's the
McDaniels.
boss.
This is not a
Dave's the
Gruden
boss.
Mayock situation.
Yep.
Hey,
This now, guys. This is what I'm gonna say. Now, yes, hey guys, it's been a while. Hello.
Hey, salute, man.
Salute.
I've just been busy with school and stuff. But anyways, I'll go straight to the point. I spent some time, at least like a short period of my day, to watch Chase Garbers, which I'm sure everyone already forgot that he was on our team.
Hell no, we can never forget him.
Yeah,
I'm talking about. He's
Raider
the
legend,
Plus, I
Raider
posted
legend,
him on
Bro, he was the
my
MVP
posted him
last
on
year,
our
didn't you know?
Instagram.
Raider legend. But I'm saying like we should
Man,
keep him. We should keep him. And if we still have Stidham, if he's still if his contract is his contract up?
Yep.
Yeah,
he's a free agent.
they're
Well,
talking
which-
contract talks with him right now.
Well,
Their priority.
Yeah, I mean, like
I
people
say-
are like shocked.
Hold up.
People are like shocked. They're like, he's a free agent. Like, holy shit! Is the Philadelphia Eagles gonna go sign him to Nick Foles that shit over there? Like,
Okay,
motherfucker, this dude been with Josh Jacobs or Josh McDaniels the whole time. Nobody want that motherfucker. Like,
but here's what I'm
fuck,
gonna
you
say.
going to the Niners, win that Super Bowl?
If McDaniels wants his guy, which was obviously not Carr, if he wants his guy, then I'm gonna say this: defense this year looks great with our number 7 overall pick. Let's face it, we're not gonna get either Bryce Young or Anthony Richardson.
I would rather the team die than get Bryce Young.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hell
I'd
yeah, I
rather
don't
have.
want Bryce
hold up.
for nothing.
Let me see
like,
this.
listen,
I'll
I
put
didn't
him
even put Bryce on the list, bro.
I didn't even put him really either.
Yo, I didn't
This
put him on
is
the
my
list because he
quarterback.
wasn't part of the. He wasn't part of the height requirements for my list.
That's my quarterback right there, Josh.
Hey, he couldn't get on the ride, bro. He couldn't hop on the ride.
Hold on, hang on. Let me speak first.
All right, sorry, man.
Chase Garbers, we should let him learn behind Stidham because Stidham knows the system. And yes, it sounds like I haven't even heard about Chase Garbers. Why can't we just tank for Caleb Williams? There's no need to tank for Caleb Williams because Chase Garbers, he's already spent 1 year with us. I'm sure he didn't play a game, but at least he got to learn some of the playbook. He got to see how the Raiders played. He got to see how the system worked. And obviously, we don't know what he's seen at practice, but I'm sure he's got a lot of reps of practice. And now with Carr gone, he can fight for that backup spot and backup Stidham, and eventually maybe start the last 6 games if he actually proves something. Heck, and maybe get some first team reps with Adams, Waller, and congrats to him too and Max today.
Yeah, so what me and Dustin were talking about was an idea that everyone hates for some reason, where it's we just have Stidham start for maybe majority of the season, and then if we can get a rookie QB like Stroud, he can start. So basically it's Garbers and Stidham that are gonna fight for that starting spot, and then the rookie just sits no matter what. And at the end of the season, we see what the rookie can do.
I think what'll happen, and this is the reality. Watch, you can mark it. I'll put it down right here on our channel right now. What's going to happen is if we get Stroud, they're going to roll with Stidham because he knows the team right away. Unless Stroud just shows phenomenal growth out there massively, then they're going to roll with Stidham. Stidham's going to go out. He's going to play fucking 2-3 games. If he wins 2-3 games in a row, and then he goes to lose a game, they're going to go throw Stroud in there. I feel like they'll play him in the way that if we're winning or losing is how they would accolade Stroud back to the system.
If we're being honest, I do not think that Stroud falls to us with the number 7 pick.
No, yeah, that's why we're going to trade up.
That's why I'm saying we should focus.
You should probably watch the show. Because we've been talking the whole time about trading to the first or third.
5 minutes late. You're about 5 minutes late.
Oh crap! Sorry, I've been busy and stuff. But yeah, again, I've watched some game film and some post game interviews. He's exactly a replica of Carr, but bigger balls and much more confident in him.
We know you like balls. We know you like balls. You didn't have to
Wait
say
a
it like
Corey,
low. You
Why
could have
why
said
did
that
you have
with
to
some.
do this?
balls.
Hey,
Why'd
you
you
could have
do
said that
this?
with some conviction. You could have been like some fucking cojones, some fucking huevos, some motherfucking mucho.
Why'd you do this when you said
Because he
that?
was saying like, because
Hey,
you know
because
most guys would say
hey,
titties.
hey,
Hey,
some
most
people
guys
need a
say
visual, you
titties. He
know.
was
Yo, what
saying
game tape
huevos.
were you watching?
Hey,
Yeah, facts.
I was
Nah,
watching.
I remember Dustin said
This fool
Stroud
just
is like
literally cup
a
balls like guy cups titties. Get out of here, bro. This
Dustin said that
nasty
Stroud could be
motherfucker.
like a Joe Burrow is what he said.
Yeah, I think he has the talent just like him. He has the vision. He has the awareness. He has the leadership, dude.
And
This guy, he waits till the last second to throw the ball. And
he
if
knows
I
how
was
to put it
doing
in the correct
comparison,
basket.
I'd compare him to Joe Burrow easily without the injuries. Without the injuries, that easy. So he has everything that fool has, dude. He has the
And he has
vision,
the
the
height.
sight, the arm, the fucking. He has the movement, dude. He waits till the last second to fucking take off, dude. Like he's
Again,
everything like him, dude.
that's
Just like
why I'm
I said,
saying.
Allen is the comparison, or Levis is the comparison to fucking Allen. He's the comparison to fucking Burrow by easily for me.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, obviously, there's a lot of options to weigh as far as rookie quarterbacks go, or even veteran quarterbacks for that matter, like a Stidham or guys of that nature. So we'll have to see what guys like that do. Moving on to our
Invest.
next topic. What?
Oh, go ahead. What's the next topic?
Yeah. No, are you still there? No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I just wanted to go into your topic because I thought it was interesting because we talked a little bit about the combine, but not a whole lot. And obviously,
In a
there
few
are
minutes.
people outside of quarterbacks that contributed to the combine this past weekend. So if you want to go ahead and start this topic of yours, or just I guess who you thought the most impactful or impressive player was at the combine, who you think this team could add position wise? What do you think would make the biggest difference, just based solely on what you saw out of the combine?
Yeah. So we've talked about QBs and QBs like DTR
Right.
and Kerner and Richardson, whose
Mhm.
stock pretty much they increased. They got good combines. Obviously Richardson, the headline winner of this combine, but a position group that actually probably blew up the combine under the radar, I should say, were the cornerbacks. And there was one cornerback that I saw that really caught my attention, Deontay Banks from Maryland. Banks had a really solid combine performance, and since the end of the college football season, his stock has been rising. Even in mock drafts, they projected him early on as a 6th-round corner, and after this combine, he is shot up into the late first round in most mock drafts. You take a look at CBS, where they had him going to Detroit at 18. You had Sports Illustrated, The Athletic, ESPN, all these guys, all these mainstream sports outlets had him going in the first round. And I just wanted to take a look at his combine and the stats and the measurements of the combine to see how exactly he got this, high up on there. And I think it all comes down to his strength as a cornerback. He didn't do any bench presses at the combine, but you could tell just by looking at him that he's a strong corner for his size. He's 6'1", 197, I think. And then going back to his tape in this past season, he just bitched wide receivers when he's lined up in press, for the lack of a better word. He pushed them to the outside, made incompletions more, tough for the receiver to try and catch. He ran a 4.3 40 at the combine. He had an 11.4 broad jump and a 42 vert. Deontay Banks. Yeah. So, he had a really strong combine, my bad. And Next Gen Stats actually ranked him as the most athletic combine performer of the cornerback position. So that was something that really jumped out to me when I was looking through these reviews. Obviously, there are some downsides that are being overlooked, I think, because, like I said, he was a 5th-round corner at the end of the season. And I think going into the cornerback workouts, we saw a bit of those issues flare up. For one thing, he's not really good with his, hands on his toes, or his toes on the ground. He's, not very quick like that. Although his speed does help him make up for it. His hips, when he's backpedaled, it's not smooth. When he turns to go inside, he has a chance of just losing the receiver because he cannot turn quick enough. It's just, I don't know. It's one of those weird players that you see, like those combine risers that you see jump up in the draft because of how they played. We also saw him nearly slip up on a curl routes in the workouts there at the combine. And then even going back to his college tape, there was issues there that you saw, like, as I mentioned before, he's just not very good on his toes. He's not good at keeping defenders away and, locked down in a soft zone. He drops interceptions. That was something that was very noticeable this past year. But even with all that being said, I still think he's the ultimate winner of this combine for, jumping that high. You had other guys out there like Christian Gonzalez and Kelly Ringo get all the attention because of how they did in this combine. And, Devon Witherspoon as well. But I think there's a guy, Banks. He probably shot up a lot of boards, and I'm not sure if he's really deserving of it, considering that he's not as fluid as you need a cornerback to be despite his athleticism. But, that's probably the biggest combine winner that I saw, and that's the player who shocked me the most compared to his, film and highlights from college in Maryland to the combine we saw on Friday. So I want to hear your thoughts on that. You guys got any players you want to talk about? I'm all ears.
So
Yeah,
he
I
got
mean-
52 million next year, bro.
In what, in cap space, you mean?
No, Gino gets $52 million
Gino,
next year. He got
Yeah.
like 105 million 3 years, and then he got 52 million coming next year. Fucking insane. People over here crying about Cars 34. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck.
Yeah, I
I
mean, the
mean,
market is messed up right now.
if I can say what shocked me at the combine was two things. One, the edge rushers, basically the defensive linemen, and the receivers, because why did it seem like the linemen were faster than the receivers and performed better than the receivers?
And the
'Cause-
corners were too, bro. Those fools were popping off 4.3s all day, dude. Like,
Yeah, meanwhile the receivers, the best I saw was like a 4.45.
Hey,
4.37.
DJ Turner from Michigan ran a
Bro, I said
Of
that dude's
course,
my
that dude's
favorite
the
player
fastest
of
dude in this
the. I'll
draft.
just be honest. My favorite player of the combine is, and I want him hella bad, dude. Is gonna be Darnell Washington, dude. Like, I already knew
Damn, bro,
Stroud
he's
was
a
a beast.
baller.
I've been trying to convince you.
I
Look
want
at him.
Darnell Washington hella bad because I think that dude. You look at just go to the lead. Okay, go to the sled push. That motherfucker, like, he Michael Ord that bitch like the Blind Side movie, bro. Like, he just
talking about the tight
fucking
end?
see you later. Yeah, that motherfucker mowed
Listen,
that
if
bitch,
Darnell's
bro. Like,
available-
when
I
he
said
pushed
this, I
that
called
sled,
this.
bro, it was like remember when the coach said, "Where we taking him, boy?" He said, "Oh, he had to go home, man. He just wasn't doing." Remember when he ran him all the way down the field and chucked that fool over the wall? Like, I swear, when I watched him push that sled, that was the first thing kicked in my head. I'm like, this motherfucker. Look at everybody struggling on that shit as tight ends. Look how hard they were struggling to. They were either picking it up way too high or they couldn't get it pushed far enough forward. Man, that motherfucker, he just said, whoop, like 15 yards like nothing. They're like, whoa, stop. You know, like.
Because that man is huge.
Yeah, he is. I would
And
love to get him.
He's
I
6'7".
trade Waller.
and
I trade Waller and invest into him
And
in
if
a
he's
heartbeat,
available in the
dude.
second, I'm telling you, I would draft him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I said this
Because not only
months
that,
ago.
that gives you an extra lineman. If like you want to do an outside run, he's definitely going to block for the running
Dude, he's
back.
gonna throw your ass on the ground, bro. Like, He's
It's
fucking
probably gonna take
special,
like
like
three
specially throw you
linebackers to
down.
take that guy down.
That's what I'm saying. That
Yeah.
fool was he's my favorite player. I'll just be honest. Like out of everybody I watched, he was easily my favorite.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, going back to your point, Noah, about cornerbacks, it's definitely positionally speaking, it's definitely an interesting position, especially for this team, given that frankly,
I
there are some question
remember.
marks right
Sorry to cut you off, but I do remember Ziegler did say cornerback and tight end is like the deepest position in this draft.
Hell yeah. You got
Definitely
players
corner.
all over it. All over this deal in corners. I mean, look at dude on the top 10 we're running 4.3 40s, dude. 4.5, 4.7 40s, dude. Like 4.37, 4.35 40s. They all had great fucking measurables, great tangibles. Like the top 10 are not even, they're like a fucking second off of each other. It's not even a second. Yeah, it is. It is. No, because the second would be 4.5, so it's like fucking 100,000th of or 10th of a second. Like they're barely off each other, man.
I see Ziegler drafting 2 corners in this draft.
Hey guys, and stats on that point regarding corners, we fucking need length outside, dude. I'm talking 6'2", 6'3", press man corners. Like we need some real fucking lockdown corners on the outside, dude.
To pair up with Lockyer, bro.
Yeah, to fucking pair up and
you definitely need someone on the outside because Hobbs is not an outside corner,
dude. And we can't get in another situation next season in which you're playing Amik Robertson on the outside, dude. You just can't do that shit.
And you don't want to take Hobbs and push him outside when
you don't
got to
the best
push. Player
exactly.
inside.
You need depth. You need cornerback depth, and I'm telling you, you need 6'2", 6'3" guys, long limbs that can run and play press man corner, dude.
That's the thing I've always hated is taking good ass players that play good in their position and moving them to another position. Like I hate that shit.
Ziegler's gonna draft 2 corners and he's gonna cut Amik.
I think so, and we should.
He's gonna cut Amik this offseason.
Unless he wants to play safety.
The thing is, dude, like I respect Amik. He has some dog in him. He plays hard. He has short-term memory, which you need as a corner. But at the end of the day, football is a physical game. That dude can't line
Can't belong
up
to the
against these wide
lollipop
receivers.
land. Fucking.
Yeah, it's just not
Bryce
going to work out.
Young of the cornerbacks.
It's just not gonna. It's just not gonna work out, dude.
Yeah,
that. And I think that there's this narrative in Raider Nation out there that Amik's a good corner because he got a couple picks. Because you get picks doesn't make you a good corner. And I agree.
A good example was that Chargers game. Like I was so hyped up for Amik because he's shutting down Keelan Allen, and I'm like, yeah, Amik's actually doing it. And then he got him one-on-one on the outside, and Keelan just pushes him down and just catches the ball like as if he was a child.
But 99% of Amik's outside.
And that's when reality struck to me. That's when reality struck to me in that game. I'm like, I forgot the dude is like 5'8".
Yeah.
Yeah, they keep trying to show me. People keep bringing up the video of that dude, Trevon or whatever that's in the draft right now. He's like 5'7". They're like, dude, this guy's. I'm like, dude, this guy just Amik route. Like, if it says cornerback and the motherfucker got 5'7", 5'8" next to his name, like, I don't want to see the video. Don't bother, man. Like, unless this guy can jump higher than a 6'4" foot player, like, I'm just not even entertaining it because that's all. It's like you said, they just push his head down and get over the top of him, and it's 9-9. Game over.
Yeah, and I would say that a guy that I've been high on for a little while that apparently had a pretty good combine is a guy like Joey Porter Jr., who obviously has the length there, not only in terms of height but in terms of wingspan and whatnot. Guys like Steve Smith Sr., very high on him. He received an A grade from PFF for his combine. And then, of course, the on-field production is there as well. So,
plus his dad's ability too. Like he's a good player. He was coached good. I like him too a lot.
Man, a lot of corners are going to get taken in the first 3 rounds.
Porter's dad was a Steeler, and that's why people keep saying that he'll probably end up with like the Steelers are high on him.
He might. I'm not gonna be surprised if the Steelers draft him in the first
Dude, I
round.
said go get Sutton, bro. Like Sutton's young, dude. Fucking, I'd get that son bitch in a heartbeat and pair him with Lockett, dude. Like I'd do it in a heartbeat, man.
You know, I
That
did
fool's only
this.
getting $4.5 million, dude. Like we can probably get that fool for like $8 million, dude. Like easy. I bet he ships over here in a heartbeat for $7.5, $8 million.
So I did this. I remember I did this freaking stat because this is like the very last thing I'm gonna say on like Emik was the average size of cornerbacks last season that were targeted at least 90 times. So there was like 15 to 20 corners that were targeted at least 90 times, but didn't allow a passer rating of more than 85. The average height was 6 foot, 197 pounds. The smallest out of those guys was 5'9" and 187. And Emik is smaller than that. That's why that's how bad size matters when it comes to cornerbacks.
Just put him like he should be at safety. If he was a safety, he'd probably be phenomenal. At corner, fuck. If we got guys over here saying like, yeah, me for corner, like, fuck you. I don't want you on my team. Like, you can go team fucking KD or Giannis. I'm not going that. No way, man. Like, I can't go at that. There's just no way.
I mean,
Like I said, I
he can
think
probably
corners
play
need
real
6
good as a
foot.
safety.
Like corners need to be 6 foot, bro. Like I think there should be a minimal height. Like 5'11" should be like you're pushing it like 6 foot up, dude. I mean, you're going against dudes that are 6'4" receivers and tight ends. If I got tight ends 6'7", 6'6", dude, like your fucking got motherfucker over there at 5'7". He's like, hey. Yep, got you, bro.
Heck,
Fuck
even
you
at
up there?
practice, I bet
Fuck
how
you.
many times during
You
the
know,
off season when they put Emik in the middle and he had to go against Darren Waller in the slot. Darren Waller 6'6", Emik 5'8". You can probably convince me Darren Waller is his uncle.
dude, I bet you they sit around and pass the ball over the top of them. Fucking just around in a circle the whole time.
That was too far.
I mean, fuck, it's the truth though, because I like the guy. I think he's got, like I said, this ain't Rudy, bro. Like this ain't Rudy. Like I think this guy, as in the movie, you know, like the movie Rudy. But I would just say, like, if he goes to safety, I'd be all for the guy. I've said it from day one. I'm not for him being a cornerback for the Raiders. Like, and nor should anybody else. Like, nobody should be sitting here saying like we should have him as the corner. Like, he's a good player, dude. Like, he's good at that. Nobody's gonna argue that. Did he go out there and fuck up fucking dude in the Broncos? But that's it. He had a good game there, and he showed up once or twice again throughout the year. Like, the reality is he's too small when you're going to outside 1 or 2 cornerback on 1 or 2 receiver. Like the tallest dudes are usually averaging like 6 foot and got mad hops, bro. Like got mad hops, dude. So I mean, look at Devontae Smith. What is he? 6 foot, motherfucker. Probably 5'11". Bitch can probably jump fucking 12 feet high. You know, like motherfucker got sick. I mean, just like Ruggs did. Ruggs had the same shit, dude. Like he had mad hops, dude. But I'm just saying, like Meek ain't got that type of hops or even. And I've watched Meek lose 95, 98% of his one-on-one contested one-on-ones on the outside. He gets burnt all the time. He got burnt this year. He got burnt last year.
What did you think how fast a lot of the defensive linemen were in this combine? Because I was pretty shocked how fast I was seeing these guys.
Strength. I mean, speed's good, but if you have no strength, I don't think it's going to do you any good. And I
know that, but this is probably like the most D linemen, especially interior, that I've seen. Like these guys are running 4.4s now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Some of them were cooking it. You got D linemen, D tackles that are running fucking 4.57s, dude. Like, fuck, get out of here.
Listen, if you're a receiver and you're slower than a D lineman,
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I was thinking too. This motherfucker running a 4.56 40. This fucking dude that's 310 pounds running a 4.56 40. Like, get out of here.
I don't know, man. That's gotta be a lot of willpower.
Yeah, it's fucking facts. I just think if we want to build to be a good team, we can't sit back here and just settle for fucking okay players. Like, we can't sit back here and just say, like, okay, Meek, we feel sorry for Meek. Like, Meek's the Raider. No, listen, Meek played good for the team when it was at its best. Like, that's what I would say about Meek, because that's what you need to say. Because when you're looking at the team to better it, dude, and you can go out there, it's just like Matt Collins. I can name fucking 20 dudes that are in free agency that are way better number 2 than he is, dude. So, but to sit here and say like Matt Collins is a 4 or 5, what's wrong with that? That's where he belongs. That's where his depth value is. That's where he would be on, like, you know, fucking 31 other teams. His depth value means that you're putting your value right for the team. You're not just sitting here fucking saying like, okay, I'm taking a guy that was a special teamer his whole time. I am taking a dude that got 700 yards combined in his whole career, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the dude that's 5'8", that's our number 2 corner, getting contested on by a 6 foot tall dudes all day, beating his ass. Like, if you're settling for that, you're settling for fucking mediocrity, and you shouldn't even be fucking over there analyzing the team. Because, and the reality of it is, when you're playing against the division, the speed, the talent, the build, you're going to want to have dudes around 6 foot tall all day long and above, like, and above. And I've said like this with LaMarcus Joyner. LaMarcus Joyner was a great safety. We tried to put him in the slot corner and destroyed that fool, dude. He goes back out. He goes over to the Jets, I think, is where he went afterwards, played safety and played a lot better again right away. Like, we're always the guys that are like, oh, Nate Hobbs is a badass slot corner. Let's put him out on the outside. Like, that's what we do. We just fuck dudes up, man. We just take these motherfuckers where they shouldn't be or where they should be and then put them where they shouldn't be. Like, I just don't like that shit. So I think if you're looking at the team and you want to be better, like, Collins is a shooter, dude. So he's a good special teams player. He's a good dude in the four receiver package or 5. He's good rotation, not a bad player. So I would have no issue with the depth. But to sit here and be like, I'm content with him being a 2, that's just crazy as fuck, dude. There's hella dudes out there that are true number 2s that got way better hands, that show up when the balls are thrown, dude. Like, I like Collins, dude, but like I said earlier, he got fucking just as many yards in his career just last year. So I just don't like when we're settling for stuff like that. We got to settle for the places like the thing I always said, I always gave the Patriots credit for, even as much as I didn't like them. I always said they took dudes that nobody knew their names of and fucking made them great players, dude. Like, dudes that nobody knew who the fuck that guy was. When they got done playing there, somebody would know who he was, you know? So that's all I say. They don't have to be big name or top players. Just got to catch the fucking ball and do what they need, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, you know, with Matt Collins, like as we said before, I mean, his value mainly, I would say, or his value that transcends just being a receiver is, you know, on special teams, like being on that punt team. And in my opinion, really being one half of a 1-2 punch with AJ Cole, you know, that paid dividends as far as the field position game was concerned this past year, and which, you know, honestly, it means a lot.
I was shocked that they didn't elect Hollins to be the special teams guy at the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, in general, you know, you're talking about a team that was a conundrum for a lot of analysts and media personnel. I mean, you had this 6 or 7 win team, but you just
salute Lunatic. Appreciate you showing up, bro. Salute Ozzy.
I believe the Chiefs and Niners were the only teams that had more all-pro selections than the Raiders did. So, you know, you could probably blame that on the fact that, like, the media was like, there's no way we can consider all these guys to be that good for the 6 or 7 win team. So I wouldn't take much stock in that. I mean, we all watched these games, right? We all saw what Matt Collins did, especially on the special teams side. But as far as like him being a receiver, you know, everything that he did this year was gravy, right? At the receiver position. I mean, he did fit into that wide receiver 2 role due to injuries. He played well, you know, way beyond anyone's expectations, Raiders fan or not. So that's great. But yeah, I do agree, Dustin, that there does need to be more consistency in that very specific niche, which is being a wide receiver 2, because, you know, truly, if you're talking about a fully fleshed out offense, you're talking about a tight end. You're talking about a slot receiver, and you're talking about an X receiver like Devontae Adams, but you're also talking about somebody who can line up across the field from Devontae, who's not a slot receiver per se, who's not a tight end, but who can get you like 700, 800, 900 yards. To really just like I said, round out that receiver core. So, having said that, I mean, due to our draft situation right now, the top guys like Jackson Smith-Jigba, for example, guys of that caliber are probably not going to be available to us. So if we're talking about drafting somebody like that, we're probably gonna have to wait till later rounds. A crazy idea that probably most of you guys won't like is not going in the draft to find a guy like that. Maybe apparently I read today that the Rams are willing to pay part of the remaining amount on
For
Allen
A-Rod.
Robinson's contract, to facilitate a trade. So I mean, maybe there's a shot at redemption for a guy like that. A lot of people have given up on him, which is understandably so. But it was hard to say because there were just so many problems with the Rams, especially at the quarterback position. It seemed like scheme-wise, they didn't really allow him to. They didn't really feature him on a lot of plays or a lot of reads. So that's a possibility as well.
I mean, his is what, 15 million. So if they paid half, you'd be paying like 7 million. And they were looking at Jacoby, and Jacoby's around 4.5. So it'd probably be like around 8, I would say. So I would do it. And Robinson does prove to be a great player when he does show up. He's way better than Jacoby Myers would ever be by a mile.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Allen Robinson in particular was really just, he was a head scratcher. I mean, 2 years ago, it was 2 years ago. Yeah, did incredibly well with the Bears, even with, lackluster quarterback in Mitch Trubisky. But
he was 1,000-yard receiver that year, I think.
Yeah, he had a really good year. And then, turn around 2020. It was pretty obvious that the Bears, they didn't want to. They wanted to move on from him, so they intentionally sabotaged him. He went from elite in terms of target to fewer targets than Ray McLeod, I think, in 2021. It was really a ridiculous drop. And then this year, I think this was the year that a lot of people gave up on him because they just didn't really see. They didn't see it. So it's a risk for sure, especially for trading, for giving up assets for him. I mean, looking at
the only issue is like you would think if McVay ain't getting it, is he still worth it? Period. Like I've always said, if you're going to McVay or Shanahan or Reed or somebody that's got great offenses and they're willing to get rid of you, like what's the reason? And not only that, they're willing to pay half your pay. You know what I mean? So.
Mm-hmm.
Like in basketball, that's like saying we don't give a fuck if you're on. We'll pay you to be on the other team. You know what I mean? Like so.
No,
I don't know
crazy.
if that's a good sign.
I don't care what anyone says. McVay's probably the craziest head coach I've ever seen. He won a Super Bowl doing what no other head coach does, and that's giving up the future. I never seen any other team.
Yeah, but if he trades away some of these assets, dude, he can do what we're doing right now. And he just took those players that they did have value in, and he ain't getting first round value, but he's still getting value back out of it. So, I mean, if they trade Ramsey and Ramsey goes up, I mean, there's going to be a team desperate enough to give up a first. He's only 28 years old, dude. Like, he's still going to get a first or second at worst, So that's all I say is you sometimes. That's why I'm saying dude. That's why I think Darnell Washington makes so much sense, dude. If we can get that fool and trade Waller, I would do it in a heartbeat. People say Waller's one of the best tight ends. Top, good. Give me that first round pick, that motherfucker too. Now Stroud only cost me one next year's draft pick. Straight up, dude. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? You have the people to get it, dude.
I love how Dustin's just all right. We got it. We got to get Stroud, man. So if I
We
get
got
rid of
to.
this
That's
player,
mine and Dustin's
that's
quarterback.
one less first round pick I have to give, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's how I'll analyze it, because when you're making the regime change and you're trying to make it what they want, the quarterback is obviously what you need. And I mean, I'll say it over and over. Richardson is not it, dude. If you're trying to get a player and wait a year or two, I've said it earlier, you got multiple quarterbacks that are going to be coming out next year. That's going to be Caleb and
Hey, Jeff,
Drake.
can you post the
The
link? I
following
don't
year
have
is
them
going to
right now on
be
my
fucking
phone. I don't have
Archie
my phone.
Manning and fucking dude
Gotcha.
from Tennessee.
All right, thank you.
You got so much talent, dude, in quarterbacks over the next 3 years. So I'm not trying to pick on a dude and sit him here and hope. Like, that's the thing when you're doing that. You're hoping. Like, there's a lot of hope that goes into that, dude. Like, there's a lot of shit that goes in. Like, you're just implying, like, if you get him and come to your team, he's automatically doing it. No. Hell no. Like, those type of players are risky as fuck, dude. Like Stroud. Listen, if Stroud comes here and sits a year, 100% that motherfucker can play right now. So there's a big difference. He only gonna get better. Like, he's only getting better. And then in the comment here it says Lamar had accuracy issues. Yeah, you're right, but he got the start. He started for 3 years. He played for 3 straight fucking years to get to his accuracy fix. This boy ain't gonna be playing for 3 straight years, like, starting out. So I just think there's, like I said, man, I'm still gonna say it. I think Detroit should swap that fool. Like, I think they should go after him. I think he fits Detroit perfect, dude. Like, the system, the type of players, the people.
He can
Like, I
also
think he
sit
would
for a
fit
year
so good in
behind
Detroit,
Jared Goff.
dude. A year or two, because golf ain't slouching off right now. And if golf slouches off next year, then you can put him in the following year. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the best option for me. Here, I just don't think AR benefits us in any way, shape, way, or any way
This would be
possible.
funny. I
Like,
was
and
really
it's a disvalue to our fucking valuation of quarterbacks. Like, you're settling for a dude that needs to be developed over a quarterback that can play right now. Like, that's crazy as hell.
I was really wondering, Dustin, if like after the combine, like Richardson maybe changed their mind a little bit. I was wondering a little bit.
Hey, I walked in there, dude, and I thought the whole entire time. I said, if that dude was going to change my mind, it's going to be right here. I said it the whole time. And then when I watched Stroud, I watched Levis, I watched the way that he played, the way that he was up in the first group, dude. And then I watched how fucking Bennett, dude, played. Like, he played really well. Fucking, like, in that first group, they had like 3 quarterbacks that were pretty decent. And then when it got to the second group, I was like, all right, this is the Stroud and Williams or Richardson fucking deal. So let's see what goes on here. And you can just tell, like, Stroud was just so flawless, bro. Like, everything, he just looked perfect. He just looked on point. All his shit was clacking, dude. Deep, short, fucking out, dude. Like, are we sitting here saying, like, we want to go develop, or do we want to do that right here? Looks like he's the best easily by far. Like, that's why I even said, like, you guys heard me. I said this the whole time. I said if it was us, I think we should trade to 3 with Arizona. I'm saying it right now. You need to trade to 1 with the Chicago. Like, I wouldn't even fucking risk letting them go to the Texans, dude. Like, I would not. I think that fucking Bryce Young's draft stock is going to drop, dude. Like, Stroud is going to be the first quarterback taken, especially after the combine, the way that he played, the way that he looked, the way his demeanor, dude, the way he contrasts, like.
Dustin, just
AR is a good player, but AR is always over the top of a guy this way. Dudes are like looking over around. He's too far out to the lines, dude. Like, he has a lot of fucking deal. And his short accuracy, he's off or under because he gets too much power put on his throws. When you watch Stroud play, I showed you guys video. I said it, dude. I even brought up in here the Georgia shit, everything, because Stroud is a different
Dustin,
breed,
if you
bro.
want,
Like, people say. Well, people say, like, Stroud don't have mobility. Bullshit, dude. He fucking literally fucking played like a motherfucker in that Georgia game. He's just not a fucking run first quarterback, dude. Like, we do not need AR. AR hurts our fucking our system. I'll tell you that right now. AR hurts your halfback and AR hurts your fucking wide receiver instantly, dude. Like, you better trade away fucking Jacobs because you don't need him. And you better get rid of fucking Devontae Adams because he's not going to throw to him, dude. Like, straight the fuck up. And he couldn't throw to him if he wanted to. The bitch got a 53%, dude. He's played 13 fucking games. Like, I'm not going with AR, and I'm not even considering that motherfucker in the top 10. They couldn't even pay me. Like, there's no way. Like,
What's crazy
I'm
is
going
because of the
CJ Stroud,
combine, he's
bro.
gonna
Like,
be. What's crazy is that because of the combine, he's gonna be a top 10 pick.
Listen, go back and watch fucking Malik Willis. Go watch Malik Willis's fucking shit. Watch how they talked about him. Watch how they brought him up. Watch how they spoke on him the same fucking way. That fucking guy is back up over here behind Tannehill, bro. That should be enough said.
I know
I'm
that,
not
but
going
it's
with
because I'm not
Richardson.
like trying to like say he deserves to be a top 10 pick. Because originally I said AR is a second round pick.
I think
best.
AR goes to a team, and people got to be real about this. Like, I hear people saying, like, oh, if you go for a quarterback in, like, rounds 3, 4, or 5. Listen, if you're going for a quarterback in rounds 3, 4, or 5, all you're doing is replacing Stenham. That's all you're fucking doing, because the reality of franchise quarterbacks usually comes between rounds 1 and 2, and more come from round 1 than any other round. So to sit and imply, like, you're going to get a dude in the 3rd and 4th round, I sat here and did this earlier. If you did fucking 12, if you did 32 times fucking 7 in the fucking draft is like 224. And then so that would be in the draft for 1 year for all players. Did that by 2 or by 10, you're looking at fucking 20,000 or shit, man. I'm sorry, I looked over here. It's by 10, it's going to be 12,000. So you have 12,000 players, right? In the last 10 years that's come across here through the whole entire draft, and motherfuckers are talking about Tom Brady. They say, well, Tom Brady, that's one fucking guy, motherfucker. That's 12,757 players that's come through that draft, and there's been one fucking dude. There's been 3 at best, dude. And then you're going to compare that. Like, you can't do that. You got to look at that. There's 12,750 people that it didn't happen to. You know, like, that's the reality of it.
When I saw this, I wanted to flip
But only
out.
for Miami. They said only for Miami.
Yo,
so.
and I said that right before the week before he was going to retire. I'm like, he's going to go to Miami because Miami's got all, and he can't leave Florida.
Hey, I argued that the whole time.
What are they going to do with Tua, though? Because Tua's coming back.
They're gonna
say, I would say,
we
love
before
you,
the season.
Tua. Here's the contract, Brady.
Now here's
like,
what they're gonna say. They're
do.
saying here's what they're gonna say. They're gonna say, well, before the season started, Tua just had another concussion for some reason.
Hey, they're gonna be like this. They're like, this is me and Jeff right here. It's like, hey, congratulations, Tua, on that. And then here's Sergio down here. But here you go, Brady. Like, good job, Tua. Here you go, Brady. Like, get over here. You're the quarterback. Like,
they're just gonna be like, oh, we got another concussion.
That's facts, because they don't fuck you. You're telling me Tom Brady over Tua. Like, okay. Like, Tom Brady goes there with Vic Fangio and then they win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Tua goes there, they probably get
concussions.
concussions. Then you're going with fucking, what's that fool's name as the backup?
All it takes is one more concussion for Tua to not play anymore.
To die.
Again?
How much
Yeah,
longer you
the
guys
dude already took
on
like
for?
3 really bad ones.
Well, as long as Jeff wants to
like
go, we can hop off when Jeff wants to get off, because I got my kid with me tonight,
bro,
so we can't
we'll do
go
that,
long.
you know?
But like, we can get off at
How much longer do you
9:30.
got, Jeff? Like 3 minutes?
Yeah, I'm going to be off the call. Do you guys want to continue?
No.
I'm not gonna stay on here long.
bro,
I have
we'll
my
have to
kid
end
with
it.
me tonight, and she wants to go home.
All right.
But
So in
I
that
just
case,
think like, oh my bad.
well, I was going to end. If you want to say one last thing,
I was just gonna say, like, I think people are looking at our team all wrong, man. Like, I think people, like, they say like, oh, our team's in dark ages, that this and that. Like, let's just recap real quick. Even with all the offensive players that were injured, we still had the 12th best offense. Even with the defense depleted as much as it did, we lost, like, I think that when the stat came out at the end of the year, it's like 12 games won or lost by 7 points. Like, that just shows, like, we're not too far away. And when people sit and say, like, oh, we got rid of Carr, like, I get that, dude, because I like Carr too. But at the same time, if our franchise is sitting there, look, people can call Josh crazy and they can say that Ziegler and them don't know what they're doing. I'm going to say it right now, and I've said it from day one. That motherfucker knows this shit, and when it happens, and I'm not going to be the one over here saying I didn't say that.
Yep.
So some other people are going to be saying that shit, but I'll just say it like this, that
We're
he
mostly
knows
all
what
on
the
the
fuck
same
he's
page
doing.
right now.
Like, he knows what he's doing. He's very good at player evaluation. He's very good at drafting. I I believe Ziegler knows his shit, and I believe Josh knows his shit second time around by far. You don't have the yardage, you don't have the production. I've said this on numerous shows that if the defense would have won 3 more games, Josh can be in conversation, a fucking coach of the year conversation. It's not
Hey,
just
Dustin,
all
let's
on
just say
Josh.
this,
Like, I get it's easier. I get it's easy to point a finger at an individual, which is all due to him because he is the head coach. But we need to also pay attention to the point that obviously would give him yes or no. It's the most definitely more based on the defense. So long story short, I believe if we do get our quarterback and we do go that route, it's the better route for us as an organization. I've said it so many times on this show that we need to just pull the Band-Aid off, start over, because that's what you need to do to be a winning franchise. This fucking Raiders shit has been done over for a long fucking time. It hasn't been successful, dude. We haven't done it with anybody. Like, look at people say like Derek Carr was winning quarterback, right? And we've been in the playoffs for 2 times with him, right? No wins. What happens if you go to playoffs with Stidham and win? Guy that fucking wasn't option A, B, C, or D in New England, and you win with him. Like, all I'm saying is that if we're not winning with Carr, you can't say that that's where we need to be. He wasn't winning to begin with, dude.
Yeah,
If you take a quarterback,
he's not a proven
listen,
QB.
if Chase Gabbert goes out there and wins a playoff game in his first fucking try, just showed that he wasn't meant to be in that spot. You know what I mean? Like, he was just known that he shouldn't have been in that spot. So for me, I would just say, like, we got to quit holding on to individual names or like where they're putting them.
Us 4 that was just on the screen, we all agree on mostly a lot. As us 4 with the team.
Yeah,
there's some out there, I'm not gonna name no names, that think, oh, because we got rid of Carr, now we're gonna suck without him. What happens if Stidham does what he needs to and gets us to the playoffs?
No, I said if
what
this
are people gonna be? Then they're gonna all go hike, Dustin. We know this shit.
They're gonna get behind them.
Yep.
They're gonna get behind them, and then fucking. They're gonna get behind them, and then they're gonna say it then. So that's what a lot of the YouTubers or people are gonna do, because they don't do fair evaluation. They don't do research. They're not sitting there looking at who this player is or not, dude. They take what somebody said, half of a fucking sentence or paragraph, they run with it. They don't go back, see where he came from, what he's gone through, where he's been, how he got to be that place. I've heard so many people talk about Carmen Basillo like he was the Patriots fucking offensive lineman coach, like the OG, but the real OG is still over there. He's still on that fucking team for New England. He is a really good one too. There's no debate arguing it, but my point is too many people don't look into the factual facts. Like, one factual fact is that Ziegler is a fucking guru at drafting, bro. Go look at his history. Go look at the shit he's done. Look at the players that he's pulled, and then talk about what he's not doing.
Even during that interview, they asked him, during your first years as a scout, what was the best scouting report you ever submitted? This is when
Appreciate you, bad. Appreciate you, bro.
This is when the Broncos, he's with the Broncos, and they needed a new QB before they traded their first-round pick. He said the best scouting report he ever submitted was Andrew Luck, and he thought the team was going to draft him before they traded their first-round pick. And Andrew Luck was phenomenal before the Colts, like, unintentionally tried to murder him.
It's Travis. Oh, hell yeah. Appreciate you, Travis. Hell yeah. Appreciate you stopping by, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but
I figured it was you, bro, when I
McDaniels-
seen Bad to the Bone, man, because I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, well, he just has one for his PSN. So, no, I
but
appreciate you, bro.
if Ziegler and McDaniels get us 9 wins, which is a winning season next season, 9 wins, I'm going to go to every single person that said this team's going to be worse or this team's going to suck. I'm going to go to every single one of y'all and be like, remember when you said this for the past 3 months?
Hey, listen, dude, like, Josh is not as dumb or naive as he was the first time around. Like, Josh has balls. He knows his plan, and he knows what he's fucking doing. Like I said, you can point the fingers to all you want to him. This fool put up phenomenal numbers even without scoring in the second half, without scoring for 2 fucking quarters. He had the 12th best offense out there when other teams were playing for fucking straight 4 quarters, dude. Like, we were still putting up equal numbers, and we were doing that with Devontae and Mac Hollins,
Heck,
no hand Cole,
he
and fucking
proved what he can
Foster,
do
bro.
without Carr. He proved what he can do
Facts.
without Carr against the number one defense. And people are going to say, oh, they didn't have tape on Stidham. Stidham basically played the system.
He played 3 games with New England. He played 3 games with New England. He played fucking the whole entire preseason, dude. Like, you had plenty of tape on fucking Stidham to fucking know. And you knew he was playing. So you can't sit and say, like, oh, we didn't know. And if you're D'Amico Ryans and you let Stidham just fucking work you like that, then I'd probably be fucking speculating on your defense to begin with, dude. Like, you can't sit and say that Stidham fucking just threw a wrench in D'Amico Ryans' defense, but D'Amico Ryans is the best defensive coordinator out there.
It's D'Amico Ryans. Like, you really think the dude's gonna struggle? Like, he probably was confused. Like, why the heck are they scoring a bunch of points on my defense?
Yeah, and just like I said, I think frickin', if we were to look at what's best for the team in the long run, I think is to just, like I said, break it down to the beginning and fucking start over, dude. And we're not really starting over. That's what people don't understand is like you still have a lot of people in place, dude. Like you still have receivers, you still have your offensive line. You still listen, I said I don't think Josh is that big a deal when Sincere or fucking Britton Brown's back there. Like fucking Zamir, like kick that fucker out and throw him in with Jacob. Like I don't care. Get rid of fucking Zamir. But I just think as a whole, like if we want to rebuild, dude, and we rebuild defensively, why do people think we're gonna suck? Like that's the part I don't understand. People think we rebuild defense, we're gonna suck. Like I don't get it, dude. I'm
like what Rudy was talking about earlier. Like now, but now if you get rid of Jacobs, now the whole team's gonna die. And I'm just like, what do you want to do then to make the team better?
I think anybody can go over there. and run 1,000 yards. They don't have to run 2,000 yards. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say this. 2 players combined for 3,500 yards. They fucking had 26 touchdowns. We had 6 wins. We had 6, 6. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude. We had 2 players that combined for the whole entire team stats, period. That like, straight up, the whole team stats, period. So, 90% of them. So to sit here and say, like, that's so lopsided, it's not even funny. Like, you can tell that shit don't work here. It might work in Madden. Don't work here, dude. Like, to me, honestly, like I said, I think Devontae offers you more of a need because you throw him the ball 10 times, right? And on 7 plays, he went for 153 and 2 touchdowns. And he's done that multiple times throughout the year. Devontae don't have to be in the big-ass open field. He could be in the short-ass field and get those yards, dude. Where Jacobs, you got to give him the ball 30 times, 20 times, dude, to go get 150 yards, dude, 130 yards. So all I'm saying is like you can spread out the ball. Adams' value's there. Jacobs, I don't think is. Like, you're not going to try to go in every year and give Jacobs that many carries in there. That's why he never did it with Gruden, because you never give him that many carries to begin with. So it's not like Gruden couldn't have done the same fucking thing. The problem was the offense was so depleted on the offense by far, receiver and halfback wise. Like, let's be real, fucking what's his name, Baby Hulk, dude. Like, that fool was garbage. Like, that fool was garbage when he came over here. So I don't know, man. Like what was his fucking name? Bolden. Fucking
Brandon Bolden?
I think. Yeah, Brandon Bolden. Like, that dude was garbage as hell, dude. Like, I like fucking Johnson. Johnson played really good. Like, he was a really good player. So,
oh yeah, as a fullback.
Like I said,
yeah,
the fullback. I'd sign that fool again right now. But like I said, I would go with Amir because Amir showed that he can do really good in the scat back, dude. Britton Brown, I watched that fool through the preseason. I'm like, I don't care. I'll stick on him
I'm sold on. And then Sincere's the guy
will
that you
run
can
into
replace.
a pole in an open field, bro. Zeus will run into a pole in an open field. Like, that dude got to go. Like, he got to get up out of this.
Sincere can basically be your next cowbell. Like, if you need, like, if you're third down,
Sincere will be Josh.
Like, if you need like a running play for third down, Sincere's your guy.
Yeah, I think he's gonna 100%. He can 100% be a 3-down back easily, dude. Like, I think
let me ask
with
you
Britton
this,
would be
Sergio.
great.
Hey, Sergio, I'm just gonna ask you this. I know Dustin's answer. So, did you hear that Rodney Hudson's about to be cut?
Yeah.
what would your opinion be? Would you bring him back for Andre
No.
James?
No.
Nah.
No,
Hell
the
no. He's
dude, the
up there in
dude, the
age.
dude left and thought
Hey.
he could do better, and then he got worse.
So,
Yeah.
so look, let me just make a point here. Every single time a Raider player gets cut, motherfuckers want to sign him back. Like, hey, dude, this guy's 60 years old. Let's bring him back over here. Let's get Brady and let's go get Hudson. Like, fuck that. Let's give up Andre, that's 25, for fucking Rodney Hudson, 40-year-old fucking Social Security collecting ass here pretty quick. Like, I'm good on that shit. So
Nah, like does everyone forget? Like, we're also doing the youth movement right now. Like the youth movement. Like, did everyone forget about that last off season where we're going for younger players, and everyone wants to sign all these old players? All of a sudden.
every time, dude, any player comes about, dude, anytime, they're like, sign Brady. Oh, Brady's not. Oh, get fucking Aaron Rodgers. Oh, fuck Aaron. Fuck it, Dominican Sue. Fuck Dominican. Oh, get fucking OBJ. Fucking. Oh hell, fuck. You know, it's every fuck. Oh hell, linebacker. Go get Ladavian, Levante David. You know, like it's every old motherfucker that's about to be done and decrepiting. And then look at our history from the early 2000s. Al tried this shit. And we just sunk like a rock, bro. We got every old dude that was on the end of their fucking contract, into their careers, brought them here, and they all fucking suck, dude. I think Warren Sapp was like the only true, in my opinion, Raider that played out his whole contract coming here. I mean, I like Justin, or dude from New York, and I liked fucking Seymour, but Warren Sapp was probably the best of them all, dude, by far. But I would just say, like, for me, why are we always talking about these old ass motherfucking players, dude? Like, every time nobody goes to a young player like fucking dude over there, Oliver in Atlanta, dude, 26-year-old corner, like David Amerson type dude, where you can go get him, dude, bring him here, and he can fucking produce just like Lakia.
Nope.
We're over here talking about fucking Hayward or somebody that's fucking just done running, like can't run
Speaking
no
of
more.
old guys, apparently Jets and Rodgers were just having conversations today.
Yeah, I mean, hey, get him, dude, get him. You want to go give up 2 first round? I mean, they can give up 2 first round picks. They got the fucking draft cap to do that shit. So
Yeah,
it
so
ain't gonna hurt
now
them.
I just need this Aaron Rodgers thing to go off, because when word came out that the Raiders are not interested in Rodgers, but then everyone's like, oh, but there's still like a 5%. I'm like, listen, 5% chance just means if, like, out of nowhere, Devontae holds Ziegler up at gunpoint on the head and says, get Aaron Rodgers, that's your 5% chance.
I mean, Ziegler said in the conversation straight up in his interview, he said, yeah, we keep Devontae in the loop, but Devontae's not picking the quarterback for the Raiders. Like, he said it straight up in his interview. He said Devontae Adams is not going to pick the quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Why doesn't anyone think Ziegler is going to trade up? Why wouldn't he trade up? He needs a quarterback.
I mean, hey, listen, I don't think it's logic that people want to trade up like that. But when you have a chance with the Bears and you're going to get a franchise quarterback, why wouldn't you? Like, why wouldn't you? I mean, every team, the Chiefs did it. Fucking the Rams did it. Fucking multiple teams have traded up and went and got their quarterbacks to go get championships. And I don't see any reason or anything wrong with it. So if it was me and you're telling me that you can go out there and go get Stroud and only be giving up 2 first-round picks, dude, maybe 3, why wouldn't you do it? And then if you're telling me that you can trade Jacobs inside there and you're only giving up another first round next year and we're out, like, why wouldn't you do the trade? So, like I said, people need to start paying attention to not just the player, what you can get out of the players that can help your team. Because if you're sitting here and you're talking with Chicago and Chicago says, look, man, from 7-1, we'll do 3 first-round picks, and one of those first rounds can be Jacobs, right? And then you give up our first round for this year. We get trade up to the first, we get Stroud. So now all we got to do is give up a first next year. Why wouldn't you do that? I'd do it in a heartbeat.
That'd be
and
a
then what
major steal.
motherfucker's going to cry out, fuck yeah, I'd give him even 2. You know what I mean? Like, That's what I'm not understanding. People over here are crying about, oh, we're going to get your first round draft picks have sucked for 20 fucking years, motherfuckers. Like, what are you crying about, dude? Like, quit crying like bitches, dude. Like, it's always like dudes are crying like bitches. Like, straight the fuck up. Oh, I don't want to give up the picks to go get Stroud, which is probably going to be phenomenal. Probably he's not going to be phenomenal. Like, he's a dude we need to beat fucking the Chiefs. And we're over here bitching about giving up draft picks that we've sucked at drafting for a long time. And I'm not going to say Ziegler sucks. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is we could obviously get the fucking player. So what's wrong with it? Like, that's what I'm not. He sees fair
Ever
value with
since
it, but motherfuckers crying now, right?
Ever since Khalil Mack, Jacobs and Colton Miller were our only good first-round picks.
Yeah. Like, look at what he did in his first pick, dude, in the third round with Parham, dude. Like, Parham's a great add to our team. He's been great. And took your soul, I agree. I think it's CJ or bust too, bro, because I don't think, like, I think, like, when I talk scenarios, I say, like, Caleb Williams and fucking Drake. You gotta fucking be the worst team out there, period. Like, I don't see that happening. Like, we're not gonna not just
They're
win
obviously
2
going to
games.
want to be better this year. They're going to want more than 6
Well, if they
wins
wanted
this
to
year.
win 2 games this year just so they can say that his shit, like Gruden's shit, wasn't that good, like, that's what they wanted to do. But they, after that, like, I'm telling you, I think, like I said, Stroud has been scouted by Ziegler and Champ multiple times, bro, like multiple times. So I think it's smoke screens, dude, when you get dudes like Ziegler and them start talking about AR. People start looking, people start conversating, people watch them in the deal, people start getting in their head, you know what, man, they can be that Lamar player. Like, guess what? On your team he can be, but he ain't going to be that player on our fucking team.
No
Like,
way. And plus, when I
there's
saw
just
this,
no way.
I made a repost on it. Stroud posted this, and I said, I call this foreshadowing. And it's where Stroud is wearing silver and black, and I'm like, I call this foreshadowing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Hey,
Like I
to be
say, I
honest,
mean,
I want CJ. That's my number one. That's Dustin's
that's who
number
I
one.
think we have to go after, if you ask me. I mean,
And
if we
plus,
go
I'm
into
not
the
worried
first
about the
round,
Colts. I'm not worried about the Colts because the Colts owner said he wants Bryce Young. They can take Bryce Young. They can take Bryce Young for all I care. And the
and the thing
GM, the
is you
Colts
just wouldn't
GM
want
doesn't
them
want to
to.
trade up.
Yeah, you just wouldn't want them to try to challenge us in a trade up. And then that can be where it can get dangerous because the Texans can be like, look, we want Stroud, dude. We hold the 1st and 12th pick overall in this year's draft. Like, they can say, like I said, this watching Stroud in the combine can fuck up a lot of shit because when you're sitting there debating on Bryce, where people are like, oh, Bryce, he played so great, and that, man, he had a great fucking team there, and every other quarterback that's played there played great too. Where are those motherfuckers here? You know, like, that's all I'm saying is like a lot of those motherfuckers ain't here either. So
Mac Jones, Jalen seems
Mac
to be the
Jones
only.
is the only
yeah, I
one.
mean, and listen, Mac Jones, I don't like. Tua, I don't like. Jalen, I would say, is balling like a motherfucker. But if we're all being honest, every one of them are all on teams right now to begin with. So that's all I'm saying is like they're all going to go there, and I think Bryce is going to be a Tua, dude, in my opinion. And again, that's just my opinion, and I'm not saying the quarterback can't be small and play in the game, but I'm just saying if you're asking me about Stroud being 6'3", fucking 214, and a dude being fucking 5'10" at 204, I'm going CJ Stroud 9 out of 10 times, you know,
Listen,
easily. So
if during practice Max Crosby's running 100 miles per hour, I have more faith CJ's going to be okay rather than Bryce Young.
yeah, and I mean, you like you said, took your soul. I said that, like, Champ's relationship with the Bears only fucking validates us even more to be able to move up and get that spot, dude.
Heck,
Like, I
when you
really
think about
believe it.
Does no one think about this? The first 3 picks, Ziegler has more leverage in than any other GM.
Damn right. Damn right. The only thing I'd be worried about is if Jeff Houston wanted to get into a fucking bidding war. Like, that's all I would say. I mean, fucking the Colts, and this is what I don't understand why people are so worried about the first round picks, right? Didn't the Colts just give up first round picks to go land fucking Wentz and fucking Matt, and they're right back in the hunt trying to fucking get dudes, 2 years later? Like, literally 2 years later. So I don't know why people cry over them fucking picks, dude. Like I give them picks up right now in a heartbeat. So, and again, that's implying that you don't trade other players or other people on our deal for a first round pick. And I already said multiple people we can trade to get those first round picks. And then let's say again that we don't go get a dude that's out of the draft this year, play him a few years, fucking be a badass, trade him for a first round pick, you know? So that's all I say is like, I think with the way that they're going, they can fucking, yeah, facts, fuck them picks, dude. Like I said, I want the fucking player, dude. I want the player. Like, I don't care what people say. Like, I believe after watching the combine, like, you better go up there and go to number 1 for Stroud. Like, that's what I would do.
My
If it was
only
me,
worry,
I'd go to number 1.
my only worry for number 1 is like the last like number 1 picks that were traded kind of not worked out recently. So I'm hoping like that trend ends a little bit.
I'm not going to disagree against that. I mean, fucking, but again, you, like I said, you can't just hold on to old trends and things like, yeah, does it
I know
match
that's
up more
why
times
I'm
than
saying
not?
I'm hoping
I've always
that
said,
trend
like,
ends.
this is the way I look at it. Is Josh the quarterback coach he claims to be? That's all you got to answer is that question right there. There's not about going to an organization. Josh is a phenomenal offensive coordinator. Okay, there's no arguing it. If Josh can look at Stroud and say, I can make you a better player and do it for real, then yeah, we have nothing to fucking lose. Like, straight up. In our past, guys would say, like, hey, you know why they never moved off Carr? Because they probably had never had nobody that can go develop another fucking quarterback anyway. So that's why I don't think they ever moved off Carr, where Josh was like, I can move off Carr because I'll build a motherfucker. Like, I'll create my own fucking
Yeah,
guy.
like,
I don't need
is
I don't
everyone
need
forgetting that when you look at their track record, Gruden didn't move off a car because Gruden's just used to having veteran QBs run his system. Del Rio had Carr at his prime, and then the other guys like before Del Rio, they didn't know what the heck they were doing. So Carr was just benefiting off of just guys that were just too afraid to get their own guy. Meanwhile, McDaniels from the start was like, I want my own guy. And then Ziegler's like, all right, well, we're just going to get rid of this guy and get our own guy.
And he ain't afraid to get rid of him either, where everybody else would be afraid to get rid of him. So I just think, like, when he says that he would rather go rookie than go to a veteran tape, because he has to fucking fix a veteran to fucking adapt to his shit, where a rookie, they're creating them. They're not breaking them of habits or making them have to look at it differently. They're making this rookie learn it the way they want from day one. So he has no bad habits, you know? So that's why I said from day one, like, and if you're looking at a player like Stroud, right? Stroud can be Ziegler and Josh's future for 20 years. Like, straight the fuck up, 15 years easily. So
he could be the next Tom Brady.
Dude, listen, you don't even need to look at him like that, but what you would look at him right now is that if you were to go get Stroud, I'll bet $10,000 Stroud go out there and win right now with Devontae Adams. He can go put up just as equal yards as fucking
and it looks like Devontae likes Stroud.
As Stenham would.
Oh yeah, he loves
Stroud is flawless, bro. So I think he's flawless, dude. And people got to keep sitting here. People say, like, well, by vision, I didn't see the offensive line. Carr had 4.4 seconds in the pocket, dude. In past years, he had 2.3, 2.4. What the fuck aren't you seeing? Like, when you see him have the ball for 2 more seconds over there, obviously that's got to be enough to fucking do something. So
and I said this way earlier.
I said Carr got worse with more time in the pocket.
I said this way earlier too. Why is it when Carr had all of his weapons healthy and they were all playing together, he threw 3 picks?
Mm-hmm.
Because when he has way too many options, he doesn't know who to throw the ball to.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. I think he does better with less.
Dustin, so you can go home?
Yeah, probably in a second.
Nah, I'm good.
Man, I can't wait till next Wednesday, Sergio. Or technically next Monday is tampering begins.
Yeah, free agency starts next Monday, right?
Oh
Or
no,
no,
tampering. That's the tampering window. That's
oh,
when we'll know
Wednesday,
contract.
next Wednesday's free agency, right?
You know, I think like it took your soul when people use the narrative of like the OSU quarterbacks. Like in that time span, they didn't have the pro ready offense yet in the fucking schools. And ever since they've had the pro ready offenses, I mean, Justin Fields is a phenomenal player. Like, has he won the games that people know? But the fucking guy damn near break Lamar's. He could have broke Lamar's record easily. He chose
Hey,
to
did you
sit out.
hear that
But
Stroud said he would despise the Bears if they use him as Fields' replacement?
yeah,
Because he would hate it if he was his old teammate's own replacement.
yep. And that's all I'm saying. Like, that's all I say is like OSU, the narrative, people got to get past that, because at the end of the day, if he won at OSU, right? If Josh can't win with him, I'm gonna blame the head coach. I'm not blaming the quarterback, dude. Like, and again, Stroud is not fucking Terrell Pryor. He's not even on the same level. This dude's way better than Terrell Pryor ever thought about being. And he's not Lamarcus or Russell. He's not Jamarcus Russell, dude. Like, it's not fair to compare a dude that studies, practices, is out there. He's very fucking keen of everything. Like, yeah, Jamarcus Russell had one of the best pro days out there, period. But at the same time, Stroud is a real fucking player of the game. Like, he's not like Russell living off his hype, his prime. Oh, I come from the fucking ghetto. Let me have all this shit. Like, he's not like that shit, you know? Like, where you have fucking Stroud, he wants to be good. He wants to be a
Stroud
great
looks
player,
like he's
dude.
ready.
Fuck yeah, he's 100% gonna be. And if he doesn't, if he comes here and he fails, I'm gonna say it's Josh, 100%, dude. But the difference is I'm not in denial about what Josh can do, and I think Josh can make him be a great fucking player. So I'm gonna say straight up, dude. At the end of the day, every motherfucker that watches this show or on this panel that has argued about Ziegler and Josh and say that Ziegler don't know Josh, watch. At the end of the day, you motherfuckers gonna come back here and say, hey, Dustin said that, because I know they are good and they do know what the fuck they're doing and they do evaluate very well, dude. And just because you don't see it the way that they see it doesn't mean what they're doing ain't right. And when you look at their total player evaluation, Ziegler's hit on it 100%, dude. So again, you want to bitch about a fucking contract, two people's contracts. I mean, that's pretty weak out of all the things Ziegler's done. So again, like I said, I think at the end of the day, Ziegler and Josh are going to kill it for our organization. People can say, oh, we're in dark days. No, we're not. We ain't fucking dark days, nothing. Like, that's the craziest thing, the zombie apocalypse, bro. Like, we've been in way worse situations than where we're at right now by a mile. So I just say, like, our team is not too far off. I think if the coaching and people get the players that they need, like, our team is going to be a good team. So I'll just say it like
if
that.
they get
like,
if they get 7 to 9 wins with the rookie
They're
or
better than
Stidham,
last year.
everyone better shut up. I better not hear
that's
anything.
what I'm saying. If they come out and they get 6 to 8 wins and they flip the whole script to defensively, you know, improving the defense, going with lesser players at quarterback, and equaled out the same wins with Carr, that's 100% win for them, because then their direction's obviously working. And then the following year, obviously, would probably be their key placement, where they were able to finish putting their key places in that made their team reach the next level, you know? So if I'm sitting here and I've watched them, I've watched Ziegler, I've watched frickin' Josh, dude, like, I'm not dumb. I've talked about it all year on our show. I brought up the stats. I brought up everything. Like, Josh knows his shit, bro. Like, that dude knows his offense. He was averaging 27.2 points all the way to the Saints game with no players basically over there. So he was using Matt Collins, dude, peaking at his fucking best, dude. Like, Josh can get the team when he has, and the points when he has the players and everybody in play. The question is going to be is, can Graham produce the defense if we give him the players, or are we going to have a Paul Gunther, Gus Bradley shit all over again? Is Patrick Graham going to be able to solidify that defense to where we need it? And then, like I said, Stroud's just a plus, dude, because when you're playing against Patrick Mahomes, at the end of the day, we're not competing against at the end of the day, we're not competing against Justin Herbert and fucking Russell Wilson. We've been 1-1 with them and dominating the donkeys the whole time. We need to compete with the Chiefs. And it doesn't matter what you do with the Chargers or the Broncos until you compete with the Chiefs. We're not a better team. Stroud makes us a better team against the Chiefs, dude. He's been in those environments. He's same type big game, younger player hype, dude. Like I said, I compare him to Joe Burrows because he has that inside pocket presence, dude. He has the vision. He has the dude, this motherfucker in the Georgia game literally stood right in the pocket, watched fucking Jalen Carter come right off through the middle, just sat there. Yeah, he tore that fool like a fucking bull in Portugal, dude. Like that fool or Spain, dude. Just literally like fucking just rock. See you later, dude. Like, this guy got great vision. And not only that, the thing I said about Stroud, where a lot of people don't notice it, and I don't know why, is the way his accuracy down the line. Like, this fucking guy will run to the edge, dude, right on the sideline, be 30 yards downfield, 40 yards down pit field, and he will dot a receiver in the end zone on that same line. Like, that's some fucking mad accuracy, dude. Like, your line's like this big. And this motherfucker just zoomed it right down on the run and dotted that bitch right on the end zone, or fuck on the line. Like, that's mad accuracy, dude. Like, Stroud is very accurate fucking player. I think when you're playing against Mahomes, you need a fucking CJ Stroud type player, dude. Like, AR is not the player, dude. Like, I don't know why people don't understand it, dude. AR is a multi-year player. He is a raw talent, dude. He's not going to super exceed players like Stroud that can play right now. Like, Stroud can go play right now and be inside a franchise playing right this minute, dude. Like, AR is not going out and playing right this minute, dude. Like, and like I said, why would you hold on to a dude like AR when Caleb Williams going to be better than him, dude? Fucking Drake May's probably better than him. Then the following year, you're Archie Manning and fucking a dude from Tennessee. Like, you got multiple dudes that are – why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, I would go defense and just say, fuck it, dude. Like I said, draft this fucking quarterback in rounds 3 through 5 and hope they're better than Stidham. Like, that's all I would do. Like, that's exactly what I'd do. I would not go and be like, fucking, oh, let me get AR and sit on him for 2 fucking years. Like, that's too long. Too long for a player like him. There's just too much good talent right now. I wouldn't do that to me. There's no way. I would just go Stroud. Like, people keep crying about fucking winning with Devontae, dude. You got to get Stroud. Like, you want to cry about winning, dude, Stroud will win. I promise Stroud will win, bro. Like, if he came out and played next year and the defense was fixed and we put out fucking few more receivers, dude, he don't even know Jacob, so you would never even have to worry about him saying, like, you never be like, oh, I need a Jake. He never played it down with Jacobs. So you can put fucking Zamir or Sincere McCormick in there and he don't know the fucking difference of it, period. He never had it down with them. So to me, I would do that. I'd go like Sincere, Stroud, fucking Jalen, fucking Amir, and fucking what's it called? Fucking yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He has 17 touchdowns, bro, with fucking, he ain't even got 20 touchdowns. We're over here talking about this motherfucker being our quarterback, dude. Like, that's crazy talk, dude. Like, I don't know. I'm not even trying to go that route, dude. I mean, Stroud got 41 6 interceptions. Like, I'm 100% Stroud all the way. Like, I don't give a fuck. I made multiple posts. I've talked about him on here since day one. I've said, like, we should go to 3. I'm saying right now we need to go to 1. Like, go to 1, get Stroud, say, call it a day. Like, I don't care.
We gotta go to 1. Let's go to 1.
Yeah, can't sit here and cry about draft picks. Can't cry about, well, we're giving up 3. Who gives a fuck? I got a franchise quarterback for 15 fucking years for 3 picks. Like, get out of here. You want to cry about it? You go cry about it for 3 years. We'll be here playing.
Draft picks. So.
Yep.
I mean, dude, we can package down a lot, dude. And not only that, you got your quarterback. Like, that's the part I'm not understanding. You got your quarterback for fucking next 15 years. You know, like that. There's a big difference. Like, you look at, even if you have him for 9 or 10, yeah, that's what you had Carr for. So you were able to get a lot of first-round picks in that time span, dude, for multiple players. We had 3 first-round picks in multiple years. So, like I said, it's not like you can't have those picks again. So, for me, I'm going Stroud 1,000% fucking all day long. And like I said, I don't care what anybody says. I don't care. Like, I think Bryce is garbage. I think Will Levis is okay, but he's still, even in the combine, showing this fool got accuracy problems, too.
Yeah.
I think AR is a lot of fucking.
Heck, and
He's a
apparently,
lot of fucking. He is nothing but fucking Levitt or oh fuck, dude, fucking dude from Liberty last year. He is
Malik
nothing but
Willis.
that mother. Yeah, Malik Willis. Like this motherfucking guy is nothing but that motherfucker, dude. Like I get that he graded out good in the tangibles, this, that, and the other. The guy sucked in real football. He played real football in college, bro. Like he was not no phenomenal fucking deal. Look at it like this, okay? Look at this stat, which I think that was from Lunatic. So look, that stat got to speak for itself, bro. Like that fool had 17-9. This dude got 41-6. This guy got like 3 times this dude's touchdowns, and those ain't just little touchdowns. That's a fucking massive number of touchdowns. This fool got 41-6, and this motherfucker got 17-9. Like, nah, hell no. Fuck out of here with that shit. Like, I'm fucking good on that shit. Carr never was like that. Carr had 99 touchdowns or interceptions in 9 years. Like, fuck that.
Also, people are making jokes that Raiders are going to get Stroud now because he said he looks up to Mike Vick and Deshaun Watson.
I don't care about the game. It's past. Yeah. We're in the future.
I think like you said, I mean, I think if we're just looking at winning, I think he's got to be the option, man. And I don't think it's even debatable, dude. Like if you're sitting down at the table, if I'm sitting at the table and I'm Ziegler and Josh, dude, and we're having the debate with Mark, and we're like, man, we literally just shipped off your quarterback, Derek Carr, and we got Devontae sitting here, we got Waller, we got Renfro. Like I'm saying, I don't think Jacobs can be here. That guy, like I said, I think he's expendable. I think he got high draft value. I'd trade him, dude, and get the draft value. But I'd get my first round pick for Josh because you're not going to get it again. So I'd get it now. So and roll with the halfbacks we got because like I said, we got a few halfbacks that are going to be just fine. So. If it was me, that's how I would fucking roll, and I would fucking say like that. Literally, like I said, sit there at the table and be like, "We have to get Stroud, dude. Like, Will Levis is not going to have the same production. He's not going to have the same result with fucking Devontae. If we give up the draft picks for the next few years, who gives a fuck? You got your tight end. You already have your fucking receiver." You're going to have your line. Like, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't make the trade, dude. Like, I'd make the trade, dude, in a heartbeat. I'd do it in a heartbeat. Like I said, the Bears, it's the perfect chance. I said this, and dude, listen, go back, watch our videos, dude, after the end of this season. I said this is like the perfect scenario, dude. Like, what's the coincidence that I said that if script writing's real in the NFL, you couldn't ask for better script writing because, like I said, with the Bears, you got Champ Kelly and the relationship that's there. With the fucking Texans, you got fucking ties there, too, with the fucking GM and
they went to college together.
And, and you got fucking ties with the motherfucking Arizona with the GM there because he was a Patriot and fucking Titans personnel. So, like I said, this fucking guy, you couldn't ask for any better than those 3 spots.
Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler went to school with Houston's GM. They're all the Texans GM. They're close. They went to school. They played all together. Them 3.
So, like, and this is the other thing, right? Out of all those types of quarterbacks, right, that rush, that are mobile, that are the Lamar fucking, they ain't done really shit. Lamar had a good season record, but he's lost in the playoffs almost every single time. Kyler Murray is garbage, dude. Fucking Russell Wilson's probably been the only one, but let's be real. What does he have? 2 Super Bowls? What do he have? Exactly, and he only has 2 Super Bowls. That's my exact point, dude. So, like, it's not like these dudes over here just went out and just fucking broke out fucking crazy. Like, I want pocket passing quarterback because of the players that we have in Waller and fucking Adams and so on. But there's a difference about the type of pocket passer Stroud is that he can move within the pocket, dude. Like, he can move within the pocket. He is a very high accurate quarterback where motherfucking AR got like a 53%, bro. Like,
crap.
He got
That's a
53.
good...
Like,
that's
get
a good
the hell
point,
out
too,
of here.
that Allegiance just said McDaniel's brother is on the Texans.
Is he still on the team?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he
is.
is. I don't know if he is. I don't know. I think he got let go.
Yeah, let me go look at the coaching staff real quick. Let's see.
Yeah, he never had over 59% in his college career.
Houston.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just not. I don't care about Richardson. I think good the hype and everything, dude. But I've always said, you know why people like Richardson and them don't work out when they go to players' teams and where they go to players' teams and people are like, oh, we can develop them. You know how many times that fucking saying's been used? Like a million times. You know how many times it's produced quarterbacks? Not very many. Like very few. Like and that's facts, dude. That's not being biased or oh this or no, that's facts, dude. Like the facts are, dude, that people have used that fucking terminology for a very long time, dude, and it's produced jack shit over that time. So for me, I'm just gonna say like I don't think that's the fucking path that I think any of us should be going down. Not Ziegler, not fucking our organization or not. The difference about if you get Stroud and sit him for a year, you know he can play right
Ben
now.
is
Like
still
you
there.
know, 100% he can play right
Josh's
now.
brother,
Receiver
Josh,
slash
he's still on.
offensive pass game
Yeah,
coordinator.
he's still on the official website. He's still on the team.
Nice.
So yeah, hey, what if they somehow convince the Texans to go down? They're like, listen, you can still get your franchise QB. Like, I don't know, just convince them.
I mean, dude, you got to think about it. They're gonna pick up a pick, and they're gonna still have the 7-12. They're gonna still have 7-12. So you could trade with Houston, dude. Like, I don't think it's gonna be. But the problem is like that's why I'm saying it depends on if somebody trades with the Bears. That's where the whole deal comes down because if they go Bears and then Houston says, "Hey, we're not gonna go Stroud. We want Bryce," and then fucking Arizona, you have to trade with Arizona. There's no if, and, or but because the Colts are gonna be like, "Hey, fuck you. We are here for a quarterback." So we're going to try to hit up Arizona and get the fuck up there too now because you're not going to hop up in front of us. You know what I mean? So then Arizona's going to trade back with the Colts. So you'd have to trade back at 5 or 4, or you trade up with Arizona at 3. You know what I mean? Like that's the debacle you're going to be in because then you're sitting there saying like, okay, then you're going to have, Seattle and Detroit sitting there with people like AR and still Levis or Stroud or Bryce still on the board. So to me, I would just end the debacle right away, trade the one, give up the fucking draft capital, get Stroud, call it a day, tell the NFL, fuck you, let's roll, because that's where I think, I think they go Levis because they don't have a choice. Like that's what I think. I think they go Levis because they don't have a choice because if someone trades up to Arizona, it's Bryce, Stroud, and Ben Levis. So they don't have a choice but taking him.
Plus, there's been talks of the Panthers wanting to trade up.
Yeah, and I mean, that's my point. Like, you're going to get teams that want to trade. That's why I would just say fuck all the bullshit and just trade the one and call it what it is. Yeah, like, listen, if you're gonna complain about giving up draft picks, maybe you shouldn't be in the job. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, there's one position that I think that deserves fucking 3-4 first-round picks, and you shouldn't cry about it, is when it's your fucking quarterback position. Like, the quarterback is the main position in all football for me. And in my opinion, like, I don't think you're going to be a good fucking franchise without a good fucking franchise quarterback. So for me, I'm going to make that trade. Like, I'm going to be hitting up the Bears and be like, look, bro, what discount you give me today? Like, what can you give me to fucking get up there to 1 so we can get our quarterback? You're staying with Bryce, bro. You're going to get back here at 7. You're still going to have a good fucking defensive player. It's going to go quarterback, fucking defense, quarterback, fucking deep. You're going to still get a defensive player. Like, you're not getting the guy. So, like, what do you want, man? Like, I'm telling you that right now. Like, what the fuck you want?
You still have a good chance of getting either Young or Levis at the end of the day at 7.
Bears don't want them. They don't give a fuck about Levis.
Oh wait,
Young.
Sorry, I'm thinking
they want defense. So what you
sorry,
my
mind kind of went somewhere else.
Yeah, what you would have to convince them in the conversation when you sit down at the table is that how do you convince them to pass up on fucking Will Anderson or fucking Jalen Carter? Like, that's what you got to convince them. And why 7 is a spot for them to do that at. And you know what I'm going to tell them is that if you trade out to fucking, what is it? I think that the say the Bears want the future first round. They say Bears want 2 future. I'll give them the 2. I give them
That's
2
why.
first picks right
That's
this
why you
second,
give him the
dude.
7th. You give him Jacobs. Then you give him, because Jacobs is basically a first, and then you give him next year's first.
I said if the Bears want 3 first round picks total, I'd do it in a heartbeat, even without the Josh Jacobs trade, because Jacobs can go anywhere. Jacobs can demand a first pick from any team anywhere. So I don't think that would be the issue. I just say, like, are they saying, like, is he saying, like, 2 futures as in, like, next year and the following? So it's 3. I would do it. And from 7 to 1, I think that's a very good deal, because, like I
I
said,
would
I
do that
keep
because we're
saying
not
it.
getting
Miami,
Archie Manning. We're not getting Archie
and
Manning.
Miami and the Niners went from 7 to 3. They went from 7 to 3 and gave up 3 first round picks. So if you're telling me that we can move from 7 to 1 and get Stroud for 3 first round picks, I'm doing it right this second. Like, sign me up. Let's roll. Because, like I said, why are people sitting here crying about it? The Colts gave up multiple first round picks, dude, and are right back into contention, talking about giving up more draft picks to get back up there. You have the Niners that gave up 3 for Trey Lance. They're about to ship that bitch and start over again. Obviously, they ain't worried about it. They've made multiple trades throughout that time with players and assets, dude. Like, just because you give up a pick, that you got to go to your development. Like, you're going to have to hope your development skills obviously step their shit up, because you're going to need to trade a player for another first, which I keep saying this over and over. Darnell fucking Washington, I'm going to say this right now, go get that fool and trade Waller for a first round pick, and then fucking trade Josh for a first round pick. I mean, we got our quarterback right there. So I think we have we have the draft picks, dude. We have the draft capital. We have the money. Like, Ziegler can knock this draft out the fucking park, dude. So I think when you're looking back at the organization, like, starting over young is the best way to go about it. Is Waller nice? Yeah, he's nice, but will fucking Darnell Washington, being young as he is, as big as that fucking dude is, with Stroud be a beast in the fuck yeah. Like, you
Bro,
probably kill with
everyone's
that
worried
fool.
that Stroud's not mobile. I would be glad if I was Stroud and I have Darnell Washington also blocking for me.
Dude, facts. I mean, if you got Darnell Washington over there blocking, you trade off fucking Waller, dude, and pick up another tight end in the later round in, like, 5, because there are multiple, like, there's a lot of good tight ends in this draft. We can have 2 good blocking and catching tight ends in this draft easily, and be gone of Foster and Waller right here in this draft. So, like I said, for me, I think if they did the draft right, dude, you can do a lot of positions. Like, Devontae, at the end of the day, is the guy you want to keep. Like, he's the main guy, dude. He's the guy that you throw 10 times, he catches for 7 and goes for 140 or 150. You know, like, you don't get rid of him. Like I said, he's 10 to 12 receptions of fucking 53 snaps on the fucking on the offense, and I'm just using number 50 to 60 snaps is usually about average for an offensive game. And if you're telling me that he's getting 12 of those, dude, and he's putting up 150 yards, like, that's doing just fine. If you're gonna go get fucking Darnell Washington, like, that dude, that guy's gonna, like I said, just watch his sled pushing in that fucking deal. That dude is balling, bro. Like, that dude can push. He's fucking strong. He's got great hands. Look at that fucking one-handed catch he did when he turned around and fucking snapped that bitch out of the air. Like, that dude got great in the gauntlet, dude. Fucking great hand possession and catching. Like, I'm a huge fan of fucking Darnell Washington. And yes, you are right. You did fucking talk about him numerous times, dude. And I like I said, I'm all for the dude. So my point is that the Raiders can go multiple ways in this draft and still end up just fine. Like, people keep saying, like, you got to go defensive heavy to beat. There's a lot of defensive players through multiple rounds that are really fucking good. So you don't just have to get them in the first round. I think Stroud is way bigger need than any defensive player, period, on that fucking place.
You need your quarterback.
Fuck yeah. And if we don't have Stroud, like, if the option's not there, I agree. Defense, yes, I will not disagree. Like, if you're telling me that Levis is off the board and he's the last quarterback out of Levis, Stroud, and Bryce, I'll go 100%. Dude, I will take Murphy or fucking Wilson or fucking probably even fucking Gonzalez over Anthony Richards any day of the week, bro. Any day of the week. So I'm not even fucking there's no way I'm talking at that pick. Be like, hey, bro, Anthony Richardson over Murphy or Tuck. No, fuck no.
I will
Fuck
be
no.
disappointed if they don't use the first round pick for a quarterback. You don't have the balls to get rid of Derek Carr to not get a QB immediately.
Yeah, and I think if they had any intention, like, I'm not going to say like they can't go pursue Jimmy, but what I think that conversation is going to be with Jimmy is, and the way they're probably going to pursue it in the conversation is, hey, Jimmy, you just came off the Niners with a broken foot. Yeah, you were doing really good at the end. Fucking, I know you're seeking $35 million, but we got to kind of do like 1 year, fucking, 15.
Plus, you were kind of
we need to
carried
know
by the
where you're at.
Niners.
Yeah, like there's going to be a lot of that conversation. There's no way they're going to sit down at the table and be like, Jimmy, you were balling out so great with the Niners and all those yards and touchdowns and fucking,
Even though
you were just
you
super
like are
young in that
undefeated
shit.
when you like
Let's give
don't
you
even throw a
$35
touchdown.
million. Like, no, that's not happening. Like, it's
Even
not
though
even
you
going to
have
be a
like
conversation.
you have like a 12-3 record, not throwing a touchdown.
Yeah, I say to people, lunatics, for the people that say that Stroud isn't fucking mobile, I just tell them just go watch the Georgia game. The Georgia game will show you enough mobility in that game about how Stroud sees the field, how he's aware to it.
I think
Stroud
people
has
are
a
now destroying the word mobile.
12.7. Stroud has a 12.7 or 12.4 sack rate in the pocket, bro. If he's not mobile, how in the fuck is he going to get sacked 12% of the time when the pressure's on him in the pocket? Obviously, you got to be pretty fucking mobile if he's only 12% sack rate in the pocket. So I don't know where people came up with that narrative to begin with, where they say that he's not mobile. That fucking guy is mobile, plenty mobile. So
I think people are kind of like abusing this word. Like, though, like Patrick Mahomes, that's a mobile QB. Lamar Jackson,
I'm gonna say it like this. I think
Lamar
what
Jackson is not a mobile QB. He's a running
they're
QB.
they're misusing somebody else's fucking conversation, not value or looking it up themselves. Like, that's what I keep telling Cortez all the time. Like, he'll come over here with some crazy ass deal, and I'm like, bro, if you just listen to everything that one dude says, you're never like, you can't just listen. If some guy comes over with bullshit, it's bullshit, regardless of how they want to say it or how they want to put it out there, dude. It's like I say, like, nobody's arguing the fact that AR can be a good player, but he has to go to the right place. He has to go to the right conditions. He's got to sit somewhere where it's not going to hinder the team. If you're sitting here saying, like, we're basing our future on fucking 2 years down the road, well, you guys are really fucked up, because 1 minute you want to build the defense and get a deal, and the next minute you want to sit on a fucking quarterback for 2 years down the road to even find out who the fuck he can be. Like, that's so crazy. That's like my woman, dude. Like, that shit my woman would tell me, and I'd laugh at her and tell her straight up, like, that shit ain't happening. Like, straight the fuck up, dude, because that's not what you would do. Like, if you're doing that, you're just straight full rebuild, 100% fucking all the way. Like, there's no debate on that. If you go get Richardson, that's just telling you right there, like, we're not winning shit for. And don't get me wrong, the next thing you might want to start looking at your phone and see if Devontae Adams getting fucking traded. Because why the fuck else are you going to have a dude with that high contract, and you just got Richardson that's not coming for 2 fucking years? So
that dude, yeah, Devontae would straight up say, I'm probably not even get 1,000 yards with this guy.
People base their facts off others' opinions. That's facts, dude, because that's 100%, because I believe that people go into people's conversation, and because a guy says it or puts it to a certain narrative, people believe it. And I call bullshit on it all the time. You'll hear me say right here on our own damn channel to our own people, because I don't believe in that shit. Like, I don't believe, like, I believe in, like I tell Cortez, like, he's hella car hater, bro. Like, but he's not, but he is, like, he just hates that Carr ain't our quarterback no more. and that he's over somewhere else, then I get it. Like, we all have the mixed feelings, but he's hell a car troll, dude, and he'll sit there and talk mad shit. And just like I tell him, like, it's one thing to start a conversation and say, like, hey, I don't personally like Carr. But to sit and say, like, Carr's trash, Carr's not a good quarterback, that's bullshit. That's straight bullshit. Carr's 32nd on the all-time fucking quarterback list for 35,000 fucking yards. He has 217 touchdowns with 99 fucking interceptions as a Raider with no offensive fucking players. So that's a bullshit narrative, dude. And I hate when people push narratives. I hate when people say, oh, Josh can't develop quarterbacks. Yes, the fuck he can. He's produced fucking 2 of them, 3 of them over the time span. He's been with one of the best for fucking over 19 or, fucking 15 years or 12. He's got one on the market right fucking now in Jimmy G. So how the fucking they say, like, he can't produce quarterbacks, dude? Like, he's going to produce quarterbacks just fucking fine. So, and any person that believes that shit is dumb as hell, because Josh is the one that runs the offense in New England. It was not Bill. I've said this 1,000 times to any person that does not know football history. And the football facts in New England is there was one fucking spot that was never transpired outside of maybe 2 fucking dudes, three in the whole, 4 now, in the whole 20 years. Charlie Wise, Josh McDaniels, fucking Brian fucking Bill O'Brien, fucking Patrick, or fucking what's his name, fucking the defensive coordinator that was just offensive coordinator this year, fucking Patrick fucking, or god damn, why am I spacing his name? You know who I'm talking about? The defensive coordinator for the fucking Patriots. That's the offensive coordinator right now. Fucking
Matt Patricia.
Yeah, Matt
Patricia. And then guess what? It was Josh McDaniels for fucking the majority of that whole entire tender. The defense is transferable because it's fucking Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick runs the defense, dude. Like, when people sit and say, like, oh, Josh don't fucking, or Bill builds every, no, he does not. No, the fuck he does not. Bill's not going to stand over there and say, oh, Josh, on your offense, I think we got to go with this guy that you're coaching. Like, no, the fuck he's not. Like, Josh is going to be like, I like this guy. This guy fits my system. He's going to win with us on here. I'm the one evaluating. I'm the one putting him into the place. I'm the one that's creating the system. Just like Bill has said 1,000 times publicly. Why is Josh's offense so hard to learn? He said, because Josh doesn't keep the same offensive plays year in and year out. Josh restructures plays every single year, dude. That means you got to teach players the same shit, different or new plays a different year. Like, it's not just continuing deals. So for
it's
me,
not
like
this
I
year.
said, like
This coming year, Dustin, it's not going to be the same plays as last year. He's
he
switching
said,
them all
Bill
up.
handled it. The pause.
And it's
facts,
even
bro,
like,
facts.
it's even how I got like so tired with like people like Rudy, where it's like, oh, but Bill's the head coach. I'm like, Bill's not calling the plays for the offense.
Yeah,
That's
it's
facts,
Josh
dude. Josh is
McDaniel.
calling it. Josh is the one, and this is what I've always said about this year. People can say that, oh, Josh is a horrible head coach. Guess what? He's not the one with the playbook fucking relaying to the green dot defensive player on
And
the
this
field.
is-
That's why he's hired as a defensive coordinator, because he calls the plays to the defensive players. Like, that's his job.
And this is gonna be a good argument the next time Rudy says, yeah, but that's Bill's team. Why is it that the offense sucked the moment McDaniels left?
Yep.
Facts.
Honestly,
How come he took a quarterback and made him a fucking Pro Bowler in his first year over there with Daniel? Daniel sucked dick over there this year. He can barely even break fucking 10 touchdowns.
Why is it
12?
that the Patriots became a bottom 10 defense, and then McDaniels, with guys that are not even his guys, he made it into a top 10 offense?
Yeah.
He made a top 12 with one player, Devontae fucking Adams, and Mac fucking Hollins. Like, that's the thing, dude.
Yeah.
He made our deal. He made our players a top 12 offense with 3 fucking players, basically. Like, straight up, dude. So, like I said, Josh knows his shit. He knows what he's doing. I think our team's going to be just fucking fine. I think they're going to be able to put the people in over the next year or two. I've said I don't think we should even entertain the AR shit. Like, I don't even think it should be an entertainable conversation, because then you're just putting your fucking again, you're putting your standards down, dude, because you're willing to take a dude and sit on him. I'm not. I'm willing to take quarterback right now and win, and I think Stroud's that. And if I was a fucking Raider fan, I'd be pushing to get Stroud because it's like people say, win now mentality. We got Devontae. If you're going to say it, stick by it. Don't be a fucking bitch and say, I'm going to stand by my win mentality right now, but I'll take fucking, AR and sit for 2 years. Like, you're a fucking bitch. Don't even talk. Because
Yeah, if we want to
when
be
you
in a
say
win
shit
now
like that,
mode,
you're just counterfeit. You're counterfeit as fuck, dude, because if you're saying win now means like now. Like, the win now, if you don't know, you got to get a dictionary and look it up.
here's how I know that,
right
like,
fucking now.
here's how I know that you just want to hate the new regime. You just want to hate McDaniels. You want to be in a win now. You want to be in the playoffs. Maybe not this season, next season, or this season. Yet you don't want to trade up for CJ Stroud. How are you going to be in a win
I
now
was gonna say,
mode?
Cortez, you probably better turn that shit off so it don't fucking copyright our ass with that bullshit in the back.
Like, how do you want to be in a win now mode, but you don't want to trade up for the best QB in the draft?
That's facts. That's facts, dude. Like, that's facts. And I don't
And then
give
your
a fuck,
excuse
dude.
is,
Stroud is gonna be the first quarterback after this combine, bro. Like,
and
he's gonna
then
be the first by a
and
minute.
then your excuse is, oh, well, McDaniels can't coach a QB. All right, proof? Do you have any proof? Because I have proof that he can coach a QB. Because he
Hey,
has
good
a
night,
ton of
Robert.
QBs.
Appreciate you, bro.
Because he has a ton of QBs that used to be on the Patriots that became starters.
And look, this is another conversation right here. I've said this so many times, and Lunatic brings up another valid point because of the fact that he said he broke 2 records in 1 year that stood for 25 years. That was with every person out
Have a
there,
good night.
every person that showed up,
Robert
every
Pena.
quarterback or every receiver, every coach, everything. Dude, he did it in 1 fucking year with 2 players, dude. So, like I said, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. People that think Josh don't know what he's doing is just delusional
He
on my
gave
point because,
Devontae and he gave Jacobs their best offensive years.
and like he said, he broke 2 fucking records in the same year that stood for 25 years. Hey, Robert, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you supporting, coming by, commenting in the comments, man, always being here, man. Like I said, man, we appreciate you, bro. Like, we appreciate every person here in the comments, period. Like, if you're here now, you've been here throughout the whole time that we've been here. We're just getting started, man. We got to grow. It's going to take a minute, but I've always said, like, we come here, we just want to talk football. You're going to hear crazy takes. You're going to hear good football, but I've always said, like, we appreciate all of you guys, man.
Hey,
Like,
a
we
month from
appreciate you
now,
coming here. We appreciate you all being in here, putting in your 2 cents. We pay attention all the time, man. So thank you very much, man.
exactly 1 month from now, Dustin, it's going to be my first full year making Raiders content.
Nice. Hell yeah. Hey, like I said, man, we're only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, man. And the content that we put out and the information we do, that's why I love collaborating with multiple different people from different aspects, not just YouTube, but from Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, just different minds, because you get to see it from all kinds of different things. Like, when I first met you, I think you had like 90 people, dude, maybe 100 people on there. You're probably well over a few hundred now, like,
now I'm hoping before my first full anniversary, I can make it to 500 before the end of this month.
See, man, that's what I'm saying.
Nice.
That's a massive incline in there. That's a massive incline, especially in social media, dude. I said, like, when we're in social media, I think it's easier to push the content. When you're over here in YouTube, it's a lot harder. You have to be in a certain base. You got to have people, certain base agendas and so on like that. But that's what I love about our panel is that you can see it from multiple different areas. People are going to clash. Some people are going to agree. But we don't just sit here and hate. We get to see our team from multiple different aspects. I think that's key for a football team.
Yeah, now
like, to go
I'm
out
very
there
excited now because now I got a bunch of people adding me on their posts that are not even Raiders fans because they're like, oh, this guy's a stat guy for this team. What do you think of this mock draft, or what do you think of this player? Because recently today, an account, not even a Raiders account, did like, oh, this is the Raiders' biggest steal in the draft. It was Thayer Munford. What do you think of this? And I'm like, oh, this person wants me to give my opinion on it. So yeah, like I feel very
it all
great
starts
about it.
somewhere, man, and that's what I think
it
that I
does.
love about it is that people see you on here, then they get to know you over there, but they get it. I think like what YouTube does is get the people know you as a person see who you are, get to combat with who you are as an individual. So that's why I've told people lately that they need to have the cameras on so the audience can be able to fucking gel with certain people, because they're not going to just gel with me. They're not just going to gel with Cortez. They're not going to just gel with you. Like, people have different ideology with different people on the panel. And I feel like when people go to other people's panels and they're just so one-minded and it's just such a close, it's my way or fuck you, like that's how it is. Like, and people don't get to speak, because if they speak, it's like, oh, instantly mute him in the chat. Oh, I'll ban him, get him out of here. He's not with us.
That's
He's
why
not on
I
our
think
side.
the only group. That's why I think the only group I'm not going to be able to get past to, because I've been able to get to every group on social media. I'm not going to be able to get to Mount Shieldmore. I think the only person I got was
Shipmore,
Hammer.
you mean?
Yeah, the only person I got was Hammer. I can't get anyone else though.
I know all of them very well.
Yeah, bro.
I have been friends with all of them for multiple years, but this is what I've said.
Bro,
like,
I was one of, or technically,
other.
Technically, right now, I'm Hammer's moderator, one of his moderators in his channel.
Every other Raider group I'm able to get to, but that one.
Which
I'll
one,
just
Hammer?
put it like this, man.
The
So like on ours for us here at DSR, right? I know all these YouTubers. I know all of them. So it doesn't matter if it's in Shieldmore, if it's out here just individual people. I know all these people. I've fucking met with them. I've talked with them. I've been on their shows. I know them all very well. I've said it like this. Here, we are not fucking biased to anybody, because I don't believe in a divide. I don't believe that if you fucking wear the shield and you represent Raider Nation, that you should show up to a game and that you should be fighting your own fans. Like, I don't believe in that shit. That's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, if people want to have different takes, different views, different opinions, great. That's what America is built on. That's what society is built on. But to sit here and dictate the way that somebody should view something because they think their opinion's right, that's not right. I'm very strong opinion on how I view our team. I'm very strong opinion on how I view what we talk about. I'm passionate because I love my fucking team. I came from the fucking streets. I don't talk about it. I don't fucking talk about my past, because my past wasn't a good fucking past to begin with. So when I come on this motherfucker, I come on here to talk about football, friends, past family, people I didn't ever have. I got to where I'm at in life because I worked my fucking ass off, because I've had nothing. So when people don't have anything, and then people result to other people and say like, well, if Josh was to get paid, he's gonna. No, he's not. He's not gonna slouch off. The motherfucker came from the same way I come from. When you come from nothing, you don't forget that type of shit, and that shit don't leave your fucking blood. It doesn't leave who you are as a human being. And I've always said on these fucking panels over here, people are more than welcome to come to this motherfucker and talk. They're more than welcome to have their fucking opinions. They can clash it out here and there, but they will not fight. They will not argue, and they will not hate each other, because that's not what it's about. We can argue our opinion and then fucking leave here and be back here tomorrow doing the same shit, because that's what it should be about, dude. Like, I've always said, I've hated my family. I fought with them for a long fucking time, but I'd still beat the fuck out of somebody if they talk shit about my family, even after I got done fighting with them, because that's just how we roll, dude. Like, you don't shit on your family. And I believe in this fucking deal. Like, I don't like what's going on in a lot of these fucking other places. I'm not going to speak on them. I don't care what place you belong or who you are. I value you as a person, as how you treat me. Like, that's how I look at people that are YouTubers, content creators or not. Like, I just value you how you treat me, man. Like, that's just plain and simple facts. Every person that knows me, every person that's ever been on this panel knows I'm a straightforward motherfucker. I don't fucking take bullshit. I'm not gonna sit here and entertain the bullshit. I treat you the way you treat me. We can be good fucking friends, dude. We can talk football. You can come to me with personal life issues, dude, but I don't get into the drama. Just like I tell my woman, I ain't got time for that shit. I work way too fucking long, way too many hours for that shit. If you want to entertain it, great. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Like, I don't tell my woman. That's not an argument I'm trying to go down with her. But again, in here either. But at the same time, I just hope that people look at the end of the day and as a content creator for Raider Nation and think that it's worth it. You know, like I would hope that you would feel as somebody that comes onto this channel and fucking puts out that you're Raider content creator, that you're here for analytics, and that you're here to talk about your team. I think I would just hope that you would think it would be worth that. That's the type of information that motherfuckers want to hear. And if it is, great. Then nobody's sit here and say anything what anybody puts out there. But I think it's a disservice that if we claim that we're here to give analytics and we're here to talk about fucking personal shit, like I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to tell what people you pay for your channel, do whatever you want. And again, DSR is never going to look at any other person and tell them what to do with their shit. We don't intertwine with it. I'm going to talk to you the same way you talk to me. I'm not going to talk bullshit. You want to see me at the stadium? Everybody knows I got season tickets. I'm there all the fucking time. We can talk 100%. Like, I am not fucking worried about it. But I want to come here and just have football. Like, we want to have football conversations, football talk, family talk. So that's why we created the Discord. That's why we create all our deal, because I feel like the platform is lacking that a lot, man. I think the platform lacks having you like, look, man, I mean, fuck, look at Cortez and fucking Rudy, for instance, right? These motherfuckers go at it like women, bro. They'll fucking go back and forth, their car, fucking blah, 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 blah. But we're all still friends. We'll all still go meet up. We all still go chat. We all still hang the fuck out, dude. Like, he fucking grain attacked that motherfucker, but we're still friends. That's all I'm saying. Like, on here, we feel a certain way because that's how we believe. That's who we are, dude. There's nothing wrong with that, dude. But what's wrong with it is if we leave here and we go back to our Discord or we go back to Instagram, we're still hating each other. Like, how do you do that? Like, that defeats everything that we stand for. That defeats everything we look at. I think you should be able to. I mean, come on, tell me if you got a best friend and you fucking tell me you ain't fought with your best friend, he ain't your best friend. You full of shit. I have straight fought my best friends, like straight the fuck up, dude. And they've told me the realest shit ever in my life. So if you're telling me that you ain't never fought with your friend, you just lying ass motherfucker, and he probably ain't your best friend. So your best friend's gonna tell you shit nobody else is gonna tell you. Your best friend gonna tell you stupid ass motherfucker when other people are agreeing with you. Your best friend gonna tell you that that's not right when other people are telling you it is, because they think that you either got money or you're powerful or you have things. Like, your best friend don't give a fuck about that. He stands for who you are as an individual. So that's all I say is here, dude, we are friends. We all collaborate in multiple different deals. I hate to get sidetracked on the deal, but I give this a lot lately, dude. And I don't, like I said, I'm not here to tell people what to do. I'm just saying, like, we need to just focus more on our team. We need to be more honed in on how we need to fix our team for real. Like, for real, not these bullshit ass, oh, let's get AR. That shit don't fix nothing. Like, that don't fix nothing. Stroud fixes shit, dude. Like, when you start looking at players in the fucking free agency, people are like, oh, Deron Payne, when you're not got the money, do that shit. Like, why don't you go do some scouting fucking deal like you should do your fucking job, because that's what you claim you do, and go start talking about motherfuckers that people don't know that are 25, 26, 27 that matter for 4 fucking years in your franchise. Not a dude that's like, oh, he's on the top 5 of the list. Let me throw him out there. Like, that's bullshit.
Hey, Dustin, going to that, the Pitt defensive tackle, the one that Aaron Donald, that guy ain't no joke, from Penn State.
Yeah, he ran the dude that ran the fucking, what was it, like a 4 or 5?
He ran like a 4.6.
Yeah, but the same type of build as Aaron Donald, I would.
No, yeah, like they're saying that he's probably gonna be the next Aaron Donald.
Bro,
See, and that's all I say. Like, people, when we talk about our team, that's what we should be talking about is players that are making our team beneficial. Not talking about the past of Gruden or what Carr could have done, or it's not. That's not what makes our team better, man.
Neil Farrell next to what's his name, Matthew Butler. Just compare them two together. That would be a.
I mean, fuck, look at the linebackers in 2-2 going into the second round, dude. That can be a pretty good fucking change. I mean, look at a lot of ways that you can go around this defense and offense going through there. You know, when you get a guy that comes to you and says, we should just draft defense in the draft, I don't even want to talk to that guy. I just want to block that motherfucker and be like, you're not even worth talking football, because you have to take best valued player at that spot, or you're doing a disservice to your team, because that's why we always suck, because we don't do that shit. We reach for a linebacker that's safety that can be a fucking hybrid. Like, that's the shit we do, like stupid shit. Like, we don't fucking draft shit like we should.
That no more, Dustin, with this new.
Ziegler's not gonna do that. Ziegler already showed. Ziegler drafted already, bro. Like, he didn't do that last year. Like, he didn't do that shit last year.
But he still got
Yeah,
running
but I
back.
think he did that. I think that was intentional because
Yep.
I said that the whole time. Like I said, Britton Brown got vision, bro. This fool sees
Yeah,
shit. He
people are
relays
gonna
it out on
say
the field.
people are
Zeus
gonna
can
say
run into a
that
pole in an open field. Like Zeus is a dink, bro. Like I think they were like, okay, Zeus at this point was best player. We're hoping for the best. But we're gonna get fucking Britton Brown later round because he does have the potential. We're just gonna make sure the security's there. Zeus is a fucking dink, bro. Like unless that motherfucking hole, unless the whole side of this side of the team just ends up the fuck over here, where's Zeus going? Like Zeus's big play's been on the outside on the fucking sideline by himself, one play up the fucking deal, and he's ran into our players like 60 fucking times. Like fuck Zeus.
yeah,
Like that
and
guy's a
people
dink,
are gonna
bro.
say that Ziegler made a dumb decision getting 3 running backs. You're only gonna say that now because of what Jacobs did this season. Before that, it was a really smart move because people
I
thought
I
Jacobs
still
was gonna
think
get
it's a
injured
great move.
midseason.
Yep, I
Because
I
still
people
think
believe
it's
thought
a
it's a
great
great
move.
move too.
because
Like,
people thought Jacobs was gonna get injured by like week 8.
Yeah, I think the reason it was a great move still is because of the fact that even when you move on from Josh, if you do, you already got the players in place. You already have it. Listen, Sincere McCormick's going to be a beast. I don't know how many times I can speak about this
he's a
man.
baller.
Like, he's going to be a beast. I think he takes over Josh's job easily.
Heck,
Like, I really do.
Josh.
Like,
So
Josh didn't
Josh
just come
got
out for 4
2.
years just running 2,000 yards, dude. Josh was fucking 1,000-yard back. Yes, nobody's arguing the fact, dude, but he's been injured. He's fucking been down. Gruden would never ran him for 2,000 yards. That's my whole point. Gruden would never run him 2,000 yards because Gruden has a fucking offense that's even. Like, Josh ran fucking Jacobs and Devontae the way they did, and the reason they broke those records was because there was nobody else on the field but those two motherfuckers. So it was pretty easy
Yeah.
to say, hey, you get 150 yards, he gets 150 yards today.
And
Like,
Jacobs had 2,000 total yards. I bet you Zeus, Britton, and Sincere can get those, all 3 of them combined. You wouldn't need one player then.
that's what I'm saying, and it makes your team way more fucking elusive because they can't just hone in on one individual player, dude. Like, that's the thing where I think too many people get too honed in these days where they keep saying, like, so for me, I think where people get lost in football these days is they sit and say because, like, for instance, the Raiders, they suck for so fucking long, right? We have sucked, dude. Like, there's just no fucking debating it. But the minute that they get fucking rid of Max, like Khalil Max, they fucking got fucking Crosby, which was it's just a fucking thing that it happened that way, right? But the odds are it doesn't usually work out that way. So you don't just leave one and get another. But we got lucky and we did leave one and did get another. But on the offense, dude, let's be real. You got fucking 10 dudes over there that are like fucking high players and we ain't winning shit. Like, we are not winning shit, dude. Like, and I hate when motherfuckers come to me and say, oh, well, Carr leaving, we're not going to win. Motherfucker, we ain't been winning, but when he was here to begin with. So that's just a delusional ass
And why
conversation
has
to even
no one-
have. And
why
then if you're
has-
telling me, like, if you're telling me that we're losing because Carr's leaving and you're settling for 7 wins this season, like, you fucking sorry, motherfucker.
Hey, bro,
like,
I can name
straight
one
up.
person that thinks that, Dustin. We all know who that person is.
Yeah, but I just say, like, in the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
And
I'm not going to
here-
say you're not
here's the
entitled to your
thing.
opinion. You
Why
can think
has
whatever
no
you
one?
want.
Why has no one like called out? Like, so people are gonna say, "Oh, we were a playoff team last year." Okay, 2016, 12 wins. Then we had 7 wins because we changed OCs. That's basically what happened. Gruden came into a playoff caliber team. You had the defensive player of the year. Cooper, yes, he was dropping passes, but he was still a high caliber. You got rid of them, and you got 4 wins. The next year after that, 7 wins. Next year after that, 8 wins. No one's hating on Gruden, but we're going to hate on McDaniels for getting 6 wins.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. They're
Hey, bro,
biased.
I've
The
been
Raider
saying this
fans
since
that
day
don't know
one,
football are so biased. I'll
since the
laugh
end of
at
the
them right to their
season.
face.
Dustin, have I been saying at least Josh McDaniels did better than John Gruden his first year?
No,
Hey, I
and
said
then
it the
guess
whole
what they're going to
time.
say?
saying that,
They're
bro,
going to
'cause-
say, "Oh, but Gruden was rusty." What?
What? Nah. That's what Rudy tried doing to me. I just boo classed him. I was like, I ain't gonna listen to this bull crap.
Why?
Yeah,
Why would you?
I just say like when you're comparing like Gruden and Josh, like okay, I'll give Josh his. Josh had a way better offense than Gruden did when he got here. The difference I'm gonna say with Josh with Gruden is Josh tanked those games, bro. Like Josh intentionally lost those games. Like
And I'll believe it.
and people
I
know
believe
it. And
it. He
people
did it.
know it. So for any person to imply that Josh has the 12th best offense in the NFL and he tanked those games as garbage, you're just stupid. You're just dumb. Like
He
that's
did
why I
it
just
on
laugh because
purpose.
I'm like, this dude lost
Because
games and
me
still
and
had the
Dustin were
12th best
already
team
talking.
out
Me
there,
and
you know?
Dustin were the
Yeah,
first
all of us.
people. Me and
Yeah,
Dustin were
us
like the
three.
very
Like
first two
we.
people that like we're
Yeah.
talking about this by like what, week 8? Like we're like, doesn't it look like that McDaniels is throwing the game
Oh,
on
dude, play
purpose?
calling, the way that
Play
they started
calling, how
fucking
the
changing
second
things
half, how
up, the
he
way
just
players got brought in and out.
How like
There was
Devontae was
just
even
certain
questioning like, why are we changing
fuck.
the
Devontae
plays?
was the first fucking key to that whole thing,
yeah.
especially the way that he walked out of those games saying the shit he said. So again, when you just go from throwing to a guy that's dominant to just not even
Yeah,
seeing
like the
them to be in
Jaguars game when
existence,
Devontae
dude, that
said
tells
like
you right
when
away. Like I
Devontae
said,
said
what
Devontae
did I
said like,
say?
why are we stop throwing the ball to me?
And what did I tell you guys on the show? I said if John Gruden was in that bitch, he'd be telling fucking
Well,
Devontae, boy, we
son, you're
about to
gonna
be
get
breaking
300
some up.
yards.
Yep, damn right. Facts
300
right
yards and
there.
5 touchdowns.
Damn
Yeah.
right, because that's how he would do it. He'd be like, you ain't, until you can stop this motherfucker, you ain't getting stopped, motherfucker. Like, that's
We're
how you
gonna
play
keep throwing to
football.
this guy until they stop him.
Yeah, you just are like, yeah, let's go off Devontae and throw to Mac Hollins. Let's give Mac Hollins 4 deep passes over here like we're fucking playing charity football, dude. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, this dude
And
don't
people
catch
are
shit
gonna be
right off
mad
his
about that.
fingertips.
Like,
Like,
people are
he
gonna be
had
mad. Like, why?
158. Like, that's the thing people don't understand. Matt Collins had 17 games he played, bro. He had 158 in one of those games. Like, that's a fucking pretty big chunk of all his yards. Like, he had 500 fucking yards more in 17 games, dude. So, like I said, Mac was good in a
Yeah.
few games. He's not that guy. And again, if I'm sitting here going back to the John Gruden, Josh McDaniels comparison, like, there's a problem. I mean, look, John Gruden sat out of the NFL for fucking 15 years, and then not only that, he did do pretty good because even when people want to say that he had his 4-year record or the 4 wins, people also got to remember he demoralized that whole entire team. Like he demoralized that offense, the defense, dude. Like Gruden demoralized that whole entire team. So if we're sitting there saying like this is where I'm gonna say like Josh is in comparison to Gruden because see look Josh didn't come in here and demoralize the whole team,
But the
but the
defense
problem
was
was
definitely
that
demoralized.
it was on injury. It was on injury. So yes, I agree 100%. That's exactly what I was just gonna say is that when Gruden came here, he created it. They fucking just said get the fuck up out of this motherfucker. And he has every right to do that. The problem with Josh and them is they weren't going to be able to come in here and convince Mark that we're just going to cut all your fucking guys.
How are
And
you
no,
gonna have a
hell no.
winning
They're like,
record?
no, they're fucking face of Vegas right now, bro. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, Waller can be traded, bro. Like, that dude is fucking all over the place, dude. I don't think he's, like, committed for, like, the way that Josh and them are. Like I said, I think Waller can be the fuck out of here. Like
Like,
Renfro, I like Renfro, but
how are
I
you
don't
gonna
know
get a
how
winning record when your number 2 and your number 3 target are gone? Your entire defense is playing UDFAs. Like, how many UDFAs were starting by the end of the season?
Fuck, easily fucking 3 in just defensive linebackers. I mean, fuck, dude, you had a cornerback,
Sam Webb, Isaiah Palomalu, Darian Butler, Luke Masterson.
Yeah. Multiple.
Heck, even who was the other guy? Ilagu?
You're saying who are you saying? The linebacker?
Elang something.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about right now.
6, 7 UDFAs?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
how are
what
we
I'm
supposed to
saying.
win
Like,
games with that?
and not only that, you have 19 of them on the IR list, dude, and then you had your two major fucking offensive players in Waller and Renfro being out for 9 games of the season. So, like I said, I mean, Josh, to me, like, people can believe all they want. They can sit and say, "Oh, Josh, this, yeah." Well, I'm just gonna say it. Like, I'm a stats dude. I'm a numbers guy. I know numbers very well, dude. Like, Josh is no slouch. Like, that fool knows his shit. And when Josh gets his offense put together, and he does have a dude like, listen, if he gets Anthony Richardson, I've said this, like, I think it's 100% Stroud. Like, I believe Stroud is dude. I believe they know Stroud's the dude. But I'm not going to tell them who they feel that they can develop. If they feel that
Ziegler
fucking...
wants Stroud.
Yeah, look,
wants
at the end of the day, if Ziegler and them sit down at the table and say that they can develop Anthony Richards, it's not my opinion to say, like, I have an opinion to say, like, I don't think Richardson's the guy. Like, I have that right. But at the same time, I don't have the right to tell him who the fuck he's going to develop, dude, or where they can go or who they can pick up,
Here's
you
the
know?
thing, too. The Raiders were the first team that Stroud had a meeting with at the Combine.
Facts. And people keep taking the Anthony Richards deal, but they also got to remember the number one offensive lineman in the country is on that fucking team too. So,
Osiris Torrance.
yeah, and again, people can smoking screens are thrown up all the fucking time. If they feel like they can get you to take take fucking Richardson at fucking say the Colts or somebody of that factor just because he's been talked up, they got in their head that, hey, we think this dude is that guy. Well, guess what? We might get Stroud now. You know what I mean? Like, it can just be a fucking straight talking game.
The reason why I
That's
think
for us
Stroud
to sit and think.
The reason why I think Stroud might fall to where we don't have to trade a number one is because he's more of a pocket passer. Where like Young, Richardson, Levis are like more like running QBs.
I think he's going the first quarterback overall. I mean, I just don't see how Bryce, after his measurements in the combine, and then seeing the way that seeing the way that Stroud threw, I don't know how he doesn't go number one, because I don't think Bryce can have I think his height matters when you got a 6'3" quarterback at fucking 214 that can see right over the line. That's flawless.
I bet you he's 5'9".
He said he was 6 foot, bro.
Alabama tried to say he was 6 foot.
He was 6 foot, and they measured that fool at 5'3" 3/4 inches, 5'10" 3/4 inches. So I think that's gonna hinder him massively. Like,
and they tried
really
to say
do.
he was like 230 pounds, and the dude is barely 200 pounds.
204. He's 204.
I bet that one was a lie. I bet the dude's 5'9", 198 pounds.
I mean, the combine measured him, so I mean, I'm pretty sure their stats are accurate.
I don't think they want to embarrass the dude, because how much you want to bet if they found out that Kiwi was 5'9", under 200 pounds, he would go from first overall pick to
he went from 6 foot to 5'10" 3/4 inches. You know,
bro, that would make you first overall pick to third round pick really quick.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like it's gonna hinder him, dude. And I don't think that. I've always said, like, I think the only thing that Bryce has over Stroud is athleticism. Like, Bryce is more athletic than fucking Stroud, but Stroud is the better quarterback in the pocket by far, dude. Like,
it ain't gonna matter though when Joey Bosa hits you. Who's gonna get up first? Stroud's gonna get up first.
And this is the other thing people got to take into consideration when you're sitting there thinking about having a Lamar Jackson on your team, right? I don't think it's teams that have Devontae fucking Adams on there, or Josh Jacobs, or Darren Waller. Like, you can't just look to the quarterback and look past the rest of your fucking team. Like, you can't do that. Like, you have to literally sit there and say, like, hey man, we just signed a fucking wide receiver at $150 million for 5 years. We got our tight end for 3 fucking years. We got our other receiver over here for another 3 years. Josh Jacobs might be back here. We don't know yet, but we're going to go for a running fucking quarterback like Lamar. Like, okay, why the fuck did you just sign all these dudes that need a passing quarterback to get them the fucking ball? Because that's what they do. Like, that's why I just think people like fucking like Richardson, Lamar, and all them. I think they're more of a hinder to your fucking team, in my opinion, dude. Because I believe if you don't have players like court or receivers or halfbacks, then great, have the fucking guy. Who else are you gonna do? But if you're telling me you want Lamar and you got fucking Devontae Adams, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Like, Lamar gets 1,000 fucking yards rushing. You think he's gonna give fucking Devontae 1,500 yards passing? I don't
Plus,
think
that
so,
takes
dude.
numbers. That not only takes numbers away from Adams, it takes numbers away from Jacobs.
From Waller, it takes it from Jacobs, Waller, fucking Adams, every guy down the board, fucking Renfro, all of them. Takes all their numbers away. So I think, like, to me, why wouldn't you want Stroud? Stroud is a pure pocket passer, bro. Accurate as fuck, got vision, will run. He's not a car where he's going to sit in the fucking pocket. He's not Carr on fourth down. He's going to throw it away, dude. Like, that's not what fucking Stroud's going to do. On fourth down, Stroud's going to run for first down, try to get the first down. Like, he is not going to throw the ball out of bounds, dude. Like, there's no way in hell. So, that's all I'm saying. Like, you don't have to have a quarterback that's like, oh, let me run every down. You got to have a quarterback that says, like, hey, the pocket's breaking down. Let me get the fuck out. But at the same time, this is why I say that. So, look, this is why I compare Stroud to Joe Burrows. Joe Burrows knows that even though he can run, he's going to make more yards by giving it to Jamar Chase. He knows that. He knows for a fact, dude, that at the end of the day, when they look back and say that he got 400 fucking yards passing, he knows he got a majority of it by dudes like Higgins, fucking Jamar, and them. So throwing the ball justifies him as a quarterback because he gains more that way. I don't feel when a guy sits and says, like, I'm going to go run. So, like, for instance, let's say Burrow's got 4,200 yards, right? 4,200 yards passing, but 500 running, right? Look at Lamar. Lamar got 2,500 passing with 1,000 rushing, bro. Like, fuck that. Fuck that shit. I don't want that. Fuck 2,500 yards passing, bitch. Fucking
Burrow for like
1,000 yards
2
rushing.
seasons.
Like, fuck, I'm good on that.
Plus, Burrow for the past 2 seasons is the most sacked QB, yet he still decides pass first rather than run first.
Damn right. And I think that's crucial in
And that's
the time
because
with the players we have.
And the reason why Burrow's my favorite QB, and I think personally he's better than Mahomes, despite Mahomes' success and his improvisation, is Burrow's probably the toughest QB ever. You don't get sacked that many times and still show like that much cockiness.
That dominance. Yeah, that much
Like,
dominance.
I could have Max Crosby and freaking Aaron Donald on this defensive line, and I will still be afraid of going against Joe Burrow. Because the dude he's not going to care who's on that defensive line. He's still going to be confident enough to beat your team.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, like, when you look at it, it matters because, look, like, let's go back to the Jared Stidham play where he broke out to the outside in that Niners game, okay? In the Niners game, Jared Stidham broke out to the left-hand side in a bootleg, fucking ran to the fucking corner of that pocket and watched that Devontae Adams the whole time right off that edge of that line.
And he told Adams to keep going.
Yep, and he told him to go up, and he only was about 10 yards out, maybe 10 or 15 yards out at best. What did fucking Jared do? He went to the sideline, sat in that little pocket where the fucking where you go across the line of
Boza
scrimmage,
was coming
and
right
sat
after
there.
him.
Yep, and he waited, dude, and he pulled back out a little bit, and he hit Devontae right at the last second as he took that hit. That fool went for a fucking touchdown, dude. Like, that shit matters, dude, and that's what Stroud would do. Stroud would know to play out the play because he can get the more yards by passing it than he would by the run. Lamar would never do that. Lamar wouldn't. Kyler wouldn't. Fucking Russell Wilson wouldn't, dude. Like, they're great when they're in there, dude, but their windows are so short. I believe, like, Stroud gives you a longer window at a Super Bowl run. Let's just say if you were trying to go for 10 years, like, Stroud has a better chance at the longevity of 10 years than fucking somebody like Lamar, by far. Lamar's going to break down. He's going to get injured. He's not going to be playing in games, which he already isn't. I get how people get so attracted to these running quarterbacks, but the reality of a running quarterback is the longevity of them ain't going to make it. And it does. They look good right now, but great. But Patrick Mahomes is going to be here for a long time. Joe Burrow going to be here for a long fucking time. I mean, I would say, I don't know, man, because what's his name?
Justin
Fucking,
Herbert.
no, I was going to say, what's his name for the Bills? Fucking
Josh
Josh Allen.
Allen.
He's getting like 800 yards in the season for fucking. My point is when you're putting a lot
The
of high
problem with
mileage
Josh
on as
Allen,
the
though,
running
is that
dude, like
Josh Allen is a turnover worthy. He makes turnovers.
yeah, he does. And all I say at the end of the day is I don't want to have a quarterback that is running around just waiting to get licked, dude, or have an ACL tear. Like plain and simple. Like the thing I loved about Derek Carr was Derek Carr was strong. He was tough as fuck, dude. Dude had his fucking back broke. Dude was literally right back then in the fall. The following year he had his femur his femur leg broke, dude. Like Carr is strong. Like he's tough, bro, and he didn't miss time on the field, man. So I think that's a massive fucking attribute to have when your quarterback's healthy and can play that long and only miss fucking 2 games in the whole time. So for me, like I said, I would prefer the pocket passing quarterback, dude. That not like Richardson's big, dude, but he's gonna be a lick away too. Like I don't give a fuck how big he is, and I don't care how fast he runs.
That
He's just
passing
gonna run that much
mechanic,
harder
man.
into a
That
wall,
passing mechanic is so important.
dude. And again, when you got linebackers and safeties, that's a different breed than a quarterback. Like linebacker safeties, dude. There's guys out there that are hunting for motherfuckers like him that think that, oh, I'm 6'4", 235. Yeah, that bitch is like, yeah, bitch, I'm about to lay the fucking wood to you at 225 coming at you like a torpedo. Like, that's the thing. Like, Sean Taylor would lay the fucking wood to him, bro, if that fool was alive. Like, he would just level that motherfucker, dude. Like I said, fucking Ray Lewis. You know what I mean? Like, there's guys out there that are still gonna just murder dudes like
if
him,
Richardson
dude. Like,
was drafted in say there was an extra team in our division, if he was drafted in our division, even like Denzel Perryman would be like, hey, I might be barely 6 foot, but watch me pop you right now because you think you're gonna run.
Abram is a perfect example. Like, there's guys
Bro,
that
Abram
are
would
just
go
torpedo
500
hunting,
miles per hour just to freaking pop.
yeah,
Richardson.
and I've said, like, guys like him are he's gonna get hurt more easier than dudes like Abram and them because he ain't taking hits like Abram is every fucking play, like that's why I'm just saying, like, I don't care how big he is. I don't care how much he runs around. I mean, let's be real, Lamar, dude. So Lamar ain't doing nothing fancy. He's sitting on the bench more than anything. So I mean, Kyler
Lamar's been
Murray's the
injured a
same
bunch of
fucking way,
times.
dude. Like Tui fucking concussion like motherfucker. Like, I mean, I don't even know anybody else. Like, I don't even know anybody else that I can look out there and be like just pure fucking running quarterbacks. Like, I think what's good is like where people are misconceptions running, and like I think you need to have a pocket passer with mobility. Like, you just gotta have mobility, like Aaron Rodgers mobility, like Patrick Mahomes mobility. Like, he's not fucking nothing fast. Like, Patrick Mahomes is not fast in any means. He just has mobility to get in and out of the area to go.
He's also really good at improvising.
That's my point. Like, he can get out. That's what makes Devontae so dangerous. It's not about his speed, it's how he fucking uses his legs, dude, how he gets in and out of situations. Like, Devontae runs a 4.56 40. Okay, people talk about speed all the time. Devontae be beating ass on a 4.56 40, bro. It's because Devontae knows how to get you the fuck off balance and get you the fuck out of the rhythm where he gonna burn your ass because you falling back or you fucking getting off on him. Like, that's where you're dangerous, dude. There's 2 different types of fucking danger, dude. One is speed and one is just having pure fucking athletic ability where he has pure athletic ability. Like, Devontae's play style allow him, like, people say, like, oh, you're going to have Devontae at 30 and you're risky. Nah, bullshit. Devontae is going to be playing until he's like 38, 40 at a very high level.
He's
because
probably
of the
going to be
fact that
like,
he's pure route runner. He don't base his skill on speed. He bases it off him playing his route, dude. Like,
he's probably going to be like
Rice,
Tim Brown and Jerry Rice, who play till they're 40.
Damn right, because he'll have that play mentality. Like, that's why I laugh when people bring it up, because I'm like, man, you're looking at, like, this fool is gonna be like Tyreek. Okay, Tyreek speeds up, he's done. Like that fool is done. Like
Yeah,
you look
Tyreek
at
is no longer
Devontae.
fast.
I think
He can't.
Devontae can play till he's 38, still at a high level, and still be a great player.
Tyreek definitely takes advantage of his speed. If he was no longer fast, I think he's beatable.
Oh, fuck, facts, dude. He don't got this phenomenal route running fucking tree for him, dude. And his play style is more beating people in the deep to begin with or off the line because of his speed. Like, the difference with Devontae is he beats you off the line because he gets you set back or set in or off leaning one way. Like I said, he beats you off the route, dude. He's beating you off
Plus,
pure route running.
Devontae admitted he wants a QB that he can play and trust with and win games with for the next 10 years.
That's why I'm saying I think, like, at the end of the day, when we sit down as Raider fans, we got to sit down and say QB is the most crucial piece, and getting one in free agency is not a fucking solution. You did not just get rid of Carr to go get a fucking. You didn't get rid of Carr to get Jimmy G. Like, you can't tell me that's what we just fucking did.
You didn't get rid of the 2014 pick to get the other 2014 pick.
Yeah, for nothing. For nothing. Like, literally nothing. Like, I think the way you justify the conversation about getting nothing is we get fucking Stroud. Like, we got our future quarterback. Like, how do you go in and say, yeah, man, I got rid of Carr, but I got Jimmy. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, no. Hell no. Like, no. No, listen, the Niners were cut that motherfucker's ass. They were about to cut his ass. Then they got an injury deal, so then Jimmy got signed back because he got lucky as fuck. Then they were like, oh, Jimmy's playing so well. We're about to extend Jimmy. What happened, Jimmy? Got a broken foot. Well, fuck you, Jimmy. We're cutting your ass at the end of the year.
If the last pick in the draft, if he wasn't injured in that game, they would have been at the Super Bowl.
That's why I say, like, so to me, I'm not going Jimmy because, one, like I said, I hate even talking about it. Our team is not set up like the Patriots or the Niners in any means right now. So Jimmy is not getting deep downfield to Devontae and shit. Like, nuh-uh, dude. Like, Jimmy and quarterback tandem, I would think. But
Jimmy can't even throw the ball that deep anyway.
Yeah, that's my point. So I would have to pass on that one.
I'm out, bro.
All right, man. Have a good night.
So what were you guys talking before I dip out?
We're talking about how much we really don't want Jimmy G.
Fuck, bro. I don't want him. No way, Jose.
That's what I said. I mean, he's just saying that he's not worth it.
Chase Garbers over fucking Jimmy G any day of the week.
I would at least roll with him. He's got an arm. He's got good fucking vision. I mean, I'd at least try.
Jimmy G doesn't even have a fucking arm. Let's be honest.
That's what I just said.
His arm is garbage.
The dude, he's got injured way too much to be a starter at this point.
Yeah, bro. And then laugh at his team by when they're getting blowed out and they're down to their fourth-string quarterback, and he's just on the sideline laughing that they're getting blown out by the Eagles.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that dude needs to quit his football career and be a supermodel or something at this point.
We just gotta, for the Raiders, we just need to start young and build our own shit for real for once. Not go getting all these old dudes and every time a player gets cut or released or traded, dude, it's let's get them and bring them to the Raiders, dude. Like, that shit gotta end, dude.
Hey,
like,
Sergio, were you in?
We gotta put our standards pretty high, bro. Like, we gotta stop looking at dudes that are 32, 33, 34 at linebacker, fucking be like, oh, I'm bring them here to the Raiders. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Were you in the Discord when I said that I went to school with Eric Kendricks when I was a freshman?
Yeah, I was in the Discord when you said that.
Yeah, bro. That's
you should post all the links. We'll hop off here. Post all the links real quick.
Which ones? All of them?
Yeah, just post the Discord, and Instagram, and YouTube. And
so tomorrow or Wednesday, I'm gonna post the next draft scenarios. It's gonna be linebacker.
Nice.
And then after that, I'm gonna do offensive guard.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro, dude.
And I've been very excited with how my
just do tight end and then just put 1 through 10 or 1 through 7. Just put Darnell Washington.
I think I'm gonna put 5 for tight ends.
Just put all of them as Darnell Washington. So all 5 positions,
the sleeper
Darnell.
one is from Clemson. He could
Oh,
play.
Davis
You're
Allen.
talking about Dennis Allen. Yeah, I said him just because he's really good pass and catch player.
Man, I've been really excited about my post because I think
And
I
then
got 6
my other
consecutive
favorite
posts that had
one.
over 110
I think I'm
likes.
gonna make a post tomorrow. I might go and start figuring out the edit for it, but I think I'm gonna make a post on my shit that's like Trade Waller's sorry ass for fucking Darnell Washington, dude. I'm telling you, that
Hey,
guy's a beast,
bro, even the South Carolina or the South Dakota tight end ain't that bad. Crap.
Hey, do me a favor. What was that dude's 40? What was Darnell's 40?
Here, I'll get it.
Yeah, look it up in his height and 40 again. Like, look at both those real fast.
Load. All right, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it right now. Tight end. Okay. So Darnell's 40 was a 4.64. Yeah, so Darnell Washington's.
What's his height?
His vertical or his height?
Like height, just
He's
6'4",
6'. He's 6'7".
See, that's my point, dude. Like, he don't have to have a 440 speed. 4.6, dude. Like I just said, Devontae got 4.56 40, dude. That was it when he was young. Like, there's no way he's running a 4.56 40 still. Like, he's probably more in the 4.6 40 right now.
He's also over 270 pounds.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm like huge fucking advocate for
He's
fucking
basically
Darnell
built,
Washington, man.
He's basically built like an oversized, like defensive lineman, and he
Hey,
plays tight
so
end.
look. When I first watched him get out there in the combine and started going, I was like, man, this guy's actually pretty nice. I'm like, man, that guy's got some good fucking catches right there. Man, that guy's looking better and better every single deal,
I
right?
hope you were thinking in your mind, like, hey, Sergio was pretty right about this guy.
That's facts. Hey, when they got to the sled push, I was like, what the fuck? This motherfucker just
I just dropped all 3 of them.
fucking, I mean, he just fucking straight walked that bitch like 15 yards. And I said, dude, I told my woman right away when I was watching, I said, look, babe, you want to see the difference between how some people can push and some people don't know what they're doing? I said, look, this coach tells every one of these guys they keep pushing too fucking high up, which pitches the sled down too far, which has no way to push the fucking deal. It starts fighting against them. Then you get guys that push down and then they're pushing it straight into the ground so they can't. That motherfucker, man, like he just picked it up perfect and he just raw fucking just. I mean, hey, it reminded me of the movie Blindside instantly, dude. Of Michael Orr throwing that dude down the field. Up and over the fucking over the fence at the end.
Or that guy was
when he told him. When he told him, where are you taking him? Where were you taking him, Michael? He said, oh, it's time for him to go home. He said he got a bad mouth, man. It's time for him to go home. Like that when I seen him push that sled.
Darnell would do that to Joey Bosa.
I'm telling you, bro, that fool would be nasty to have as your blocker on the outside, dude. Like he's gonna own your ass, bro. Like he's not gonna be a tight end you're gonna fuck around with.
The movie Radio? You remember the movie Radio when the guy acted like he was dead and stuff? That was a good movie too. Like I remember that.
Bro, I want a scenario where Joey Bosa runs his mouth and then Darnell freaking
lights him up.
Dude, he will, because I'm telling you, that guy, he'll own him. He'll own some people in the NFL, man. Like, you can mark that dude. Darnell Washington is going to be, I guarantee you, he's going to be known as a great blocker, dude. Like, you don't get down on sleds like that and have body placement and move that shit where your coach is like, whoa, stop. You know, like, he had phenomenal, like, I'm telling you, that dude just made me think instantly right there. I'm like,
I keep telling you,
all right, bro, you just OBJ'd that catch. I told you, just OBJ'd that catch by that turnaround, and then you just dominated the sled.
I keep telling people, don't be surprised if McDaniels wants him, because we all been talking about how McDaniels is a 2 tight end set offense.
Yeah,
there's
just
your tight
imagine
end.
him with Waller. Just with Waller.
I'm telling you, fuck Waller. I'd get rid of Waller. Like, Waller ain't, like, look, I think Waller worked with Gruden. Like, I'm not a Waller fan, and I don't care what people think. They can say whatever the fuck they want. I don't care. I think Waller is more interested in his music. He's more interested in his money. He's more interested
And
sitting
to his
like
wife,
with his woman. Now, yeah, he's probably
and
like a
his
dog
wife.
in heat, bro. Like come next year, he's gonna
Now
be
that
like
fool
his
wants
nose
to
in her
hit.
butt. His nose
He
in her
wants
butt.
to
What
hit
game she
some of
playing?
that
Oh, I'm
plum
hurt.
now.
I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I got a hurt knee. You know, like
Oh,
fuck
oh,
that
oh,
shit. Fuck
oh! I
that.
Yeah,
can't go to
just
mini
wait
camp.
till
I gotta
their
go watch my old
wait
lady
till their
play. I'm hurt.
6'5" daughter asks, "Hey, Daddy, how many championships you won?" Mom apparently won a couple championships. Oh,
Yeah, I look. I like Waller, dude, and I like everything he's done. I like everything like his accomplishments. I just want to win. And I've said it, like with Waller, you're carrying the pass with you, man. Just like Renfro, dude. Like I think Renfro is
Hey,
the same
hey,
thing.
Justin, did
Like
we have that talk today with
I think we
Renfro
need to
trading him over
break the
to New
team.
Orleans?
I think we need to break the team down all the fucking way, dude. Like Devontae is a new fucking breed. They've got him. That's Josh's and their guy. Like they got Devontae. I think if we break it down all the way, like I said, if you have Stroud and Washington, dude, they're young. They're here for a long fucking time, man. Fucking Waller, dude, he's here for another few years. Like I think if you build through the draft that young, you're able to do like a Brady Gronk, dude, where they're there for fucking 5 and 10 years. You know, like that. All I say is like I think they're in the position where there's players at certain positions that can be really good with the quarterback going forward for a long time, man. Like we got lucky with the Waller deal with them, but I don't think we're gonna be looking that same luck when we go with if we got Washington here. Like that's a fucking dude looks like he's ready to
Hey,
roll right now.
do you think Washington will go in the first? I think he could go in the first round.
He
easily.
could, but
That'd be tough, man, because I don't know if he would go that high, but
I don't
think he's
think he
like more
would.
second, third
Do
round. But I
you
think
guys
second
think?
is probably where you would
Do
probably
you
want to
think
try
that
to
he'll
snag
be
him.
there at 38?
No, that's why I said I think he's going to be there in the second round.
At 38, or do you
Yeah,
think?
I would take him at the second pick, dude. So if
Yeah,
I went Stroud
because I
and
think if teams
went with
want
Washington.
because if teams want a tight
yeah.
end, they're going to look for a receiving tight end more than a blocking tight end.
But then you
And
know what somebody's going to say instantly? They're going to say, well, if you did that, then how are you trading Waller for? I wouldn't trade Waller for draft picks. Like every player that gets traded doesn't have to be traded for a draft
no,
pick, dude. Like
no. Look
I
what
think
happened last
Waller
year
would
with
serve
Yannick
more.
and Rocky Sin. What did they do with? They just swapped
They
them straight
just
across.
Yeah, I think, like I said, you can find more value within players like that within the organizations, like other organizations, where he has a higher value on a player than a draft pick. Like I think if you go with Washington, right? So let's say that you have Waller on the roster, and you go in and you trade for, or you go in and Washington's on the board at 2 in the second round, you pick him. The minute you're done with that draft, or even in that draft, you'd probably try to trade Waller for another player, or even more draft capital, either that year or the following year, in for draft picks. But for me, I would wait till the draft was over, and then I would use Waller to try to go get a player that matters, like where we're lacking, where free agency we didn't get it, in the draft we weren't able to get it, but we hit our tight end, but we have Waller here that's got great draft capital on him. So then you can go to a team just like you said, Yannick for fucking Rakia, dude. They might have another guy on their mind. Who thought that they would go Rakia? Whoever thought that? And I didn't. I had no fucking idea that's even the player they were even entertaining, and I had no idea they were even going to trade Yannick,
and
dude.
look what happened. Rocky Sin was
The
playing
second
lights
that
out.
Chandler was signed, Yannick was traded. Like literally, fucking just that fast. Boom, boom, gone. See you later. Like
And look
literally.
what Rocky Sin did. He played lights out.
That. So you don't know if they are eyeing another player like that too. You know what I mean? So if you can hit on your, you got fucking 11 picks, bro. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can pick your players and trade your players too. Still, you know. So to me, I think it would just make more sense that if we hit Washington, we trade Waller, because I don't think you want to keep Waller. Like, why? Why? Like, I get where people are like, well, I don't care. His draft stock is better now, and he's going to be done in the next year or two, and we don't know if he's going to keep playing or be injured.
Hey,
Like, let's be real.
A big argument people kept saying for Waller, you're not going to find another tight end that's 6'6", 200-something pounds and can catch like that. I'm like, well, Darnell Washington.
Yeah, damn right he will. He's 6'7", and he'll one-hand grab and 180 twist backwards
Heck,
like a
he doesn't
girl.
he doesn't even have to fight for the ball. He can just do this.
Yeah, that's fact, dude. And if he does fight for it, he's gonna throw your ass down. So I don't think you're gonna be
He's
just
gonna do
owning
what
his ass.
Chandler
You're
Jones
not
did
just
to
gonna
Mac
go in and own
Jones.
him.
He's gonna do what Chandler Jones did to Mac Jones.
And I think he would be a great fucking asset for Stroud, dude. Like, I really do believe he'd be a great asset. But if we're going to be real, the idea would be is if we did trade off for Stroud, we're probably not getting Washington because we're probably not going to have our second round pick either. So we probably won't have our first or our second round pick in this year's draft. But again, I mean, if you're telling me you got in your 2 picks, in your 2 years, you got fucking Devontae Adams and fucking CJ Stroud for your first and seconds, I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, I would just have to hope if a trade for Stroud happens, you just don't give up that second round pick.
Yeah,
You're
no.
gonna have to. You're gonna have to, man. They're not. You're gonna have to.
Are you gonna head home, Dustin?
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready here in a second. Shrinking. Like I said, man, I enjoy everybody being here talking
Okay.
football, man. We'll talk more
For everything.
about it this week going forward. I've always wanted to just tell people, like, this is, when I talk it's just my opinion on a lot of the conversations we have. It's the way I view it, the way I see it. So, like I said, man, we don't work for ESPN, man. This is all our own opinions and the way we see our team and the way we view our team.
All right,
So,
Dustin, I'm out, bro.
all right, man.
Thank you again, bro. See you on Wednesday, Sergio.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, frickin'. Outside of that, man, I think we're gonna peace
And I
out.
dropped
You guys
all
want
the
to say
links
later or
already.
what?
Huh?
So if you guys want to tell them later, tell them late. Then
All right, salute Raider Nation. You guys all have another good one. We'll see you guys Wednesday at 10 Eastern, 10 Pacific, 10 p.m.
It's
Eastern.
7 p.m.
West Coast.
Pacific.
Yeah.
7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern.
So anyone getting into arguments with me, it's 2 a.m. for me over here, and I'm willing to talk about Raiders content. So.
Dang. Sergio, you should come up with a YouTube
Hey, that's
channel.
how I feel, bro. I'm a
Sergio,
I should. I should.
Yeah, bro. Hey, bro, you should, and then
Bro,
and then I'll
because
subscribe
I'm telling
to
you, once I'm done with high school, I'm gonna move down to Virginia, and once I have way more time, that's when I'm gonna start a YouTube channel.
Are you gonna go to school down there?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Hey, like I said, man, I mean, I love the debate football, dude. I love talking football. I mean, I love football in general, and everybody knows it. Like, I don't go on script, dude. I don't have to look shit up. I've probably already read it fucking multiple times. I mean, I come and debate the conversations just off of what I know. Cortez knows. I mean, he'll call and try telling me stuff
talk
all the time.
on a daily basis.
He does it all the
Me and Dustin,
time. Hey, he give
we
me
just
sometimes
talk.
with some info. He will give me sometimes with some info, but he will hit me up and be like, "Hey, man, did you hear about this?" And I'm like, blah. He's like, "Fuck you, motherfucker." No.
That's how me and Dustin's that close.
I am planning.
Dustin
I
been
am
with us for a
hoping.
year now. It's been
One
like
thing.
over a year.
One thing I am really hoping for is I get to meet Dustin in a Raiders game.
Hey, we
Yeah,
will,
bro.
dude. Like I said, if
Yeah,
we're at
bro.
the game, we're down to go to my suit, hang out, fucking kick it, dude. I've always said, like, if we're over there, dude, and I'm there, everybody knows, like, in how I work in the season. So hopefully going forward in this year and the following years, like, things will even out a lot better. But if I'm there, you guys are more than welcome there,
I'm going
period.
to.
And if we are
I know
going, you
for
just
sure.
let me know, and we'll all go 100%.
I'm going this year
So,
to the Green Bay game.
I'm planning to
I-
either go to Detroit, Buffalo, or Miami.
Oh shit, yeah, bro, that
like
would
I
be
say,
cool.
I'll just have
I
to
may
see
go
where the
out to
games are
Detroit.
and when they are in the
I
part
may
of the
go
year.
to Detroit too.
I just want my first Raiders game to be a win. If it's a lose, I'm never going to a Raider
Hey,
game.
bro, I was so happy
Hell,
to
you
go to
can't
that
think that,
Seattle
man. You
game.
gotta
And
think about it
see,
like this: you
if-
go there and it's Stroud and you win, like that's balling, bro.
No, that's when I know. That's when I know. Like, I'm getting a Stroud jersey. This guy's my franchise QB.
Yeah, facts. But hey, like I said, man, we will all meet up, dude. We will all freaking go to a game. I've always said if anybody's at any home game and they want to come hang out in the suite, just hit me up, let me know, man. Just could always come up there and hang out. I have no issues with that. I've always said anybody's welcome. Outside of that, man, we're going to hop off here tonight, man. We appreciate all of you. We will see you on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, same time every single day. So, like I said, man, our channel is growing,
Yeah,
dude.
bro.
Everything that our
I can't wait
platforms, we're
for.
way over 1,800 people. Like, we're literally going to be at 1,900 people on
Hey,
Instagram right here,
Dustin,
right
6
now.
more
So,
days. 6 more days.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
tampering, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Once-
And like I said, man, we appreciate everybody. We're going to be here as much as we can to give as much insight on it as we go. Just like Cortez said, 6 more days, we're going to have tampering. You know him. He's going to be all over that gossip, man. He's going to be telling us where them dudes are sleeping, who they're talking to, their agents. This guy got fucking hookups in places you would never even think. So don't let Cortez sleep on you. He called this Saints pick the whole time. This guy acts like he don't know football, but this guy knows football, so don't let this fool bullshit you.
And don't forget about, like, don't try to argue with Dustin's probably the only dude I'm not gonna argue with, but but I will pull up every stat that I can remember on you, man.
Hey, bro, that's why we need you. That's why, like I know all the scoop. You know the stats. Dustin knows everything else. Jeff knows this. Each of us knows something different than
I
each
told
other.
him when I first met Sergio, I told him, man, hey, I've been looking at a lot of your stuff, man. I think you got your stats down pretty clean. I'd like to bring you on over and be part of our deal.
Look, bro, you've
because
been
I
with
think
us
that's
for a year
what
almost.
matters. That's what matters is having organized in there, being in different areas, being on a show. I've even told him like numerous times in conversation, debates, go grab an article that he posted up,
and
dude, and fucking tagged, and I'll go grab it and
I
put it out
felt a
there.
little
let me just say
special.
this.
I
So,
felt a little
Hey,
special
when
when Dustin
when
used
the
my stats for
signing
arguments.
happens
Hey,
on Mondays,
that's what it's about, and that's what's about having teams and people that are together. It's good for a lot because, like I said, one, our teams are all collaborating to where a lot of people can have different accesses to different things, graphics, stats, fucking just common knowledge, being able to go into our Discord and have all the Raider
like I'm
news
just gonna
dropped
say
at
this
a
right now,
dime.
Dustin.
But it
If we
educates
don't,
other people too. It's not just the argument; it's an educational piece too, because he put it on paper. And when people take time to put it on paper and look at it, a lot of people just talk the talk, and they'll say like, "Oh, this number, blah blah." Where you go in there and you're like, "Bam, here's that picture." That's the end of the conversation. Like they'll go from running their mouth, "Oh, blah 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 blah."
Hey, Dustin.
Nothing. Like none. Literally. Like that bitch don't even message back. You know. So.
Hey, Dustin. You know what I'm
And
gonna
again,
do?
everybody can use it. Like I just say, like everybody
Monday?
should use it because it's good to use educational things to educate our fans.
Hey, Dustin, starting Monday, I'm going to put all the signings in our Discord where it says NFL signing. So if you guys are in our Discord, just look for all
Yeah,
the signings in there.
because there are going to
And
be
then-
a lot of them here, hires and fires here real
Yep.
quick. But like I said, man, we appreciate Sergio, we appreciate Jeff, Eric, Cortez, frickin' every person on this panel, Ray, everything. I mean,
Yeah,
our goal
everybody.
is not to go out and just get big name people or have all these. Ours was to get us all at lower people and build as a group, because that's what I've always said that it's about. I think we've all hit really high goals in the first year, and it's not even been really a year. I mean, let's be real. We really came out here and started doing like in the content was going to be right in the off season. You know what I mean? So we've all been together right through the off season going into the regular season. So we will be going into a year here real quick right now.
Yeah, very
with
quick.
a lot of us or not. But again, the platform has grown massively. So, and it wouldn't have grown without all of you guys or everybody coming together or everybody on this panel. The one thing that we can back up is that the same people we started with are the same people still here. Like a lot of people can't speak for things like that. And not only that, dude, what are our panels? Sometimes we have 9, 10 people on this panel. It's all the same people, all the same dudes from the beginning, everybody there. So like I said, we enjoy all of you. We appreciate all you guys showing up, man. We love your conversations. We love the debates, dude. like I said, we're gonna pop out of here tonight, man. And
Yep.
thank you guys for being here for 4 hours and 17
Yeah,
minutes.
no
Dude, we gotta
problem,
learn
bro.
to
You
get that
already
shit
know,
down
like,
a
if
little
I
bit,
have the
but
time, I will. I'll
yeah,
do it.
and like I said, Sergio, I'm always down to talk football, and I'll always talk football because I
Yeah.
Heck
love it,
yeah,
man,
bro.
and
We
I think
always be
everybody
on the
should.
daily,
So,
even during the off season after the
facts.
Raiders were done. We always
If
talk
anyone
about
Hey,
sees this,
whatever.
just know Dustin's
Yep.
probably the only dude I'm never gonna
hey,
win an argument
Yeah,
with.
me
hey,
either, bro. Like,
and look,
like
look at
Rudy's
it like
too
this,
easy
though.
for me
Look at it
now.
like
It's
this.
time for me
Look
to
at it
move
like
on
this.
up.
We'll come in here, and me and you, for Sergio, me and you have sat and talked on the phone for an hour or two before show, right? Me and Cortez sat and talked on the phone for
Day,
fucking 8 hours before
8
the
hours,
show
bro. We talk
about
just
football,
nonsense,
and
just
I can hop on this
and
bitch and
personal,
talk football the whole
like just
time. Like, the whole time, like
like we just
nothing.
talk about our day and shit. We
Yeah,
don't
and
just
Yeah.
talk about
there a
football. We
lot
talk
of
about all kinds
things
of
that
different things.
we've predicted together, especially things that me and Dustin talked
Yeah.
about right before the show started. And then even like how sometimes even during the show where I have to say and something that like Dustin has to drill inside my head, like the
Yeah.
Stroud thing, CJ Stroud. I
Hey,
never wanted
hey,
CJ
Dustin, I
Stroud
told
until
you
like a
about
month
CJ
ago.
Stroud, did I not?
Hey,
I
I'm
was
telling you, CJ's gonna be the man,
Like
dude. I've hit on
Dustin
our
had to literally like drill that in my head where I'm like, I don't want CJ Stroud. I don't want CJ Stroud. And
hey,
now
but
I'm
then
like,
you go watch him, you're like, fuck, hey, that guy's got good tendencies, good act. I mean, I've always said it's easy to portray a person until the person's shown fairly. I've always said, for me, like how I've always been growing up in the streets and everything, is I've never judged a person by the clothes, what they've had, the lifestyle. I've always said judge fairly, man. Like, that's who I am. That's who I've always been. I've met a lot of people on the streets where people wouldn't even conversate with them, wouldn't even say hi, and probably some of the best people I've ever met in my life, and I've met some rich people that think they're better than everybody else, and they're about the sorriest pieces of shit I've ever even come in contact with. So I've always said, to me, just judge fairly. That's all I've ever said, is just give a dude a fair assessment. And when you can sit back at the end of the day and say that we did it fairly, we didn't do it as a biasness, then we're doing it just for our organization. We're not doing it just for my personal needs. Like, my personal needs shouldn't be on here telling you, because we're not talking to one person. Some people are lucky and get to talk to 10,000. Some people are lucky and talk to 100,000. Like, we're lucky that we reach out to 100, 200 people right now. But at least when we do, we're at least having a fair conversation. So, again, man, I appreciate all you guys. I appreciate you all being here. We're going to bounce out of here. We'll catch you on Wednesday. Peace out, Raider Nation. Until then, have a great night, man.
Nation, you guys all have a good one.
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned.
Thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I'm blasting off a planet, rocking cause catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had a thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback, I ain't talking shit.